tight corner. You can see Simone going into that. The brakes are on at top of this. Right up the front, Keegan doing his thing. She is sending it, check it out. And we've already got some problems.
Well, high Rocky Mountain peaks and the thin air of being at over 10,000 feet can only mean one thing. Welcome to Leadville, Colorado for stop number 3 of the 2026 Lifetime Grand Prix. This is the Lifetime Leadville Trail 100 presented by Kenetik. Well, what started as a lofty idea to help save a struggling mountain town is now incredibly embarking on its 32nd edition. Over the course of those years, Leadville has become the must-do mountain bike race with athletes from all over the globe descending into this now thriving town to face 100-odd miles across some of the most challenging terrain anywhere. Well, welcome. As we're getting ready for racing, you'll notice our Lifetime Grand Prix staff here decked out in our Smart Wool clothing. Smart Wool, of course, the official off-bike apparel sponsor of the Lifetime Grand Prix, helping keep our entire team comfortable and looking good. If you want to learn more about their line of products, check them out at smartwool.com. Well, I'm Bill Elliston. Thanks for joining us in the studio. I've got Lauren Hall here, and Kimo Seymour will be joining us in a little bit. He's out at the start line right now, and we're going to be bringing you every pedal stroke start to finish. And I'll tell you what, Lauren, so many things to talk about. As always, you know, we've had some minor course changes. We've got some notable athletes. The leaderboard is really tight on the men's side. Sofia Gomez-Vichafanye kind of dominating so far on the women's side. So a lot of stories that we're going to be addressing throughout the day.
Yeah, I get goosebumps every time we watch that intro, and just, you know, over the years and how strong this field is now this year coming to Leadville. I mean, talking about Matt Beers, Keegan Swinson tied for first currently right now in the standings. We also have, again, Sofia Gomez-Vichafanye you're speaking on, and you've got Melissa Rollins back in action here. Cecily Decker is on amazing form. So I can't wait until today's race starts.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Rosa Closer, right? Another top rider, not a Grand Prix athlete, but another top entrant here today coming off a Tour de France. And this is her first time here in Leadville. And, of course, on the men's side, everyone, if you've been paying attention to social media all week, you know the buzz. Tour de France star Quinn Simmons is going to make his second start here in Leadville after a silver medal ride when he was a junior in 2019.
It is so cool to see these kind of athletes cross over and just dive off into a race like this. And again, someone like Quinn Simmons and also John Gasson, those two guys can definitely change things up, and they always do at this race. And again, to Rosa Closer's point, she's coming off the Tour de France Femme, you know, and I think there were actually flight delays for her. So, you know, that was just Monday that she tried. Well, I arrived back home, so that wasn't that long ago, and then come straight up here to altitude. So, yeah, like we saw last year, Kate Courtney definitely shook up the women's race, and that was all the buzz in the expo yesterday, Bill. I mean, we'll also talk about other things that everybody was talking about, but definitely the Quinn Simmons showing up, what a factor that's going to play in the men's race today.
Yeah, it's going to change a lot of things in the men's race. And again, something we'll dive a little deeper into later, some of the course changes, which have led to some equipment changes. You know, riders going with some bigger chain rings than they normally would. A lot of riders going with a 40-tooth front chainring, which is kind of unheard of up here in Leadville with the amount of elevation. So, yeah, there's a lot to see out there today that we're going to get to.
Six-time National Cross Country Marathon champion, currently fourth in the Lifetime Grand Prix, Brendan Johnston. 2023 Leadville Trail 100 mountain bike turned into second place, currently third in the Lifetime Grand Prix, Alexi Vermeulen. Four-time Cape Epic overall champion, 2024 Lifetime Grand Prix, second overall, currently first in the Lifetime Grand Prix, Matt Beers. Two-time USA Cycling Marathon Mountain Bike National Champion, single-speed mountain bike world champion, Lifetime Grand Prix and Unbound 200 podium finisher. Fifth at the Leadville 100 mountain bike last year, Payson McElvin, the Adventure Stash. Let's make some noise for Norwegian professional road and gravel cyclist, currently living in Colorado, Toby Road. Fourth at the Leadville 100 in 2025. Very accomplished endurance and gravel rider. He finished the 2025 Grand Prix campaign season second overall behind Swenson. And your third place podium finisher in 2025, currently turned in third place last year at Leadville, Simon Pilot. Let's make some noise for longtime U.S. National Ski Mountaineering or Skimo team athlete. 4 straight podiums here in Leadville. Second last year in 2025, that's John Gaston. And let's make some noise for the fastest man to ever complete the Leadville 100. He did it in 2023 with a time of 5:43.31. And the 5-time defending champ, current leader in the Lifetime Grand Prix and champion at Leadville the last 5 years, Keegan Swenson. Spectators, make some noise for all of our top pro men at the line, ready to conquer the Leadville 100.
Well, we've got all of our riders on the start line there. A lot of notable call-ups. Obviously, Quinn Simmons getting that first call-up there as the 3-time and reigning U.S. Pro Road Champion off a wonderful Tour de France. Kobe Freeburn, Brendan Johnson, Alexi Vermeulen, Matt Beers, your current leader. He's tied with points, of course, with Keegan, but he's your current leader. Payson McElvin, who's looking to have a good ride after a rough start to the season. Toby Rhodes, Simone Pilot, another rider, right? Simone.
He's always animating these races.
Yeah, he knows one way to do it, and it's just kind of full gas, right? John Gaston, right? 7 times he has been in the top 10 here, and he's got 3 silver medal performances, all behind Keegan Swenson. And the rumor is this might be John's last run at Leadville, so that's not confirmed, but we've kind of heard that whisper.
Throw it out there, Bill. Go ahead. Yeah, put the
whisper.
rumors out there.
Whatever, I'll start him. I don't care, right?
No, and talking about Keegan, he was here for the lead out show just a couple of days ago and one of the questions was, the record is 6 wins by Dave Weens. Like, is that even a factor? And he's like, no, man, I'm just here to win. This guy is so focused, and wearing the world championship stripes right there, like, such an honor. Doing his bike check yesterday on Instagram, like, everything painted up, like, that is the best in the world right there when you have those colors on your back. So he is here ready, and he's been home training. Finished his last race was SBT gravel. So you got to know this guy's fired up for racing.
Yeah, you could see it in, as you alluded to, in his bike check, and we were watching this morning, him warming up, all smiles, blowing kisses. He's on his phone.
Who is this guy?
Right, super relaxed. And look, that's the mark of a champion, right? He can compartmentalize things really, really well. And, as soon as that gun goes off, he's going to be all business, right? And, to the point of not really thinking about Dave Weens' record. I'm sure it's in the back of his head, but again, you compartmentalize, and it's one race at a time. And the goal right now is just to win this bike race.
Yeah.
And he knows it's not going to be an easy task. It never is, even though he's a high altitude specialist.
Yes.
But I think it's going to be arguably a bit more of a challenge this year.
Well, he does have something in his back pocket called Matt Beers.
Yeah,
right?
that's a big something to have in your back pocket, by the way. But yeah, right?
So again, they're going to have a good game plan here today, and it'll be fun to watch this execution and how it plays out. Again, we'll talk about the course changes, but that's definitely going to be a factor in this race. And a lot of these athletes, we're talking again, like it's hopefully going to be a bit more of a bunch race and more people coming to Columbine, the base of Columbine, together.
Yeah, I think St. Kevin's going to play a very critical role here early, so we'll see how that goes. We're going to go back down to the stage with Kristen King with our national anthem.
For the big buckle. So please welcome Doc and welcome Kristen King.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well done, Kristen King. She's also a Leadville local. Hats off to you.
And Kristen King, just Leadville local here, and what a wonderful job she does the anthem for all of our Leadville Race Series events. And I got to say, that was probably the best one I've heard in my couple of years up here. And
Goosebumps.
yeah, seriously, goosebumps. And it's great to have Kristen perform that anthem. And, interesting, Kristen and her husband, Jesse, live very close to the Willow fires that have affected the area. And they evacuated for quite a while from the end of June. And just last weekend, we're finally able to move back in. So a lot going on behind the scenes. And I'm so happy Kristen could come here and customary do the anthem to get these riders ready to go. So
Yeah, so if we're fired up in here, you know that they are just itching to go, Bill.
100%.
This is going to be a really fast race. And again, we were talking, just how fast, and everybody's speculating like under 5 hours today.
Yeah, we've been talking, putting our guesses, and I'll go on the record now as saying I'm gonna say 4:40. That's
wow.
I'm going pretty fast.
I have no idea. Because, again, if we're starting to talk about tactics a little bit, I mean, you could lose a little bit of time, but not that much. But, yeah, you're right. Like, this is going to be such a fast race.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about, St. Kevin's, that's going to come up right around 6 miles in or so, the first climb of the race. And pretty challenging little climb. But I think, again, because of some of the course changes, again, that we'll dive into in a bit, St. Kevin's is going to be more of a pivotal role than it normally is. It's always a point where riders kind of make their first effort and start the thinning of the herd, so to speak.
And it's right at the beginning.
Yeah, you saw we were out in the alley. You were out in the alley this morning watching riders warming up on the rollers and getting ready, which, I mean, for a 100-mile race, normally you might circle the parking lot a few times, do a little stretching, little muscle activation, but they're really trying to get loosened up because they know that they're going to bomb down 6th Street. They're going to make that right on Turquoise Lake at the bottom of 6th, and it's going to be game on right now. We're just about to get this one underway. So the men on the line, about to take the start here in Leadville for the 32nd edition, 101.3 miles, about 9,900 feet of elevation gain, staring them down over the course of the day here. And It's going to be an absolute good one out here today. Well, there's that shotgun blast, so we are off. We're getting a good look right now of our Ford Bronco leading out the elite field. Every Ford Bronco SUV sold helps fuel grants and projects that protect the public lands and trails where these athletes push their limits. Everyone rolling out, and I imagine a little leg stretcher here before we get to the top of this rise. He's got this little bit of elevation here to the top of 6, and then it'll be a couple blocks descending down the hill there.
Oh,
Yeah,
look, indicative already, man. These guys are going full gas, and we were talking yesterday on the panel that they're probably going to be at St. Kevin's within like 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Now, it's blazing fast, and it's cold this morning. Everyone's wearing all their puppies and whatnot.
Super chilly out there. So, yeah, these riders, they want to go hard right off the bat to warm up once they pulled those jackets out of there. Well, remember, the Ford Bronco Wild Fund is built on a deep respect for public lands, preservation, stewardship, trail access, keeping the wild places that fuel the sport open and rideable for everyone. As we take a look at our notables, Matt Beers, we talked about Matt, the South African, riding as specialized teammates along with Keegan Swenson. Brendan Johnston looking to have a good ride. Cam Jones, the revelation of last year, getting in on the wild card and taking the whole thing. Braden Lang, who's still your reigning national gravel champion. Payson McKelvin looking to jumpstart his season. Simone Pilot, Keegan Swenson, of course, the 5-time champion. Alexi Vermeulen, who you can never count out. John Gaston, again, 7-time top 10 finisher here, who's a skimo racer by trade. And, of course, Quinn Simmons, one of our notables as well at the bottom of that list. I think all those riders going to be getting a fair bit of airtime throughout the day.
And someone you mentioned, Brendan Johnson, he's also been here at altitude for the last couple of weeks. So I would think he is primed and ready to go. He actually ended up having a pretty good unbound when it was all said and done. He was solo for most of the afternoon, those last couple of hours. And, God, so to persevere and to still come in, 4th, I think, at unbound. So he's sitting great in the standings in the series. And if he can put something together today, that would be a heck of a result for Brendan, and I think he can do it.
Yeah, I would love to see Brendan. He's always kind of flirting on the edge of a really great ride out here. So, today could be his day out here. Again, it's going to be very fast once they get past St. Kevin's on the way out through Twin Lakes and outward bound rather, and then Twin Lakes. So we'll see how things continue to shape up out there. As we see the front end starting to get a little bit single file there. They're on Turquoise Lake Road right now. They're going to go about another half mile, 3/4 of a mile, and then they'll make a right turn on County Road 9 as they head towards the northeast corner of Turquoise Lake that takes them over to the first climb. So here comes that right turn already on County Road 9. So they're going to be on this for a little over a mile before they make a left-hand turn back onto Turquoise Lake. And again, it's going to be very, very quick here, these opening bits as the men start to get settled into their day. And what a wonderful shot of the landscape here in Leadville here on a wonderful, crisp Saturday morning.
Yeah, and going back to someone else, one of our notables, Payson McKelvin. Again, he was in the on the panel with me yesterday, and his elbow was bandaged up. And I was like, "What's that all about? Did you crash?" And he says, "No, it's actually infected, and he has to have surgery next week." So, talk about tough athletes.
Yeah, geez.
Out here at 10,000 feet looking for a result.
Yeah,
good on you, Payson.
Yeah, that's tough.
Good luck, man.
I did see that this was going to be his last race for a little while because of that surgery. So he was hoping just to kind of go out with a bang, here today, and go into that little forced break with a good headspace.
And again, Payson has been knocking on the door here just off the podium. Was 5th here in 2025, so he can definitely have a great day.
Yeah, this is generally a good course for Payson. This course rewards really good pacing effort out there. You've got to pace yourself on the flats. You've got that climb of Columbine coming up to the halfway point. And so, you got to save a lot for Columbine. So it becomes very critical of just how much you're doing on that run-in. So he's really good at that. He's really into that data.
These guys cruising 36 miles an hour. That's we were talking pre-race about gear changing and talking about that 40-inch gear in the front and how important that is. Because if you have anything less, you're off the back. And if you're off the back, there's no coming back.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be so critical to go deep over St. Kevin's. Normally, you can maybe go three-quarter effort over there and save it for the ensuing climbs after. But I think at St. Kevin's, you have to burn one or two matches on that climb because it's a bit of a net downhill run for the next 22 or 23 miles after the descent there. And you see the speeds they're going now. Right, there's going to be no coming back at all as they're now getting onto Tennessee Creek Road at the moment. Well, now we're looking back at the start line. Our women getting ready to get themselves queued up here for their start coming up in about 5 minutes or so.
Gravel winner and three-time lifetime Grand Prix champion, fourth at Leadville in 2025, second place in 24, and first place in 2023. Currently leading the lifetime Grand Prix, Sofia Gomez Villafañe. 2025 was her breakout year with second place finish at the Unbound 200, then finishing third at Leadville in 2025 with a time of 7:09:47. Cecily Decker. She's an XCO world champion, marathon world champion, lifetime Grand Prix podium finisher, second at Leadville in 2025 and year 2024. Leadville 100 champion, Melissa Rollins. All right, Tamara, do you need to address these women before we fire the gun? It is 6:06 and 34 seconds. 6:10, your start time, ladies. Good luck.
All right, ladies, ready for an awesome day out here today. Reminder.
Well, we've got all of our top women on the front row. You see the rest of the field is starting to slot in there. Well, they're getting ready to go here in just a few moments. We're now back with the lead in our men's race, and looks like a little bit of separation there already. Yeah,
Well, you're talking about that, right? They're going to go full gas. This is a different race, different game plan for today.
Yeah, there's already that front group, about looks like about maybe 20 riders, and you can see things starting to get pretty strung out behind there. Groups desperate to stay on contact there. Remember, that climb of St. Kevin's starts at about mile 6. It's a 3.5-mile climb, grade of about 4.4%, but there's some steeper pitches early, and you can bet your bottom dollar that that's where the contenders are going to really hit the gas.
Bet your bottom dollar. I think you've been in Leadville for a while, Bill. You got it, huh?
I'm adapting. It's my new hometown, baby.
We're looking at the men's race here and looking at the cloud cover. We've had rain the last couple of days, which has really helped tamp down the smoke and also really make this course that much faster. And everybody's been out pre-riding. I've talked about how fast and how clean these roads are. So, again, it's just going to be a fast day, and if you're not at the front, and we've already seen the chaos in the men's race kind of unfolding within minutes of them starting, so you have to be fully on and aware the entire day today.
Yeah, it's going to be the name of the game, is just staying super attentive out there. Again, normally you can, I don't want to say you can have lapses in your focus, but you've got some certain points where you can let your guard down. But I think today that's not going to be the case. I think you're going to have to really stay hyper-focused all day long. So it looks like our men's field starting to regroup a little bit. Looks like all those little gaps have gotten kind of buttoned up there. We see Keegan just about second wheel in that World Championship jersey. His teammate Matt Beers in there with him, looking to see.
Go around that puddle. You don't want to get that white jersey wet, dirty yet.
You save that for later. Save that for later.
And that will be something to focus on for our viewers, is right. Him and Matt Beers are basically on this. They are on the same team, even though they're wearing different jerseys, right? Because Keegan is our world champion. So keep that in mind. White jersey, red jersey, our teammates today on the specialized team, and we'll talk more about that as well today.
Yeah, that's gonna come into focus, I think, potentially pretty soon. And we talked off air yesterday a little bit about potential scenarios in both the men's and the women's races. All right, we're down now looking at the start for our women's race. They're inside just about a minute or so before they get the gun and get themselves underway. So, of course, they're staring down the exact same 101.3 miles, 9,900 feet of elevation. As looks like we've got about 20 seconds to go. And if you've never been to Leadville, the customary start is the shotgun blast out here on 6th Street. And I can't think of a better way up here in the high mountains of Leadville to start a race. We see Tamara Genlink, our race director here, aiming for the sky. Haley Preen there on the side in her South African jersey. So we are underway with our women's race right now. And well, the Ford Bronco is back on course, leading out our women's field. And if you're just joining us, the Ford Bronco Wild Fund is a natural partner for a series that takes athletes into some of the most beautiful terrain in the country. They'll be at every Lifetime Grand Prix event all season long, from the Sea Otter Classic all the way through Big Sugar Gravel.
And someone that we haven't talked about in the pre-race leading into the women's race that is, again, going to add so much dynamic and character to this race today is Anna Gibson. She is a schema racer and was in the Olympics this past year out of Wyoming, and a phenomenal trail runner as well. And I think just as much as Gaston adds so much to the men's race, Anna can add so much to this women's race today.
Yeah, 100%. And she's going to be an athlete that a lot of the riders aren't familiar with, right? And because of that, she's got no obligation to contribute to the pace, to do any of the driving on the front. She can just follow wheels and kind of watch and see how things unfold. And she may well be in the conversation on the return trip from Columbine. And that's going to be pretty interesting if she is.
And I'd also say another notable that we haven't talked about yet, Caro Magone. Caro won Unbound last year, came to Unbound this year, couldn't quite put it together, ended up having to pull out of the race. Went home, reset, has come back. She actually spent some time outside of Durango training at altitude, and saw her yesterday. She looks fit, on form, focused, and I'm excited to see what her day is going to shake out to be.
Yeah, talk about fit, on form, and focus as our women's field makes the right there on Turquoise Lake Road at the bottom of 6th. Cecily Decker, right? Like last year, she was a revelation of the series from Sea Otter all the way through. Just so much time on the front of the races, driving the pace, causing the splits, and working her way into some phenomenal results. And this year, just a few weeks ago, she joined us up here for the Leadville stage race. And stage number 2 starts at Twin Lakes, goes to the top of Columbine and back. And, we were keeping tabs on her climbing time, and she was actually a little bit faster than last year's time by Kate Courtney on the same stage. So that was something that we really noted that I think really tells us how fit she's going. We had a chance to talk to her the other day as well, right?
Yeah, we sure did. And she just seemed, she was ready, man. She was fired up. You could just see the focus in her eyes. And actually in warm up this morning, I was standing outside just, again, watching the calm chaos and controlled environment that everyone was just really focused, getting ready for the start. And I met her mom and dad, and we had a great conversation. Not only is Cecily a professional athlete, but so is her sister, a professional rugby player.
Come on.
And they just won the national championship. So it's just like, talk about a powerhouse house, just some studs.
That is so wild. Well, some of our women to watch today, Lauren De Crescenzo. She's been a past champion at Unbound and 4 times the winner of the Rad Dirt Fest, and she's finished as high as 5th overall a few years ago. Cecily Decker, who we're just kind of talking about, currently sitting 2nd in the Grand Prix standings and finished 2nd overall last year as well. Sofia Gomez Vichafanye, of course, the defending champion and currently leading the standings. Sarah Lang, who's had some great rides last year, top 5 the last couple of years. Cecile Lejeune, who, we talked about, she could be a dark horse here. Cecile riding very well. Caro Magone, who we've mentioned. Hannah Otto, another familiar name up here. Haley Preen, who's currently sitting 4th in the Grand Prix. Of course, Melissa Rollins, a rough start to the season, but recently picked up that marathon mountain bike national championship and kind of has renewed enthusiasm right now. And Lauren Stevens, you can never count out Lauren Stevens in any race of any terrain, currently sitting 5th overall in the Grand Prix. And she's also your reigning national gravel champion. Our women's leaders are going about 23 miles an hour right now. They've already knocked a couple miles down, so they've got about 159 kilometers, 99 miles to go as they settle in along Turquoise Lake Road there on their way towards Tennessee Creek Road. And just like the men's race, maybe a little bit strung out there at the front. Can't quite identify who's on the front, but I'm guessing that dark jersey, probably Cecily Decker in second wheel. She never really likes to kind of sit in and get the benefit of the group draft, right? She likes to kind of have, you know, the ability to be at the front, to control her own destiny, so to speak, right?
There's a reason she's called Diesel Decker.
Well, there you
She's
go.
not afraid to just do the work and put it in and just be there. And, yeah, man, she'll just push forward.
Taking a look at our weather on today, 45 degrees at the start, so a little bit chilly. Yeah, humidity 63%. Wind really not much to speak of right now, just about a kilometer an hour or so coming out of the northwest. That's going to shift a little bit throughout the day. I think the chance of rain has kind of moved past us. High is going to get up around 64 degrees, and the wind's going to pick up just a little bit, but I think it looked, last I looked, maybe a little bit of a cross tailwind coming back, but again, 5-6 miles an hour. So I don't know that that's going to be a lot to speak of today.
No, I think the beauty was just the past couple of days having those rainstorms periodically and nothing so significant that it was washing anything away. So again, we were talking about how it's making it a fast, packed course, and you can see right here, you know, the roads are looking great.
Well, taking a look at our men now, and you can see the effects that the moisture has had out there. Keegan Swenson, and look who's parked on Keegan's wheel. That looks to me like Quinn Simmons there at the front. Well, Kimo Seymour has joined us in the studio after being down at the start. Kimo, you had a front row view of the start. What's your take on the vibe out there between the men and the women?
Oh, I wish you could have been out there. I'm glad to be here with you today, Bill, Lauren. Thanks for helping us out again. The energy was just unbelievable at the start. It's crazy. The crowds that show up, and we're looking around and saying, you know, the sun's coming up. It's a little cloudy out there. It looks like it's going to be a cooler day. You know, the athletes were feeling like it's going to stay cool, especially with this course. We'll talk a lot about today. It's going to be, obviously, it's going to be faster. It's going to feel shorter just because of the speed. We'd expect the speeds to be, you know, dramatically higher this year. And I think they're going to, you know, they'll get in before, or at least these lead riders, we think will get in before the rain that might come in this afternoon.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah, it's looking like that'll be a little bit later in the afternoon. But there's a nice cloud cover. Energy was great. Tons of fans out there, people, spectators out there for the start of the pros. And then I walked back through all the age groupers, and we'll talk a lot about them today. They're, you know, 1,550 riders picked up their numbers this year. Wow. So. It's going to be a great race, and the energy in that that age group crowd is just, you know, it's just palpable. They are so excited. So cool to see here on the front. We kind of expected, you know, a lot of fireworks here on St. Kevin's, and this is the very beginning, the very first climb that can, as we all know, can separate the pack. And we knew these guys were going to take the race to Kevin's and really and spread it out. You can see it's already starting to get stretched out.
Oh, we got guys off the bike.
Oh,
guys or gals? I don't know if that.
Yeah,
I think that's our women's.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, no. Women, a little bit of a pile up there. Not exactly sure how that happened. Looks like everybody's up. One rider just out of the frame now who maybe having a little bit of a trouble there. But
Just a touch of wheel.
that looks like maybe Sophia about – no, maybe that's Sophia near the front. Kind of hard to identify now. But, yeah, probably a little touch of wheels back there, and that's going to do its job to spread things out a little bit. I think that's looks like they're on Tennessee Creek Road at the moment on their way towards St. Kevin's right now. So, yeah, drama.
Where they took that right-hand turn onto that dirt where you just saw, you could almost see in the picture there's a puddle there. We rode that yesterday. There's a few puddles, and you know, it's muddy, it's bumpy, and in a group that comes through this big, you don't see it all coming. And then that, you know, you get to that first puddle. I'm sure nobody wants to get covered in mud the very first 3
Right.
miles of the day. So I'm sure they were all kind of trying to spread around that thing, and it looks like we just had a little bit of a pile up, but hopefully everybody's okay.
Well, as we watch a little bit of regrouping there, we're going to move over to our course map to kind of talk about what the riders have in store for them today. You can see the start line, of course, right there in Leadville. The riders making their way over towards the lake, going along the top side there towards St. Kevin's. And, well, this year they're going to make a left on that descent. That's going to be our detour here from the Willow Fires. Right around mile 22, they'll rejoin the course. They make their way through the familiar spot of Outward Bound and the first aid station. And it's a net downhill section for probably about the next 30 miles before they make their way into that single track on the edge of Twin Lakes. And, of course, the Twin Lakes, well, you know what's coming next. That's Columbine Mine as they make their way up the hill. 7.5 miles, 3,200 feet of elevation, roughly an 8% average grade to the turnaround on the top. White knuckle descent right back down, and little bit of a deviation on the way back. The course stays just a little bit to the right around mile 68, 69 or so before rejoining. And it's on back through Outward Bound once again to the base of the Turquoise Lake, back around up the paved side of St. Kevin's before making their way back towards Leadville. Of course, the boulevard at mile 99, that's the last little uphill stinger, three miles or so with a little bit of grade to kick you before that final climb on 6th Street to the finish line.
They should call the return back into town like Heartbreak Hill. As they climb back into town, and it's brutal. You have that bit of a gravel road before you get back on the pavement. It's not nice.
It's not unlike Heartbreak Hill in the Boston Marathon for sure. Just a stinger when you think you're done, and you can practically hear the cheers from town as now we're looking at Keegan Swenson, Quinn Simmons there driving things. John Gaston, I think, is back there in third wheel. He knows where to be again. He's 7 times that guy has been in the top 10 here. It's absolutely amazing for a guy, Chemo. I mean, you know this guy. He does 2 bike races a year, right? I mean, how is this possible?
There's a 50-mile race in Aspen every year and a 100-mile race in Leadville every year. And I think he spends the rest of his year as a professional skimo racer. And so he's got insane fitness, but he does a little crossover to the bike in the summer, and then he's done. And I've heard, not directly from him, but rumors are he's saying this is his last one. So at least for a while. So he's thinking about taking a break. Third wheel right there, Simone Pelot, who was in that break last year, I think, with John and Keegan when they got over St. Kevin's out at Carter Summit. I think the 3 of them got away, if I recall, and got over all the way out to Columbine together last year.
And can I note that Quinn is wearing leg warmers? I don't know if he's going to be able to pull those off at some point during the day, but that's a bold move.
That's a roadie move, right? Keeping the legs covered under 60. Right, standard road tactic as we get a look at our never second race clock there in the bottom corner there. About 12 minutes in for our women, 22 minutes in for our men as they're still making their way up St. Kevin's. So speaking about St. Kevin's, we've got a little course feature highlight about that defining climb early on in the race here.
Our first course feature is St. Kevin's Climb coming at mile 6. After the paved descent out of Leadville, riders will hit the lower slopes of St. Kevin's. The 4-mile climb averages right around 5% with pitches upwards of 15%. St. Kevin's offers the first real opportunity for a breakaway to get away and get established, although with this year's altered course, it could stay together a little bit longer.
With our back with our women's race now, looking at some splits going on there. Might be is that Emma Langley there on the in the white jersey on the left side there. Emma was another rider up here for the stage race. Her first time in Leadville. She wanted to kind of get a look at the lay of the land here, and she was just bubbly and happy after the race. Had a great ride to pick up third all 3 days and third overall. As our riders dodging another puddle as they make their way across that cattle guard here.
And back to Chemo's point of what the course does and how to, kind of crossing wheels, trying to find that clean line, and then you'll see them come back together, and that probably was the reason for touching of wheels. But it looks like we were talking, the men have kind of all regrouped and gotten back together, and it's going to be a big group for them. And it also looks like the women are going to glob back on the back right here. And
yeah, it looks like that gap going to get buttoned up there as riders trying to do their best to stay clean and dry. And that's always the issue, right? When you're in the middle of the pack there, you just have to kind of follow the leader sometimes. And you see this stuff at the last second as you see that pace picking up just a bit on the front there. So these riders are going to have to maybe communicate a little bit, work together if they want to get back on there and stay in the main frame here of our women's race. Keegan, or Chemo, you said you got out on the course a bit yesterday. We had a lot of rain the past few days. What's your take on what that's done with our course out here?
You're getting a good flavor for it in this picture with the women right now. Really the only section that was affected much was this kind of flat, winding section. There's a lot of puddles, enough that I think that, both men and women, this early in the race, you don't want to get covered with mud if you can, get your drivetrain all glommed up. And so they're doing their best, but we saw, looked like they were trying to avoid a puddle, and we saw a few of them go down. Looks like we might have another little cross the wheels here and a few women going down again.
Look, that's a big group.
Yeah, pretty good sized group. Looks like everybody's getting up okay.
Paige Onweller.
Melissa.
Yeah. Oh, Melissa.
We got Melissa down, our current marathon mountain bike national champion.
Oh no, and she's got a little issue with that left brake lever, so she's got to stop there. That's not going to bode well right now. At this point in the race, rough. 2 crashes so far in the women's race. Nerves? I mean, it's got to be nerves, right?
It's got to be nerves, yeah. Well, let's hope Melissa's okay. She's coming back from that injury, that left elbow broken, and messed up her right wrist in that same crash early in the year. It's been a long, recovery for her. So still a lot of race ahead of her. They're about to, as they head into these trees, they're going to make a left-hand turn, and that starts the proper St. Kevin's climb. She'll have time to get back into that group here. So
we interviewed Melissa yesterday or a couple days ago, I can't remember, but her mindset has changed. She was basically talking about how much pressure she had put on herself to get ready for Cape Epic, and then it all went sideways. And she talked about how glad she is, just happy to be here, and she is so thrilled to be in that national championship jersey, have that bike, and everything else is a gift. So her mindset has completely changed, and I think having that pressure off of herself is definitely going to bode well, especially now being dropped off of this group. I think she'll stay calm and get back into this group just like Paige Onweller, again, someone who's really strong and probably won't just lose the plot on a small touch of wheels like that.
It looked like Paige, though, I don't know if you noticed that, but for a second it looked like she was holding her left arm up there as she was trying to get back on. I hope she didn't, sustain some sort of injury there.
Yeah, she's been on a great run of form. She's one of several of our riders who did the U.S. National Road Race Championships. She picked up a bronze medal in the time trial, and then she was off the front for almost 80 kilometers, 50 miles by herself, not caught until 6 miles to go.
Yeah. So
amazing form. So again, and there she goes. She's already, you can see on the left-hand side that Paige looks like she's kind of rallying herself. So hopefully, Chemo, as you pointed out, hopefully that left arm not really an issue there. She's kind of doing what Paige does, just kind of getting that diesel moving that we saw at Unbound, also where she had some trouble not making that initial split, but managed to bridge her way across. So far, no harm, no foul for Paige as we wait to see if Melissa Rolland gets herself back in the picture. There we go. Just like that.
Yeah, Melissa's going to have her work cut out for her on this short climb to try and work her way back up to the front. Now she's going to have to work her way through, 50 women that are
go girl,
hanging on the back. But look at this. It's a great camera view.
It's wonderful.
You guys are doing a great job of the back here.
There's that point where you're trying to ride into your day and into your race, and then there's a point when those touch of wheels happen. You're like, okay, I'm moving up. I'm getting the heck out of here, and I'm going to burn a match right here to get back to where I feel comfortable.
Little separations again is starting to happen here as we're starting to troll our way a little bit forward in the group, see if we can't see who's driving the pace. I would imagine Sophia Gomez, Visha Fagné, probably Cecily Decker, Cecile Lejeune, Sarah Lang. I would imagine some of the riders at the front kind of dictating things right now. As looks like Melissa up there just kind of continuing to kind of jump through the groups here, making her way up to the front.
Samantha Campbell is who the shot is on right now, just coming past some of that Mog Squad group.
Copy that. So women still going through as our moto trying to sneak their way up to get a good view of what's going on near the front here. It's a tough climb. Yeah, you see these puddles, and you have to imagine that things are a little bit soft now as we turn our attention back to the age group riders down here on the start line, Chemo.
You know, this is really the heart and soul of the Leadville Trail 100 is our age group athletes. I think we had about, as I mentioned earlier, we had about 1,550 riders pick up packets this year, pick up their numbers. So, you know, 1,400, about 1,425 of them are not the professionals that we've been watching. So here's Tamara, our race director, getting ready to shoot the shotgun off to start off our the heart and soul of the Leadville Trail 100, our age group athletes. And a lot of them, it's our first time, you know, their first time out there. I think we saw we've got athletes from 50 countries or 50 states this year.
Great.
So all 50 states covered, and this is just as exciting as the pro race. Unfortunately we don't get to see as much of it because it's hard to have cameras on the
right
on 1,400 age groupers, but they you know, they're in for a good day with the weather we've got predicted, and you know, I think they're going to have a fantastic day out there today.
Can I say, guys, being out here the last couple of days and being on the trails, I've met so many great athletes that are here for this race. I've met a gentleman that is racing single speed. My God, that just blows my mind. And also in the expo, I met two gentlemen that were going to be riding a tandem mountain bike. And that, again, I love the stories. I love how people spend their years showing up, training for today. And having that goal and setting that goal to finish this race, it is so hard. So the stories that are out there and that should be told and that we're going to get to talk about is phenomenal.
Yeah, I got to say, for some of the viewers, if you're in the area, you know, going out to the finish line later in the day when these age groupers are coming in, it's almost an emotional experience because some of these riders, it's such a bucket list item for them, and it's pretty satisfying to watch. I enjoy going out there at the end of the broadcast.
I'm out of breath walking up the stairs, man.
Oh,
These people are racing 10,000 feet.
I don't get it. I'm
awesome.
I'm a lowlander, man. This place hurts me. As we watch, continue to watch some of these riders chasing back on the after effects here of a pretty rough start to the race as riders making their way through here towards the next section. Well,
the men you're seeing here are rolling across what we call the top of St. Kevin's, about to get out to Carter Summit. So you can see there's been some logging going on up there. The road's pretty rough up in this area because of all the logging that's been happening. So this is another area where you kind of have to stay on your toes.
Yeah, Carter Summit will be that first aid station of the day as we start to get deep into our 32nd running here in Leadville.
What will you do in your lifetime? It's an interesting question. Because what you do in your life is answered by asking, what will you do with your time? The thing is, you get to decide. And what you choose to do in the moments, months, and years you have been given become the answer to the question, what will you do in your lifetime?
Along came a glacier and turned a land of ice into a world of wonder. And while we love getting out there, we need to protect and preserve what's out there so that it inspires just as much awe in those who discover it next. Introducing the Bronco Wild Fund, created by Ford to connect people to the outdoors responsibly.
Well, Well, the Bronco Wild Fund, powered by Ford Motor Company, helps protect and preserve public lands across the U.S., including forests and trails surrounding Colorado. A portion of the profits from every Bronco sold supports programs focused on responsible outdoor access, conservation, and public land stewardship. Learn more at broncowildfund.com.
Getting a sense of the back of this field right here is Emma Langley has finally made connection to the back of the group.
You see Emma on the back of that group. And I got to tell you, I still, these 32-inch wheels, they just look so funny. Look at the size of those wheels.
It's right. Wild.
Compared to the rider right next to her. I mean, it looks just funny to me. But, boy, I think it's, for a course like this with the changes and a little bit less climbing, those things could play a factor today.
Yeah, I think so. And there was also a point of how tiny Emma is and, versus a tall rider. And does a bike that size really affect her riding style? But I think we'll see that today. And also something else that we've talked about with Emma, we noticed that she has the radio earpiece and she is connected, I'm guessing, to Lauren Stevens and Kylie Hannell. So those three will probably be within earshot of it and within those radio communications and see if there's a bit of teamwork between the three of them today.
Yeah, I would have to suspect if they can figure that out, that there will be a little bit. That's always the advantage out there. And you see, this looks like it is the second group. It looks like a decent-sized group in front. Not quite sure what the number separation are from group to group, but Emma doing a good job trying to pick her way through. And, again, first time here about a month ago at the Leadville stage race. And, had never been to Leadville, had never been to this kind of altitude. So great opportunity for her to check things out. So while we watch our women, we're going to check in with Christy Moan at feed zone number 1 on our course today.
Hi there. We are having so much fun out here at the Elite Feed Zone 1. It's a beautiful morning. It's nice and chilly. There's definitely the energy in the air that you expect when it's a race morning and waiting for the riders to come in. I'm here with Rachel from Never Second. Rachel, welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Excited to be here.
Yeah. So you're with Never Second. You're supporting a couple riders today. Can you tell us who you're supporting?
Yeah, we're feeding Russell Finsterwald, Rudy Von Berg, and then Lacey Munns, who's in the U23 Grand Prix.
That's awesome. And then you've got a couple other Never Second athletes out here. Who else you got?
Yeah, we have Keegan Swenson, Sophia Gomez, Matt Beers, Maud Farrell, and then Kayla Botcher as well.
So do you have some favorites who you think are going to win today?
I'm not gonna put that one out there, but yeah, I definitely have some favorites.
Awesome. Well, we know that Leadville is unique because it starts at altitude and the athletes stay way above altitude all day long, climbing up to over almost 2.5 miles. What are some of the strategies that they adapt from nutrition-wise because they're racing up so high?
Yeah, one really big thing about being at altitude is just increasing your fluid intake. It's a lot easier to get dehydrated up here, so just making sure they're getting in plenty of fluid, they're not over-concentrating anything.
So what are you talking about then for carbohydrates and whatnot from that perspective?
Yeah, most of our athletes are around 90 to 120 grams per hour up here. Some of them will decrease it a little bit, but it's more just increasing that fluid intake, but keeping the energy intake the same.
When you got to see them at the start this morning, how are they all feeling?
Yeah, all super excited. Pretty stoked. It's going to be a really fast course, so they're just excited to get it done.
And is this your first Leadville for yourself?
Yeah, this is my first time. Yeah.
Have you supported them at other races, or is this kind of your first one?
Yeah, we've supported them also at Sea Otter and then Unbound. Yeah.
What else are you most looking forward to today as they're getting ready to come through?
Yeah, I'm just really stoked to see them all come through. It's really pretty. Good place to hang out for the day. But
it is a great place to hang out today. So I'm going to let you get back over there and get set up. So thank you so much for taking a second to stop in and chat with us. I really appreciate it. So we're just out here at Feed Zone 1 waiting for the athletes to come in. We're probably going to see them here fairly shortly. It's going to be fast and furious. Best of luck to you today.
Yeah, thanks for chatting with us.
Awesome. All right, we'll head back over to the studio.
All right, some great insight from Christy and the Never Second crew out there and what some of the feeding is going to look like today. And as always, feeding so important in this race. And I mean, maybe more so because of the speeds are going to be a little bit higher, more calories going out. So you need more coming in, right?
Yeah, for sure. And just while we were listening to Christy, I was getting a bead on the women's race back there at the back. And one of those riders that was involved in the crash, Danny Shrosby, this is her first time here at Leadville. So fighting her way back. Also, Ellen Campbell, Maud Farrell, both out of Durango, Colorado, making their way back. Laurel Quinones back there. And, of course, we were talking about Emma Langley. So, again, hopefully they can make it up and over that climb and make connection with the front group of the women's race. And, yeah, hopefully we can get back to the men's race and see what's happening over there.
You know, with Danny Shrosbury getting into the Lifetime Grand Prix late this year, I think on a wild card, if I'm not mistaken. She spent some time in Boulder, and I got to spend a little bit of time with her earlier this summer. You know, the first big challenge with getting into the Lifetime Grand Prix, she didn't own a mountain bike. So as of June, you know, this is her being her first Leadville Trail 100. As of June, she didn't have a mountain bike. So a good friend of mine who she's staying with actually loaned her a bike. She did all of her training on a borrowed bike until I think Canyon just stepped up and supported her to get through the race here. So she finally got a bike a couple weeks ago. And
what a personality. She's great, huh?
So great.
She is so much fun to talk to. Really has a podcast. Like, she's thriving, and I hope she's enjoying the series.
You can see the men here. This is that descent that we had to add this year. Because of the Willow Fire, when you come out onto Carter Summit, they made that left-hand turn.
Whoa.
You can see it looked like Toby Road there probably took that corner hot all the way across the road off into the dirt and managed to get back on his bike, get back out here into the course. But this is exactly what we were worried about. You know, the speeds they can carry. They'll be north of 50 miles an hour on some sections of this descent. So it's a screaming descent. They're going to turn around and climb it later in the day. But you can tell they are there's a big group of guys obviously made it over Carter Summit together, which we kind of expected. You can see there's probably 20 guys that are still in this lead group working their way down this pavement descent. And again,
the risk that they're taking, Chemo, right? That was just watching Toby run off the road like that. These guys are flying and taking every inch of this pavement that they can. And we've talked about, and some of the folks in the expo were talking about how dangerous this road descent actually is. So, everyone's focused on the climbs and Columbine, and you kind of if you let your guard down just a little bit, we just saw what can happen. And man, I'm so glad he saved that.
Yeah, that could have been ugly. It's this is that section where it's going to be really fast for a pretty long stretch. It's more or less net downhill till about almost till we get to the single track, kind of on the outskirts of Twin Lakes. So this is going to be high speed. It's not all pavement, of course, through there, but there is a fair bit of pavement. You can see one rider putting their vest back on because a little bit chilly out there. So pace maybe letting up now just a little bit on the front. The riders kind of starting to look around, as it looks like we've got about maybe a dozen riders or so in that group. As again, looking at our never second clock, our men about 15 miles in to the race right now, going almost 27 miles an hour. And remember, we started only about 40 minutes ago, and these guys are already 15, 16 miles into the race. So very, very good speed.
Bill, something special happened here this week in Leadville. I get the honor of working not only on the Lifetime Events business, but also the Lifetime Foundation business. And we partnered up with Ford Bronco Wild Fund that you talked about a little bit earlier, and a great organization called All Kids Bikes, or All Kids Bike. And we were able to donate a bunch of bikes to 3 area schools right here in Lake County and Chaffee County. So let's take a look at how that went this week.
We actually have a lot of kids in the community who either don't know how to ride a bike or they can't afford to get a bike. Having bikes for my PE program, it means the world to me. We live in the mountains, we have an amazing bike trail, and to get our kids motivated and wanting to spend time outside and ride a bike, it means the world to me.
Really grateful for Lifetime Foundation and Bronco Wild Fund for giving this opportunity to our students.
I really hope that this program inspires all of our students and go explore what the community of Leadville and Lake County has for them on bikes. And then hopefully one day, that is the student that I taught how to ride a bike doing the Trail 100 here in Leadville.
A great little piece there by the foundation as we get back with our race here. Starting to see a little more split up there. See some effects of maybe the Willow Fire there as riders now making their way down this section. So our first couple of women coming through here.
That's got to be. Is that Sarah Lang? That's got to be Sarah Lang right there on the front.
It looks like maybe Decker up there in the front.
Oh.
No, I could be wrong on that. I was trying to hone in on that. Not quite sure.
Well, it's a Pas Normal rider.
It is a Pas rider.
So they're rolling across the top of that area again. The top of St. Kevin's about to come out at Carter Summit. This is not the Willow Fire, actually. This is actually some logging that's been going up on up in that area to help mitigate for fires in the future, actually. But, that we had the Willow Fire, that happened here this summer in Leadville really changed the landscape. And it's still, but there's still some sections that are burning out there. So we're lucky that we're even able to hold a race this year. So Lifetime Foundation, we made a pledge of $50,000 to get started on a reforestation project. And that'll take a couple years for us to even get out there before they can do some mitigation around the impacts of that fire before we can even start planting trees. But as far as part of our Healthy Planet initiative at the Lifetime Foundation, we started that fund with $50,000, and we think these mountains deserve to be here, and we want to be here for and save them for the next generation as well. So there's a QR code there on your screen if you'd like to donate to help support that. It's going to take a lot of money and a lot of energy and effort to reforest the burn areas, and we're hoping to be able to ride through those areas again next year as well. So scan that QR code if you're interested in supporting the reforestation efforts here for the wildfire in the Lake County and Leadville community.
Oh, nice shot as our camera pans out there just a little bit, taking a good view of the riders. Single file there at the very front of the race. Again, our women now about 36 minutes in. They started 10 minutes after our men at 6:10 this morning under some chilly skies there in Leadville. Temp's going to warm up a little bit, though, as a lot of riders starting with long sleeves. I suspect that's going to change as the race wears on, certainly by the time we get to the base of the Columbine climb.
Well, I was riding yesterday, and it didn't really warm up. I mean, we saw the start of the race. It was like, 46 degrees, and it didn't really warm up until about 9 o'clock. And even then, it's only 60 degrees, guys. And so that's perfect racing weather, but, that's 3 hours from now. Right. Well, 2.5, but, yeah, that's cold days, cold starts.
Yeah, it's a tough start, especially when it's going to warm up a little bit as we're looking at I think the front end of our men's race there. Is that Cam Jones?
That looks like Cam, doesn't it?
That's getting
that riding
getting low.
position.
Yeah, that's a signature position for Cam Jones. We saw that for hour after hour last year at Unbound when he was away for 150 miles with Simone Pilot. So Cam Jones making that first selection with it looks like about maybe 20 of his best friends right now for the moment behind him.
The men are on this section of the reroute. As we talked a little bit that came out at Carter Summit. There were actually 16 of them that made it to Carter Summit together. So we talked a lot about how many guys would make it. They would really go deep to stay together over St. Kevin's. Looks like 16 guys made it over the top together, led by our current gravel national champion, Braden Lang.
Nice.
Actually was leading the crew through there. Brendan Johnston made it over there. Again, John Gaston was up there. Matt Wilson, our other New Zealander here that trains a lot with Cam Jones. A few others, Quinn Simmons and Keegan were in that group. Alexi Vermeulen made that. Lachlan Morton even made that selection, that front 16. Cam was just actually off the back coming over Carter Summit, but it looks like he managed to bridge back into that group.
And looking at our two women here, this is Sarah Lang, and that has to be Cecily Decker right there. You can just the diesel in her. And Sarah was actually one of Christy's picks.
It was her dark horse, right?
Yeah. And we know Sarah is so good at climbing. She's so strong. She's a former collegiate runner, and she's been working on her descending skills. And she's just. But you guys, she's just right there knocking on the podium door. So what a great start for these two women.
Kind of a bold move, right, to be off the front this early in the race.
Play your strengths, man.
Yeah, I guess play your strengths, right, Sophia. So this looks like it's going to be Sophia leading the chase right now with, it looks like,
Yeah, I guess the question is that our lead group or is this the chase group?
Rosa.
Yeah, Rosa closer. So what a ride by Rosa to latch on to that,
Fresh off
huh?
the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift.
Yeah, I mean, she was, we talked so much about Quinn coming from the Tour on the men's side, but Rosa coming from the women's side, just having a great start here as we see our dream chaser for the Leadville Trail 100, Jeff Spencer, in his second year in that role. And the dream chaser is such a wonderful component to the Leadville Trail 100.
Yeah, last year Jeff Spencer did this for the Leadville Trail Legacy Foundation to raise money in funds to fund scholarships for all the kids that graduate from high school here at Lake County High School. Last year he passed 1,585 riders, raised over $142,000 with his Dream Chaser effort. So he's a math teacher right down here at Lake County High School. He's about to be on his left-hand side up here. He's going to pass his home school. So over the years, the Dream Chaser effort has actually raised $1.2 million to fund scholarships for Lake County High School graduates, and that's a big impact in a community where where a lot of these kids don't have the opportunity to go off to college, and those scholarships really help them make that leap. So pretty cool. You can pledge at LT100dreamchaser.org if you'd like to support that effort.
Lauren and I both just saw that descent to the left. One rider thankfully had some runway on the grass there. High-speed turn, and boy, getting dicey.
Yeah, that's just how important this race is. And these guys are flying out here, and we're talking about the potential for this race being so fast, sub 5 hours. And I think we're playing into that right now.
Yeah, again, that still looks like Cam Jones on the front. Cam lives in Blacksburg, Virginia, so has his fair share of climbing and, of course, descending in that area. And he is making the most out of some of his strengths there as he leads the group. And trying to see who that rider is in second position. That's Matt Wilson, right. Matt Wilson, a great rider out of New Zealand. And looks like that group's still pretty strong there as they're all back on the back wheel. So our men's race hauling here, coming up on just about 1 hour.
Be the best that you never had.
Hell, Cecily.
Well, this broadcast is sponsored by Kenetik. In response to the Willow Fire, Kenetik is raising $100,000 for the Leadville Fire recovery. 10% of every order goes to the Lake County Economic Business Resilience Fund, and Kenetik will match every dollar. Visit drinkkenetik.com to order and give back. Go far, feel good, as Smart Wool is the official off-bike apparel sponsor of the Lifetime Grand Prix. Smart Wool makes activewear with merino wool to help keep sweat and stink in check as you train.
Keeping me in check, bud.
Yeah, it's all about keeping Lauren Hall in check.
Well, I mean, we're just out here just so excited and watching, like, the nerves and watching these guys just rail these descents and off the road and taking these chances. So, yeah, a little bit of nerves in here too.
Oh, 100% watching these riders. I mean, we all know what it feels like to just be on the absolute limit, of your heart rate, just through the roof, and trying to stay in the mix and taking all the risks you can right now as we're back with another couple of our this trio of riders, I think, in our men's race.
I think this might be the chase group for the men. You could see Cam Jones was on the front just drilling it on those 32-inch wheels, pulling that group. What looked like it ballooned looked like over 20 riders the lead group had ballooned back up to. And boy, this is almost like a hopeless feeling when you can just see that group of 20 out there in front, and then you're in this group of 3 that are working together. Another guy on one of those 32-inch wheel bikes. But it'll be interesting to see how those things shake out in an event like this. You pay a weight penalty going to those bigger wheels, and they're saying 4 pounds a weight penalty is what they're saying.
That's amazing.
So, yeah, it's they're not lightweight, so.
No, that'll make a difference over the course of 100 miles now, as we're looking at Cecily Decker and Sarah Lang just
getting low, getting arrow.
You see Decker's got her hands real close to the stem there, and we saw some riders earlier today with, I think you mentioned Simone Pilot certainly had that setup where his brake levers were moved in a little bit. Can't see if Cecily is doing that as well, but you can see she's really tucked down, trying to narrow that front profile there. And Sarah Lang just doing a wonderful job staying on the wheel as the sun's starting to come up there for these riders, starting to warm up a little bit. And, again, this is a bold move to go this early. Sofia Gomez-Vichafanye and Rosa Closer, the chasers. We're not sure what that gap is right now, but we'll try and pick up what that gap is. The riders making this long right-hander. And you note that the entire time that we've seen these leaders, it's all Cecily, right?
You can see the effects of the downhill on Sarah when she opens up those gaps right there. The lack of trust of following Cecily in these turns and not knowing you can't see through these corners. And so if you can't get a bead of where this corner comes out, you're really kind of chancing it. This looks like our chase group maybe right here.
Yeah, it looks like our chase group, and it looks like Melissa Rollins has made her way up there. Lauren Stevens, Haley Preen out of South Africa, I believe just won the national gravel title, picked up silver in the marathon championships down there. Alexis Skarda in there as well. So Skarda, Preen, Stevens, and Rollins, your 4 riders right here on the chase. And they're going to have to work pretty hard together, but again, missing from this chase, Gomez-Vichafanye. She's back there a little farther with Samara Shepard, Rosa Closer, and Paige Onweller, another victim of one of those early pileups back there as well.
Yeah, but good on Paige for making it back. And that was a question is, from all the way back of knocking it over and then having to spend some of those matches to come back. So good on her for, being back in that chase group. And again, we'll just see if this group of 4 can't latch back on to Cecily Decker. But we were talking about Cecily. That's her MO, guys, is like she's just going to take the race herself and just go full gas. Diesel Decker. That's why she's called that. Like, just no fear.
Yeah. So as they came over Carter Summit, the time splits came in. Cecily and Sarah were off the front. Melissa Rollins had climbed, after we saw her in that crash earlier on, she had climbed her way all the way back up to 3rd.
Love
so she was
amazing, right?
3rd to come over the top. She was just about a minute behind. So she looks like she's regrouped with Lauren Stevens, Haley Preen, and Alexis Skarda. Sofia Gomez-Vichafanye actually over 2 minutes down coming up. She was 43.18, over 2 minutes down. She was 8th to come up over Carter Summit. So she's got some work to do to bridge back up to this group, and it's going to be tough because there is so much kind of rolling flats and pavement because of the change we had to make for the due to the impacts of the Willow Fire. They've got that group is going to be fast. That group of 4 is going to be able to work together. Look, as we saw them, they were really working together well. So back to our lead men, the way the course got rerouted, they're going to actually come by what we call the bottom of power line. It's the descent where they used to come, where the traditional course came by the bottom of Power. It looks like they've actually already passed it.
Yeah.
So they are back on what is the original course now, and so from here on out, they'll be on the course till they get back to this point on the return.
Yeah, so they're 80.5 miles yet to go. That means they're about 21 and a half miles in, as we're just about a minute away from being on course for 1 full hour for the men right now. Our never second race clock keeping us updated there. Women coming up on just about 50 minutes on the course. So yeah, they're now back on what is the original course. So they're now on familiar territory, which is going to go a long way, right? A lot of these riders have done this race, and Leadville, the course has been the same just year in and year out, which makes it wonderful as a known quantity and in terms of kind of gauging yourself. So yeah, they're back in familiar territories again. We're back with our women's lead right now, 1:30 up on the chasing group of 4. So this is a really interesting thing going on right now. And Decker, again, notice Cecily still on the front. You have to wonder, are we just kind of missing it from the camera angles? Is Sarah contributing, or is Cecily just says, you know what, like, I'm comfortable up here?
I think Cecily's comfortable, and I think Sarah's uncomfortable. I mean, it's been such high speeds and a bit of a mostly, we'll see this is a trending downhill to Columbine, but this is a technical descent we were just talking about on the road. So, yeah, a little bit of gapping of Sarah. I think once they kind of plane out, I think she'll contribute.
Yeah, here's our chasers again. Melissa Rollins, your reigning marathon national champion in the Aegis. That's going to be Lauren Stevens, who just picked up a silver medal at Road Nationals. She's a multi-time road champion, so showing her form. We've got Alexis Skarda in that mix as well, and Haley Preen just on the front right there out of South Africa, another top rider. So they look like they're working really well together, but they've got a minute and a half to try and close down. And I got to say, if they can close that gap, I don't know that I see anybody coming across. So you have to wonder how Sophia ended up in the position she's in right now, being off the back. Is she having a problem? Is she not really worried this early in the race?
Well, I know we've talked to Sophia in the past, and she's kind of always struggled at this race. She'll come through with a result, but it seems like it just takes her a long time to get her day going. And also stay calm. I mean, you can come to the base of Columbine, and she can probably give up a minute or two and think that she's going to get that back. So the group of 4 chasing Cecily and Sarah down, they should just work together, stay together and stay within themselves and know that you can have that minute and a half gap and it's still going to be okay.
Our lead men are about to make this right-hand turn into what we call the outward bound aid station. So it's you can see Cam Jones still sitting there on the front, was just pushing the pace where he looks like he's been most of the day.
Yeah, Cam had Matt Wilson in there as well, his countryman Matt Wilson along with him. We saw Toby Road well positioned up there, Simone Pillow in that green kit well positioned as well. As we're looking at some of the riders a little farther back in the group. I'm not sure if this is still our lead group or our chase group. Our men now 79 miles ago,
I think this is our chase group. They were about 22 seconds back, just a couple minutes ago. It looks like they're rolling in here about 40 seconds back into that outward bound aid station. Now, we're back to our lead men. They're not actually going to take a feed at this aid station. That's our age group feed. So this is what we call the outward bound section. And this actually got some good rain the last couple days. They're probably trying to avoid some mud there as well. You can see them stretched out, and you'll see that chase group back. It looks like about 40 seconds. They're actually going to get back on the pavement. They're going to make a right-hand turn, and they're going to continue on to the what we call the pipeline aid station. And we will have the first feed zone where Christy Moan is hanging out. That'll be the first elite feed zone of the day for these pro men.
You guys, what I've noticed is anytime there's been a selection segment, you've seen Keegan at the front wanting to make sure that he is in control of his destiny for the day. We've also seen Matt Wilson sitting second wheel. He's having a great ride today, and I think he's going to be someone to watch out for. Brendan Johnson, I think that is right there at the front, near the front as well. So a good showing of a lot of our athletes and all these men, and all single file right now. And, just these guys are probably trying to play it safe until it really counts.
We talked early in the race about Matt Beers, Keegan's specialized teammate, and, Matt in the red customary specialized jersey while Keegan's in his world championship jersey. Matt not in the picture. He's not in that lead group, I don't think, right now as we kind of look on down here. I'm not really seeing him up there, so it'll be interesting to figure out. Looks like he's maybe in that chasing group about 30 seconds, 40 seconds behind. So, Keegan, you wonder if he's maybe not going to contribute a ton to that front group, because he would really love to have his teammate up there because of the differences of the course this year. We got to suspect that teamwork's going to be a pretty helpful thing. And
yeah, he's probably, playing a bit conservative, at least till Columbine. But like I said, seeing in these certain segments, like wanting to just make sure there's no trouble whatsoever for himself, because we've already seen a touch of wheels and some of the other races. And when you go down, right, that just is burning another match and spending some energy that you wouldn't want to spend otherwise. And back to the women's race, and we're talking, will Sarah pull through? Yeah, she sure will. Yeah.
Yeah, so Sarah taking a good turn on the front there. Decker coming back into the front. You can just see how fast they're moving again on this pavement section. I would have to suspect they're moving, maybe 22, 23 miles an hour right now on these sections. So continuing to at least stabilize that gap. And the beauty of being in the front, right, is they made that hard effort to get off the front, but now they're kind of they're certainly not going easy, but they're kind of in cruise control, because at the end of the day, it's a math equation, right? The riders in the back, they've got to go faster if they want to catch. They've got to take bigger risks. They've got to go faster. So when you're in the front, you can kind of settle in a little bit, stay on top of your eating, and just kind of cruise along.
The idea: create the gap, hold the gap, then you get into a rhythm. And hopefully they're getting, I don't know if they're getting time checks or not. Like that's always been a thing of how hard do you push and how do you modulate that throttle, knowing that someone is chasing you from behind, but not expending so much energy that you're just going to blow up with just the two of you. So it's such a fine line to walk these 100 miles. Yeah, I think these two women are going to push forward so hard, so fast. And it'll be interesting to see if the two of them come to Columbine together and how that will play out.
It's another interesting dynamic that's going on throughout the day here, as we've got the, we're obviously at the Lifetime Leadville Trail 100, but we've also got the Lifetime Grand Prix going on. So let's go out and see what's happening out at that aid station. We'll talk a little bit more about the dynamics of the Lifetime Grand Prix, but we're going to go out to Christy out at Feed 1, but as the men are coming through.
This is so exciting out here. You can really start feeling the tension building as everybody's getting ready to make their way to this feed zone. We're kind of staked out here near Cam Jones and Matt Wilson's crew that are eagerly waiting for them to come through. Honestly, it's stunning out here. The temperatures are nice and cool, perfect for racing. It's going to be so exciting to see as these racers come through. So, hey, Meredith Miller, come on over here for a second. A face we all know, Meredith Miller.
Good morning. I'm getting nervous.
You are?
I'm getting nervous.
Are you shaking?
I'm a little cold and I'm shaking because I'm nervous, because this is just going to be really exciting. I think with this course change, we can kind of have thrown the playbook out the window. Yeah. So I don't think anyone really knows what to expect today. And we've got a big group coming in.
And you've been here before. What do you think about this setup for the elite?
I've actually never been to Pipeline before. I've only gone to Outward Bound. So this setup is new to me, especially with the two lanes here. Yeah. So we'll see how it goes today. But I think, the two separated neutral and pro feed zones, we saw how well it worked at Unbound. So I think we would expect the same thing today. So
did you guys pick the yellow hats on purpose?
Yes, of course, because it's chaos out here still. So
you're telling your riders you're wearing yellow hat. Yes. Okay, so who are you out here for the men? Who are you out here?
Andrew Lesperance, Russell Finsterwald, and Braden Lang.
Okay, and Andrew just had a great weekend. Yes. Last weekend.
Downeyville. That was super exciting. So kind of two very different events going from Downeyville to here. So, why not? It's like Matt Wilson doing Unbound and then going and winning Tulsa Tough. So.
Like how about on a gravel bike? Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. Craziness. So these athletes are just so talented. It doesn't matter. Put them on any bike, any race, and they're going to do well.
So how are you feeling with the altitude? Because you live in Boulder, but this is high.
5,500 feet is my sea level, but another 5,000 feet, and I feel it for sure. Oh, yeah.
How are your athletes feeling?
I think they're great. Everyone's checked in, and they're feeling excited and ready to go.
Awesome. Well, thank you for taking a minute. Get back over there and be ready for your group. So they're going to be coming in here pretty soon. I think we've got some heads up. You can start seeing people moving around and scurrying. You've got faces looking down the route, waiting for them to come in here. We've got, like I said, Cam Jones's crew right over here. It's getting like quiet, but yet still exciting. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to come through here. All righty. Sir, with Scott. What's your name? Garth. Garth, how you feeling?
Doing all right.
I think Garth is nervous.
No, we're just waiting. We don't want to miss anyone.
Yeah. How's he doing? Okay. How's he feeling? Okay. Yeah. So they're out here waiting for Matt Wilson and Cam Jones. Obviously, those guys are taking off. We should be seeing them coming through here any minute. We've talked a little bit about the impact of the Willow Fire and how exciting it is to just be able to have this race going on, even though there were so many challenges putting it on. And I think that's going to be one of the most exciting things as we see them come through here, is seriously just the way that the route changes is changing the racing. We've been seeing it already. We've been watching how the men are staying kind of in a pack with those two off the front. Really looking forward to seeing how this day shakes out. It's also super exciting watching that women's race already. We're seeing some really interesting things happening in there with Cecily Decker, who, by the way, is my pick, and Sarah Lang, who is my dark horse, having a great day out there and working together to try to get some separation. Even though it's early, they're doing what they can. So we're starting to see a little bit more activity here, just kind of waiting for them to come through. It's exciting. The sun is coming up. It's getting warmer. Those are all things that are going to affect the athletes. They got to start off in that nice cool morning. You saw a lot of them with some sleeves on to kind of battle some of that morning chill, but hopefully at this point they're able to shed some layers, drop those here at their first feed, and be ready to take off for the rest of the day as they head out of power line. We're here in the motos, so we've got to have some activity coming through here. The drones are flying. We're gonna be watching this as they come through here, so keep an eye. Here comes the moto. So that means we're going to be seeing those lead riders coming through here. We're expecting Cam Jones to still be at the front. We'll see what we've got coming through. This is super exciting. So trying to stay out of the sun. This is amazing. Can you see him? All right, we've got eyes on him. Okay, big group coming up the hill. So we're going to have our first feed of the day. Get to see how the riders are looking. Watch for their shoulders. See if they've got that same smooth pedal stroke. Yep, we can definitely see them now. Here they come. We'll see what they kind of take, if we've got any mechanicals. So, all right, here we go. They're coming in. You can hear the excitement, the cheering. All right, we've got Cam's crew ready for him. All right, let's go, guys. All right, Cam Jones, Brandon Johnston. Who else we got? Simone Lipo. There goes Quinn Simmons. Oh, my gosh, this is so fast and furious. This is a great group. They've obviously all come back together. Going fast. You can hear the crew shouting at him. We're seeing some fan favorites. There goes Lesby. Good job. Super exciting. This is going to be a race to Columbine for sure. Everybody's just like still together, flying through here. There we go. Oh my gosh. Super exciting. That's one feed zone down, folks. We are so excited. Good stuff, good stuff. We're going to stay here and wait for the women to come through. But as you can tell, this is some exciting racing. I'm going to go ahead and send it back over to the studio. And Bill and Lauren, make sure you know that my two women picks are up there in the front.
Thanks, Christy. Yeah, girl, we got you. We knew it, called it out. So thanks so much for all you're doing out there in the feed zone. It looks pretty exciting.
Yeah, some great updates there as they went through pipeline. And we noticed that all of a sudden the men's group now 38 riders strong. So Chemo, Matt Beers driving the train on that chase. They buttoned up that 40-second deficit pretty quickly. So as we talked about off camera, a lot of us yesterday, we may be looking at a group of like 35 or 40 riders when they get to Twin Lakes and start to get to the base of Columbine.
And we got a little glimpse of Matt Beers on the front of that chase group there as they came out of Outward Bound. They were about 25 seconds down. he managed to bridge that group with about 18 guys. He pulled that entire group back up to this lead group. And so you're right, it's ballooned back up to about, I think, 37, 38 riders as they went through the pipeline aid station on their way outbound and headed to Twin Lakes and then over to Columbine. Looks like Simone Pelot is coming through to the front, taking a pull, and Quinn Simmons. You know, we really thought there was all kinds of speculation whether Quinn would really take the race to these guys and be as aggressive as he was in the Tour de France this year. But look, he just took a pull through and was happy to let someone else come through. It looks like Toby Rode pulling through now, and so these guys are actually working together to try and hold the pace. It's just going to be some rollers like this here for a little bit, fairly non-technical until they make their way over to across the dam at Twin Lakes and head up towards Columbine.
Yeah, small single track section coming up in just a little bit. Might be the last spot for riders to try and force some separation. Right now, big group at the front of our men's race.
Every morning you make a promise to yourself to push harder, to go further, to give it your best. Years ago, I made a promise too. When I discovered supplements weren't what they claimed to be, I promised to create something worthy of your standards. Something as committed to excellence as you are, because extraordinary effort deserves extraordinary support. LTH, the most rigorously tested supplements in the industry.
I think your nutrition is really important. You have to train the same way you race. Yeah, I mean, never second slogan is science first, never second. And I feel like I kind of operate the same way. I'm very regimented, and everything has a plan and a place. And their products sit really well with me. I tested them for a long time before I was like, oh, let's partner up and let's do this.
Your overall winner for the Lifetime Grand Prix. This is Kenetik.
Never second's got it figured out. Everything just works.
Orange Seal partners with the Lifetime Grand Prix to support a shared mission of elevating off-road cycling through performance and deep commitment to the rider community. Beyond tire sealant, they fuel the race village with great coffee at every stop, keeping athletes and fans energized for the series' most iconic courses. Well, Keegan Swenson, Sofia Gomez, Visha Fanya, and Matt Beers are dominating the off-road cycling scene, and they all fuel with Never Second. It's science-backed performance nutrition trusted by the best. Learn more at never2.com.
So we've got a view back out here at the pipeline aid station. It looks like everything's calmed down. Most of the lead men have made it through there. There was a second. The new chase group is actually about 2 minutes down on that group that we saw come through. And so now we're back to our lead women. We've got Cecily Decker and Sarah Lang still off the front. Looks like still working together. They're about to make that right-hand turn into the outward bound age group aid station. And last update we got, they still had about a minute lead on that group of four chasing. And then the next group chasing, I call it the second chase, Samara Shepard, Sofia Gomez Vichafanye, Rosa Closer, and Paige Onweller. I just got an update. They have pulled back about 30 seconds, and so they're about a minute 30 down right now.
Well, talking about Diesel Decker and right here on the front, and Sarah Lang also working well together, taking pull for pull, and talk about what a beautiful backdrop, guys. Like, oh man, just the scenery here at Leadville is phenomenal.
Yeah, there's never a bad view anywhere out here when you're high up in the Rockies and you've got these vistas to look at, you know, probably a 360-degree view around you as they now just made that right-hand turn through this outward bound station here, and they're going to keep on rolling.
It looks like Cecily had just actually pulled a bladder or something, so I wonder if she's not going to drop something. If you look in her right hand, there you go.
There it is. Yeah, good eye on that. So ditching a little dead weight there. She probably drained that bladder, so getting rid of a little weight. She'll refuel a little bit down the line here. She continues to lead the charge. And you can see those tires sinking in a little bit on that terrain there. You know, Kimo, you mentioned you were out there the other day, and there was getting some mud in here. And this might be one of the trickier sections, slowing riders down a little bit with that. The effects of that rain.
Yeah, and it's not this section, of course. We started using this a couple years ago to get off the pavement, and you know, there's really not a burned-in track out here, so they kind of, you know, it's bumpy, it's lumpy. There are a bunch of gopher holes and whatnot, so it's kind of annoying riding across this section, to be honest with you.
That explains the zigzag, right?
Yeah, look at it. You'll see them meandering a lot, and you can see there's just not much of a burned-in. We use this for the Leadville Trail 100 run as well, so the runners go out and back through this section. So, you know, we talked a little before we went to commercial break a couple minutes ago. We started talking about the Lifetime Grand Prix. An interesting dynamic here is, you know, the race within the race. You know, these two riders that are off the front. Cecily Decker's currently second overall in the Lifetime Grand Prix. Sarah Lang is 9th. And what's going to happen here later in the year, Sofia Gomez Vichafanye, who's been leading and is undefeated this year in the Grand Prix, is actually not going to be racing Little Sugar. She's already made the commitment to go over and race UCI Gravel Worlds, which is that same weekend. So, you know, the point standings could get shaken up here with you know, Sofia back in that second chase group right now. There's a few riders that can move up on points, and you know, she's got it. She needs to stay consistent throughout the year, knowing that her drop race is going to end up being Little Sugar, right? So
well, and talking about how important top 10 is going to be at the end of this year, right? With the new protocol for Lifetime picking your riders for next year. Like, I think it's this is such a great race for Sarah. And now we're going to be looking, we've always kind of looked at the top 5, top 10 for results wise, but now you're going to be looking at them moving forward into 2027. So this is a great ride for Sarah and an important ride for her.
You know, that's a great point. And that's part of the reason we wanted to make that announcement this week about how riders were going to get selected or qualified now instead of a selection process, qualifying for the Lifetime Grand Prix next year. So we're trying to make it much more performance based and much more objective. And so we went with a new selection process where the top 10 riders that at the end of this year will automatically get an invitation to come back next year. Everybody else will have to come to the Sea Otter Classic, race the Lifetime Sea Otter Classic Gravel and Sea Otter Classic Fuego XL back-to-back, Thursday and Saturday, and the top 14 performances on each side will then round out the field for the 2027 Lifetime Grand Prix.
Well, as we're looking at our two leaders make the exit back onto pavement. So Cecily Decker in the Pas Normal, Sarah Lang in the white jersey. Those two riders now, that gap, about 1:45 over our chase group of 4. Melissa Rollins, Lauren Stevens, Alexis Scarta, and the South African Haley Preen. And that group of 4 has just about 35 seconds or so over the next group, and that's where we're going to find Sofia Gomez Vichafanye, along with Rosa Closer, Samara Shepard, and Paige Onweller in that second chasing group right now. So now that our men is starting to make their way toward Twin Lakes, we're going to take a look at that single track section that we've got coming up at mile 31.
At mile 31, riders drop into a fast flowing section of single track before Twin Lakes. This section of single track is a great chance for the strong bike handlers to put their skills to work, try and apply some pressure, and see if they can't open up a gap before getting to Columbine.
Back here with our men, Quinn Simmons. There he is on the front. And, Chemo, you were out to start earlier, and we were talking about it, doing a little Instagram surfing last night. 3 days ago, Quinn did a 111-mile training ride out of Durango with about 8,000 feet of elevation. And there was a lot of speculation of like, oh, is that going to soften him up a little bit for today, or what's the situation? But, for a rider fresh off a phenomenal ride, 3 weeks around a little race called the Tour de France with a second place on stage 4, winning the Best Domestique Award. Trek Lidl won Best Team Award, all these accolades. I think that's just a way for him to keep that engine burning hot here.
And I think the funny part was, I think the day before he was getting fitted on that mountain bike.
Even better.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Come on.
Posted he had just gotten the mountain bike. When we got the request, and found out he was interested in coming to the Leadville Trail 100, that they said, but the asterisk was we still have to get him a mountain bike and get him set up. So he got it fitted, and the next day went out and rode, what was it, 115 miles?
111 miles,
111
right?
miles and about over 8,000 feet climbing. So
just
he
another day.
He did the Leadville Trail 100 3 days ago.
Yeah.
On a bike he got 4 days ago.
Looking at our four-rider women's chase right now is Haley Preen taking her turn on the front. Alexis Scarta there on the right, just swinging off. Melissa Rollins, of course, in the Stars and Stripes, celebrating that recent win at the Marathon Mountain Bike National Championship. And your road race silver medalist, Lauren Stevens, there in the back. So these four riders still working very, very well together. They're all experienced riders, and they know they'd like to catch up to that lead group. They still have about 1:40 or so to try and make up. And does that look like a little bit of dirt on that jersey maybe on the back?
I can't tell if that's that or if it's just her color scheme on the jersey. But what I'm also noticing is where the riders are most comfortable right now, and you're getting an aerodynamic advantage if you're going over 12 miles an hour and riding in a group like this, right? So if your arms are out wide, you're catching more air, so you're not as efficient. So you'll see them move their hands inward, and we've talked about that with in the expo. We've talked all some of the bike changes and modifications you make specifically for today, and that's one of them. They'll have bar tape right there near their bike computer, and again, just that efficiency. And we've seen them now closing the gap to these two riders. So I think Cecily and Sarah basically pushed the climb, rode their pace, rode a hard pace to definitely break up this race. They've settled into a rhythm, Chemo, and now they are being brought back by that chase group.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I'm looking at the body language. I always like to study this with riders. Sarah Lang starting to move those shoulders a whole lot with the pedal stroke, while Decker was looking pretty rock solid. So you wonder if Sarah Lang starting to feel the effects is arguably Cecily Decker doing a little more of the driving on the front.
I think Cecily Decker lives down in Santa Fe and gets a lot of altitude training as well. And so she's probably a little bit more comfortable at altitude than Sarah. And so that definitely plays a factor. We've dropped down from the town of Leadville, this section that they're going across as they approach that pipeline aid station, about 500 feet below Leadville, but you're still talking 9,500 feet where they are right now. So
exactly.
There's not a lot of oxygen up here, and you can tell that, Sarah coming from the East Coast, I can imagine, doesn't get quite as much time at altitude, and that'll play a factor today.
And again, at the beginning of the broadcast, Chemo, I think you were out with the athletes, but I had a chance to meet Cecily's mom and dad, and I just wanted to reiterate just like what a stud of a family they are. They're here. Their other daughter is a professional rugby player, and they just won the national championships, and she is in the area, and they've been camping or whatever. So definitely a family affair this weekend. And it was just such a pleasure to meet her mom and dad and just get a sense for how Cecily's feeling, and just for them happy to be here and to talk about two amazing athletes as daughters.
You get a close up here of
Melissa's beautiful bike kit,
her kit and her bike, and her face. She didn't look real happy about that crash, but the fact that she's back in here, and it looks like she's riding a smart race. Where Melissa's strength is definitely going to be on the climb, right? She knows from 7 years of racing this race. She's actually done it 8 times, finished 7 times under the cutoff. She knows this race well. She knows that across what we call the flats here, leading over to Pipeline and then all the way to that single track section, you got to be with a group, right? You got to stay. She probably have the strength to go off the front of this group and bridge across. This isn't the time to do it, right? Save those matches. She's smart, again, really experienced on this course, and it looked like they made that turn. They are probably about 2 minutes down right now on this group. It looks like, well.
Yeah, I think they're actually losing a little bit of time. I think right now, which is interesting.
Yeah, so they'll they've still got plenty of time. Columbine is a long climb. They're going to spend 40 plus minutes climbing that climb. So
yeah, right. What do you give up? And it's okay. And for Melissa, that's well, against Cecily, maybe, I don't know, and Sarah, maybe not so okay, but like you're saying, to the experience of Melissa, been here, done that, don't freak out, don't panic. There's a lot of racing still to go.
A rider like Sarah also, it's pretty well known, and I think she openly admits she's not the greatest descender, right?
Yes, right.
So she's smart to be putting a little bit of gap between herself and some of these chasers, because some of those riders might even make a couple up a couple minutes on that descent from Columbine. So.
Well, as we watch our two leaders continue to work their advantage up, we're going to go back to Christy Moan once again at the feed zone.
Waiting for our women to come through. The lead moto just went through. It's rolling fast out here. I think we've all talked about the predictions for today of this course being really fast, and that's holding true. Sitting here at about mile 25-ish. Waiting for our lead women to come through. You guys have heard Cecily Decker, Sarah Lang. They're working hard. It's going to be really interesting to see how Sarah looks as she rolls through here. We know those early efforts with it being this early in the race. We just hope she can keep holding on there. Both of these ladies, we know, Cecily, you're correct. It's Diesel Decker. We totally expect that. We've got her feed right here. She's coming through right now. Here they come. Cecily Decker, Sarah Lang, getting ready. There goes Cecily with her hand up. Great job. Sarah Lang looking great. Honestly, both those women are looking super strong. Sarah rides with her shoulders up a little bit naturally, so I think we're still seeing her riding pretty strong. We've got the rest of the lead women. They're going to be coming through here pretty quick, and I think we are seeing them make up some time on those two front women. It's exciting to see. Like, watching this women's field is so powerful, and truthfully, this is the part of the race that I love the most, is watching how these women get out here and perform and crush each other. They're such a great community off the bike. They're all a lot of them are really good friends, but when they throw that leg over the saddle, it's a different story. They're here to race and to see who's the best out there today, and I think we're going to get a full show of that as we're going through the course here at Leadville. We're sitting here with a lot of the crews out, ready to support. They're excited, watching, anticipating their athletes to come in. We haven't seen a ton of mechanicals so far, so that's good. Knowing that Melissa and Paige had those early wrecks, but they seem to be coming back, it just shows you that this race is something that starts early, but it keeps going, and they've got a full day to make up for anything that might happen here early on in the race. They're going to be coming through here and then on their way to their next feed zone, but it's really a matter of like who's got the wherewithal to make it through the day. We've got the second group in sight. We're going to see who's coming through here and get an idea of what the time gap is. I'm sure these women are going to want to know as well. That group of four that you've got are definitely professionals, know how to work together. Here we see them coming around the corner. Yep. 4 group coming in and the moto following them. We'll watch for their feed here as they come through. This is going to be awesome. There we go. Melissa's in the front of this group, followed by Lauren Stevens, Alexis Scarda, and Haley Preen, just as we anticipated. Yep. They're not wasting any time. No stopping, grab their feed and go. It's all business, folks. They're here to win this race. I think that's what you're going to see. It's like when Kimo's talking about those points in the standings, the new way we're doing the selection for next year, that top 10 really matters. You don't have to compete to get in. You've got an automatic spot. Well, I guess you do have to compete to get in. You got to compete to get in this year for next year. And then you've got the U23 after that. All right, we're going to throw it back over to you guys. Thanks.
All right, once again, back with our women's lead. That's going to be Lang on the front right now. Sarah Lang, again, a fast section. You can tell by the body positioning, the hand positioning was pretty narrow to the stem there. And back to our men through that twisty single track section that we were just talking about. And you can see Quinn Simmons made it to the front on that section and trying to stretch things out as they're making their way towards Twin Lakes in a few miles. That's going to be Keegan Swenson on the wheel right now. Not sure who's in third spot, but that's going to be Simone Pilot, Toby Rode in there as well as they're starting to stretch things out. And they're coming to a pavement section, and Quinn on the front. This is going to be interesting to see.
Here we go.
The acceleration. So Quinn Simmons, he's going to start to punch the clock here, I think.
Well, and again, even though he is a Tour de France rider, road racer, World Tour guy, hey, man, he's from Durango. He's still got some mountain biking in his blood, guys. So
yeah, he started his career as a mountain bike racer, so he's no stranger to this terrain, and I think he may be starting to sense a little blood in the water here at the front of our men's race.
You told Mom to send her prescription to Amazon Pharmacy. She didn't. Now you're stuck behind this guy, as he uses the pharmacy line to purchase half the store, including a ceramic dolphin figurine, without a price.
Price check in pharmacy.
All Mom had to do was use Amazon Pharmacy, and her meds would get delivered right to her door.
I'm a real wild.
Epic summer adventures are best served a little wild. So fuel them with a real Kodiak breakfast. One that goes beyond great taste. Packed with whole grains and a whole lot of protein. That helps you squeeze every wild moment out of summer. Eating hearty sets the table for epic days. So go on, dig in, and you'll see. It's wild what you and a real Kodiak breakfast can do.
That's got to be pretty painful.
Oof. Conditions were wild out there.
We had rain, we had thunder, lightning, sun, mud.
I'm a roadie! I don't do this!
Well, if you're heading to Arkansas this October for Big or Little Sugar, hey, don't just fly in and fly out. Plan on spending a little time exploring the region. Check out the new lift-served downhill park. Find a new favorite gravel route. Experience some mind-blowing cycling infrastructure and see why Arkansas has become one of the country's favorite destinations for people who ride. Start planning your trip at arkansas.com. Well, the better we train now, the farther we go later. As the official off-bike apparel sponsor of the Lifetime Grand Prix, Smartwool Activewear is made with merino wool to offer light, breathable training gear.
And we're back to our men's race. The front of our men's race, we've got one attacker taking a little bit of a gap solo here. Everyone's kind of taking on some fuel right now, having a bit of a break, kind of a reprieve from everything that's happened up until this point. Hour and 35 into this race, guys. So we're really getting into the nitty-gritty of this day.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of road section now before they get to Twin Lakes. So, they got through the single track right around mile 32. Twin Lakes comes up around mile 38 or so. So they're going to have a good bit of road here before they cross that dam and get to Twin Lakes, which is kind of the last spot to catch your breath before the climb.
Before we get to Twin Lakes, I wanted to show you a little piece we did. We sat down with Ken and Mara Lee, the founders of the Lifetime Leadville Trail 100 and the Leadville Race Series, talk about what this race means to them, what it means to this community, and what they built since they envisioned this for the first race, which was the 100-mile run back in 1983.
Okay, everybody, we're sitting here today, honored to have the opportunity to talk with the founders of the Leadville Race Series, the one and only Mara Lee Maupin and Senator Ken Klober. Ken, Mara Lee, thanks for taking the time to chat with us today. Hoping you can give us start off by just giving us a little bit of history on, how did the Leadville Race Series come about from day one?
Oh boy, I can do that because my heart beats that every day. I went to work swing shift to Climax Mine, only to walk in and have my boss tell me, "Go home. We're closing the mine." That night we lost 3,250 jobs in Leadville with community of 5,000. That's everybody. Total unemployment in Leadville. So we were looking for ways to had to feed our community economically. And Governor of Colorado, Dick Lamb, came down, was talking to us, and he said, Ken, you've got to find a way to bring money to your town. If you don't, people don't spend money in your town, you're going to lose your schools, you lose your hospital. You lose either one, you're a ghost town. And then he said the magic words. He said, to get people to spend money in your town, they need to stay overnight. I thought, oh, God, darn damn. If they run 100 miles, they're sure going to stay overnight. That's how it started. Mary Lee got hooked into it. She was a travel agent in town, and everybody was traveling, but they're throwing everything they own to pick up. But, yeah, so the Leadville Trail 100 saved Leadville.
You really gave it wings. And Mary Lee, tell us what makes in your mind, we hear you talk about this at the athlete meeting and at the start line every year. What makes Leadville so special? This community of athletes coming together. What do you like to say about this community of athletes?
It's our family, and they think of each other as family. We think of them as sons and daughters. Used to be brothers and sisters, but as time's gone on, I think it's sons and daughters these days. So there is, when you come to Leadville, you dig deep, you find out what you can do, what you can accomplish, and you go home with Leadville in your heart, and you make it a better home place, a better community, a better workplace from what you've done here in Leadville.
All right, well, great little piece about some of the history here of Leadville with the founders, Ken and Mary Lee. As now we're back at the front of the men's race, and one rider getting off the front here as, again, we're closing in on Twin Lakes here in just a little bit, trying to identify who this rider is, and can't quite get our eyes on the number plate there to see who we're looking at. But brave effort here to go off the front here by yourself in that leading group, which, again, ballooned up to about 38 riders or so. Matt Beers had been spearheading the chase, brought everything all back together a few miles ago. And one rider maybe sensing a little lull in the action as we see Braden Lang on the right there up in that mix in his gravel national champion jersey.
I'm trying to think if that's not Drew Dillman.
Yeah. The mustache, it just hit me, right? Just from the side there, Drew Dillman, right?
And it was just kind of like a slip away. It wasn't like a full bore attack. We saw some of the guys actually pulled off the side of the road, essentially kind of like sat up, taking off some vests and kind of reassessing the day. And again, if you go back to, we're talking about road tactics essentially for Keegan and Matt Beers. Matt Beers made the bridge back to Keegan's group, and we haven't seen Keegan obviously pulling on the front. So let's see if those two guys don't reconnect, reformulate their plan leading to Columbine, and now with one rider off the front, and we're guessing this is Drew Dillman. I'm sure we'll be corrected if we're wrong. But yeah, and this is a good effort for Drew, just go out there and see if someone doesn't come up to you and come connect and see if you can't ride away and get some time at least to start Columbine.
Well, and Drew, one of the riders that got in is, kind of an extra wild card, if you will. A couple riders that started the Grand Prix pulled out. So Drew and Caleb Botcher were kind of the last two to make the cut into the official Grand Prix roster. And Drew, I've known him since he's a young man and out of Kentucky. Phenomenal cyclocross racer is kind of what he cut his teeth on in the Kentucky area. Has represented the U.S. at Worlds, I believe, on more than one occasion on the cyclocross bike. And I think it's wonderful to see him now getting a little time in the sun.
Kind of fun to see one of the bonk bros out here, Right? He's got a pretty big following, and Drew, over the years, he's been one of our biggest critics about the selection process and how we bring riders into the Grand Prix. He he finally gets into the Grand Prix, as you said, on an extra wild card slot for someone that dropped out after Unbound. We were actually really excited to have him out here. It looks like he's maybe a little bit overexcited too to have the opportunity to be racing in the Grand Prix.
Get ahead of the game
and
a little,
Leadville,
right?
But good for him. Get a little leg up on these guys. We know how hard they're going to go when they hit Columbine, so he may be burning some matches here that he may wish he would have saved later in the race. But you know what? He's getting some camera time, and good for him.
I'll go out on a limb and say I think it's actually a pretty good move by Drew to get a little bit of a gap. If he can get 30 seconds even on the run into Columbine, that buys him a little time so that maybe some selection happens behind him before they catch.
Well, it looks like they finally have decided, okay, we're going to go back to racing now, and we're going to put the gas back on. And we got a couple of guys right here, again, just separating a little bit off the front. That's how Drew got away. He just basically rode a tempo pace and separated. And but now a concerted effort, you can kind of look at the group. It's a bit strung out, and we'll get a beat on those two gentlemen right there off the front unless they get reconnected with this group.
Yeah, they're going to roll over the top of this hill. This is the end of the gravel section of this Road 100 that goes over to Twin Lakes. They're going to hit pavement right here. It's going to be a pretty fast, weavy, windy descent. They'll cross the highway and into the Twin Lakes aid station. So, again, Twin Lakes is going to be the age group aid station checkpoint. As they cross over the Twin Lakes Dam, they're going to have a little climb through a little single track section. They'll drop out onto what we call Lost Canyon Ranch. That'll be the second feed zone for the elite men. Back to Drew Dillman off the front. Now that it's always smart to be at the front as you hit those aid stations as well. Because it's chaos. We saw some chaos and some crashes last year. We made some changes to the layout in that aid station this year to try and make it a little bit safer. Separated out a section for the elites, just like what we did at Pipeline and Outward Bound. And so hopefully it's a little bit safer for him this year. And you can see him off the front here, just trying to hold on to that advantage to make it. Again, you can see Twin Lakes and the dam is out there, and out there to the left. It's going to be a massive crowd. There's usually 5, 6, 7,000 people out here between Twin Lakes and over into Lost Canyon Ranch, the two kind of checkpoint aid station areas before you start the climb to the top of Columbine.
Here comes that chase group now. They're about 30 seconds behind. That's going to be Toby Rhoda now on the front, well-positioned. Toby's had some good rides here in the past leading that group. You see Keegan Swenson trying to move up. Simone Pelot there on the far side. Quinn Simmons kind of in the middle. This is kind of the last spot, right? Because they're about half a mile from crossing the dam, and then it's only about 3 miles to the base of Columbine. So, Chemo, last section for these guys to get really well-positioned.
Wait, can I also just say that I just noted that Quinn now has his leg warmers off. So the temperature, just saying that the temperature's warmed up, right? And he had enough time and capability to take his leg warmers off. And that's what I'm saying is they had sat up and kind of had this regrouping moment, but now it's full gas race on.
Yeah, Toby Rhoda committed to pushing it here now as they are officially coming across Twin Lakes here, and he's got Pelot. There's going to be Gaston on the chase.
This is they're going to drop into another little single track section here. Again, another section where it pays to be at the front. Really tight single track through here, and they know that's coming up. They're going to want to get through that without, it can bottleneck right here. So you'll see he's going to make a quick turn into the single track, and there they go.
Again, Toby Rhoda in the pink on the front. He's got everybody strung out. You can see Keegan. You can see Quinn and Matt Wilson back there. Simone Pelot also in that mix of that front group. So remember, we were roughly 38 riders strong with that regroup. Drew Dillman currently off the front of this group with about 30 seconds.
Then they'll make this right-hand turn now. It'll be a flat section for about a quarter mile across the Twin Lakes Dam. And then you'll see where the crowds are all waiting. This is, again, this is the first kind of the amateur, if you will, age group aid station. And they'll be screaming across this dam here. Got to give kudos to Stan, our helicopter pilot, Ryan up there. They're getting some great shots here today. Yeah. The riders coming across the dam. This is really phenomenal. You can tell, I don't know if you noticed earlier, when we started the day, there was a pretty good cloud cover, but I noticed by the time they got to Outward Bound, the clouds had already kind of burned off, and it's just been, sunny ever since. So they might have a little bit of a warm climb on Columbine today.
So right now I can count about 32 riders in the frame. So, again, Dillman off the front. That gap holding relatively steady at about 26 seconds. So these guys are actually on the dam right now. They're going to kind of just a gradual swing to the right there upon the exit of that dam. And
single file, guys.
yeah, it's full tilt. I mean, remember the wind, not a whole lot of wind to speak of. And what it was a mild tailwind all the way to Columbine. What a shot there as our chopper backs out a little bit, and you can see now there's the full view of the Twin Lakes area, and they're going to go past this and make a little bit of a left-hand turn momentarily.
They've got a little bit of a climb here. It's a short climb, but they you can see Drew Dillman is about to start it. It's a short climb. It dumps into just a short section. Another section is single track. They'll roll over this hill over into what we call Lost Canyon Ranch, and big aid station checkpoint. Nothing real technical. These climbs, there really is not a lot of technical on this section of the course as they get ready to climb Columbine. It's actually a fairly smooth gravel road, averages about 6 or 7%, all the way up to what we call the Goat Trail. They break out of the trees at the top of the that road onto what we call the Goat Trail, and that's where they get into that technical section for about the last mile and a half, the top of the climb.
Well, as we watch Dillman continue to try and work that advantage in his favor, we're going to check out the full details of the Columbine climb that looms just ahead.
At mile 42, this is where the race really starts. The Columbine climb, the defining feature of the Leadville Trail 100. Columbine stretches 7.5 miles, averaging 8%, gaining over 3,000 feet of elevation and topping out at over 12,500 feet, the highest point in the Leadville Trail 100. In recent years, this is where the race has broken wide open, and the eventual champions have all made their move right here on Columbine.
So our women now on the single track section. You see how twisty this little area is. And I'll tell you what, it looks to me like we're down to one leader there. That looks like it might be just Cecily Decker all by her lonesome. So we have to wonder what the situation is with where her breakaway partner, Sarah Lang out of New Hampshire, is clearly not in front of Cecily. So I have to imagine somewhere along the way Cecily got an advantage. And, the terrain has been fairly straightforward into this section. So it's interesting of what might have happened to Sarah, whether she had a mechanical issue or something.
Yeah, you sure hope not. It would be interesting to see if they could pan back this shot. But, yeah, just, again, knowing that descending and maybe sticking a wheel is not Sarah's strength, and having Cecily off the front, unless Cecily just pushed forward and Sarah couldn't hang. So all kinds of speculation. We're not quite sure. But definitely Cecily is looking so good right now, so strong all day. I mean, from the word go, she's basically been on the front of this race and just controlling her destiny.
So for your money now, what do you think Cecily does? Because she's had a companion.
Keep
she's
going.
been able to work. Does she double down on the effort, or is she saying, you know what, I'm getting close to Columbine, maybe I dial it back for a moment?
Nope, steady Eddie. Whatever she's doing is working, right? And you basically make them come to you. Just keep pressure on the pedals, keep within yourself, because we all know.
Fan club there, I love it.
We all know that if you go above and beyond your threshold here, there's no coming back. And especially as you climb up to, 12,000 feet at the top of Columbine?
12,500.
Give me a break,
right.
man.
Yeah,
so, yeah, you have to conserve as much as possible, because once you go into the red, there's no coming back, and even for the professionals. So, yeah, she should just push forward. She already had a really significant gap to that chase of 4. And then you kind of bank on them basically, hopefully playing games up Columbine. And, maybe someone connects with her, and by that point, she's at the top and can descend with someone else.
Back to our lead men here as they come up over that little climb we talked about earlier. That was Mike Woods there on the back of the group. So it looks like 33 men came through together through that checkpoint. Coming across the dam, Cam Jones was actually 30 seconds off the back. So don't know if something happened with him or whatnot, but he was 30 seconds off that lead group coming across the dam, or that chase group. They were about 20 seconds down on Drew Dillman, but I think they may have reeled him back in by now. Here they come up there's a couple little boulders and kind of a rocky section here they go through, and then they'll be out onto looks like Quinn Simmons has come to the front.
Yeah, so Dillman's still nursing a 15-second lead over Toby Rhodes, Simone Pillow, and yeah, as you pointed out, Quinn Simmons, he knows it's about time to really go to work here on this climb. And this is where there's been actually a lot of speculation, in terms of power and how we kind of measure things on the bike. And both Quinn and Keegan, they both kind of tip the scales at around 6 watts a kilo. But, you do a little bit of modeling on how that works on a climb like Columbine. And, it looks like in theory, Keegan would be doing about 5.25 watts a kilo, so about 346 watts on the climb, whereas Quinn, a little bit heavier than Keegan is, he'd be doing about 353 watts, so slightly more watts, but less watts a kilo, 4.83. So if that modeling that we've seen works, in theory, that would say that Keegan would be 3.5 minutes faster on Columbine. We all know this is kind of on paper and modeling, but there can be a fair degree of accuracy to that. So we're going to see momentarily how some of this really plays out as our men's field is now hitting the defining point of the course. Well, MAP is a design-led, performance-driven cycling apparel brand from Melbourne, Australia, merging aesthetics and innovation to develop world-class kit for your most ambitious goals, proven from the Tour de France to Unbound to Cape Epic. Since 1892, Ortlieb has made waterproof gear in Germany with one goal, keeping what matters dry. That same focus on durability and repairability still drives every adventure today.
Back to our lead women right here, Cecily Decker, giving a quick look over her shoulder to try and get a gauge of potentially where Sarah Lang is. And off camera, guys, we've been speculating of maybe did she get dropped? Chemo, you were talking about the run into that single track that we were seeing on the live stream, but off camera, you were talking about it's pretty technical leading to that point. Is that right?
There's just a short little technical section, as they drop down a hill called the Little Stinker, which is a really fast,
wow.
It's a really fast kind of bombing descent, and then they roll up over a little roller, and then they hit that single track, and it's a little rocky, technical in there, and it's definitely a spot where someone that can handle a bike like Cecily Decker could get away.
But you're saying that this also Sarah could potentially get back if it's not too much of a gap.
Yeah, this is a really, really smooth kind of roller section. You can see they've chip sealed a section of that gravel there, and now they turn more to, she's making the left-hand turn back onto gravel. It's a really, again, smooth rollers. Sarah, as strong as she is and as strong as she's been riding, I think she could bridge back up in a section like this.
And we do see, again, Cecily kind of looking back. As soon as she turned left, she looked over her left shoulder to get a gauge of where she had just come from, seeing if she can't read if Sarah is there or not. And, again, we don't know where Sarah is. And, just Cecily, we're talking about Cecily's just pushing forward and just running. Look at the gear. Look at her pedal stroke. It's just she just has such a lower pedal stroke RPM. So, again, indicative to the nickname of Diesel.
We're going to go to our Inside the Grand Prix Smart Wool Course IQ and talk about the selection. And a lot of times we'll talk about a selection. And basically what that means is, there's always some point in the race where the field starts to kind of break apart and the strongest riders show themselves at the front. And, well, Columbine Mine, that climb is pretty much an ideal spot to refer to as the selection, as we saw Drew Dillman going off the front and Quinn Simmons getting himself into the front end of the mix. We know that because of the pitch, because of the length of that climb, it's going to automatically see the stronger riders go to the front, and some of the less strong riders, hold on as long as they can. And by the time we get to the top, well, we're going to have what we call that selection, that small group of riders that has developed and grown a little bit of a gap there. And well, once that selection gets made, the dynamics of the race can change very, very quickly. So that's our Inside the Grand Prix Smart Wool Course IQ on the selection.
Unfortunately, I think that selection is going to take place in a section of the course where we don't get great coverage. It's really, that bottom 4 or 5 miles of Columbine in that road, it's in the trees. Can't really see what's going on in there, and so we were hoping to have a camera in there today. I'm not sure that's going to work. And the heli just is, from the helicopter, the view, we just can't really pick up all the action from up above. So it may be a little bit of a mystery till they make that right-hand turn out onto what we call the Goat Trail at the top of Columbine Mine. But that'll, we'll get to see what's happened, as they come out of the tree. So out of the trees, it might be a mystery, but it'll be fun to see how it shakes up once they pop out onto the Goat Trail.
So Cecily, going around that right-hand turn, you mentioned before, Lauren, a moment ago, where she made a left-hand turn, looked over her left shoulder, just did another look back over her right. So usually when the riders are doing that, somebody's not too far off the pace, right?
But the sensation is she shouldn't be too far off. Yeah.
Right, exactly. When you have a comfortable gap of 30 seconds, you're not really concerned behind you. You're looking ahead at that point. So we haven't seen yet, but we have to wonder what that's looking like behind her. But our clock is telling us. Is that right? 2 minutes?
I think that's to the chase group.
I think
if
that's
I were
to the
guess,
four-rider chase, correct?
Well, that's right here. Yeah.
So there's our 4, right?
And yeah, poor Sarah is somewhere in no man's land. We're guessing. And
a chase group 1, maybe at a minute. So maybe that's Sarah. Yeah, we'll try and keep that update. But right now, we've got our eyes on our 4 chasers. That these riders have been together for a while now, and Haley Preen on the front, Melissa Rollins in that Stars and Stripes, Alexis Scarta, DJ Scarta, as we like to call her. There, Big Sugar there, and of course Lauren Stevens. I gotta say, been a lot of Lauren on the back of this group every time the camera comes. I'm sure she's working a little bit, but she's a longtime road professional, multi-time. Right, that's where I'm going. Very savvy rider.
I knew where you're going.
Yeah, I know. You can read
it. She's going to strategically do a pull or two and keep everybody happy, but not over exert herself. I'm also noticing she has a deeper dish front wheel versus her rear wheel. You can always kind of wonder what everybody's setup is and why the setup is what it is. So, she is a very savvy rider. That's why she is so successful in all the different disciplines that she races. And so this group does look like it is rolling pretty well together. And talk about a strong group of women to bring back Cecily.
Yeah, but look, that gap has not come down the way we would have thought, right? I mean, 4 against 2, normally you say, okay, the numerical advantage wins, but it's not been working out that way.
No, and that's okay. I still think this is strategic effort here, because you're willing to give up a bit of time to Cecily on the climb, thinking that some of these riders have the capability and strength to
reconnect to Cecily up at the top, and then, hey, why don't you use her on the descent so she's so fast on the bottom? And again, Cecily doesn't mind doing the work and doesn't necessarily think strategy like a Lauren Stevens. So if I'm one of these riders, I do want to connect with Cecily at the top and bring her back down with me and let her pull me to the finish.
100%. I know, Kimo, you were saying earlier about Melissa Rollins kind of just sitting on and so on and kind of biding her time. Let's not forget, 2 years ago, she was the emphatic champion here, and she's also one of only 3 women to go under that 7-hour mark, right?
Second to Kate Courtney last year. They both broke that mark, that 7-hour mark that was set by Annika Longvad back in 2015. And they broke it handily and had just a phenomenal day. But she was coming in as defending champion last year, as you mentioned. So 2 years ago, she won this race, and she did it on Columbine. Actually, the separation happened on Columbine 2 years ago, and we'll probably see it happening again here today.
It looks like we might be getting a shot there of Sarah Lang. So that gap.
Sarah.
So that gap, only about 25 seconds, I'm going to guess there. So that explains why Cecily was looking back. So makes me wonder, right? Does Cecily wait a little bit? Sarah's a really good climber. Cecily, a great climber in her own right. Remember, stage race just a couple of weeks ago, her time up Columbine was actually a little faster than Kate Courtney's during the stage race. So not a bad barometer of where her fitness is. But, with Sarah Lang, an exceptional climber that close, does it work to her advantage to sit up and let that pacing help?
Not in my opinion. This is all on Sarah to come back to Cecily, and I think Cecily just stays steady and does her ride, knowing, again, how strong Sarah is. She's a phenomenal climber. And then also something else to note with that group of 4 chasing, Alexis Scarda spends a lot of time training with Cecily. So I don't know, if you want to speculate on some underground teamwork happening potentially, or again, and also just strength to strength is, Cecily, when we interviewed her, she was talking about what it means to train with some of your competitors and lifting each other up and pushing each other through these days and these training blocks and how much fun they have together. So friends off the bike and, competitors on the bike, but maybe a little bit of teammate action going on. Kimo, what do you think?
I don't think so.
I know. You just shut down your whole theory.
That's all right.
Just like
That's why we're here. That's why there's 3 of us. Go on.
Alexis has had some phenomenal performances here. I think I remember a couple years, second, I think 3 or 4 years ago to Hannah Otto, if I recall. She wants to win this race, and so I think but again, experienced Leadville rider, she knows that coming across the flats that it pays to have a group, and so I think they're all being smart, riding together, pacing themselves, saving their legs for Columbine. We've jumped back over to the men's group. You can see here's Keegan Swenson, and this is where we thought we would see some of the action start to take place. They're just gotten into the bottom of the trees. There's a little steeper section that they're going up right now, and then it's gonna probably kicks up to about 8 to 10% right through there, and now it's going to flatten out a little bit. So it'll hold about 5, 6, 7% the rest of the way till they get to that goat trail. Keegan knows this thing inside and out. You see Quinn Simmons sitting on his wheel, smart to mark him, right? He doesn't want to let him doesn't want to let him get away, but Keegan is going to take control of the race right here. You can tell, you can see by it. Look how smooth his pedal stroke is. He knows exactly what's ahead of him. They're going to climb this thing in probably 30 minutes. We had to extend the turnaround, so it's extended from where it was last year. So they'll go across to the old traditional turnaround that actually has a little bit of a descent at the top. They'll descend to a turnaround point, and they'll turn around and then climb back up to the top of Columbine. So short little climb on the return. But yeah, you can see Keegan, and you can already see a split in the field back there. It looks like 5 or 6 guys have managed to stay, and you can see I think I see John Gaston about 5 or 6 wheels back, and I think they're they're starting to just stretch this group out, and you're going to see just carnage from here on out.
Anybody else is in panic mode back there, you've got to stick Keegan's wheel, or that's just game over.
Well, we knew this was going to happen, right? We predicted with the course changes this year it was going to be a big group, 25, 30 riders coming to the base, and then it was just going to be, kind of dropping a bomb on Columbine because that's just how it goes, right? And Keegan, now you can see he's not attacking, right? He's not riding with super urgency. He's just riding a really strong tempo like he does. I think last year, it was on that steep pitch that you were just alluding to, Kimo, where you could see he gave it a little bit of gas on that steep section because that's really where his wheelhouse comes out. So I think that's kind of the section where he's waiting for right now. He's just going to ride that pace, and when he gets that steeper section, he's just going to put a little bit more pressure on the pedals, and we're going to see a little bit more thinning of the herd right now as we're getting a good group from the back now of this 33 rider group that hit the base, starting to just really implode.
Yeah, you got a glimpse there a second ago of Quinn sitting on his wheel, but you could already see even Quinn's head was bobbing more than Keegan's. Keegan is just so comfortable, just tapping out a tempo there that I think he's got a tempo going that I think he's comfortable carrying to the top of Columbine. It looks like they've now thinned it down to 5, and then there's starting to be a gap, might be 3 or 4 guys there, and then another bigger gap behind those 4 or 5 guys. So this is going to be some fireworks here.
Yeah, and it's just going to be one by one. Matt Wilson with a great ride up there in 4th. And, we were talking, you had Matt yesterday on the panel. And,
yes,
right, the week after Unbound, he did arguably one of the toughest criteriums in the U.S. at Crybaby Hill. And he won that. He threw road wheels on his gravel bike and soloed away from some of the best criterium riders in the country. Kind of wild. And
took them all by surprise, huh?
Yeah, 100%. Who's this guy? And wow,
and he had a little cheeky smile about it too when I brought it up yesterday.
Yeah. But great to see Matt, who got in last year as a wild card and had a pretty good overall finish. So glad to see him back here and putting on a good ride. Not sure if that rider is in 3rd position. I thought initially that was Simone, similar jersey, but Simone's actually 2 wheels farther back down the line.
Johnson, but I might be wrong too.
Yeah, I don't know if that's Brendan in that mix. But yeah, that group continuing to thin out as they're just, making their way steady as she goes up this climb. 7.5 miles, 3,200 feet of elevation by the time they get to the top. And the average gradient, you can look at our Stello by Dexicom profile there, that peak right in the middle. That's the very top of Columbine, which also represents the halfway point of the race where the riders will turn around and simply go straight back on the course minus a small deviation around mile 69. But about 10 riders right now. So slowly but surely, Keegan, and not asking for any help, right?
No, he's just going to set his pace and do, if I were to bet, he's just going to sit like on this target number and target watts.
Right.
And just watch that cardiac drift happen. But knowing that everybody else behind him is suffering just much more than he is, because it's freaking Keegan Swenson.
Well, and this is the advantage, right? We were talking earlier about the power comparison for the climb between Quinn Simmons and Keegan Swenson. And normally speaking, right, it's kind of a generic statement, but usually at altitude like this, you're going to look at a 15, maybe a 20% drop in power. Keegan generally has a little less drop than that because it's just his body just adapts so well to this, which is why he can ride a little bit of a higher power than a lot of other riders. And being at 66 kilos, or 63 kilos, whatever that is, he's a little bit lighter than some of these guys, and that's why he shines. Is now Toby Rode leading this group, and that looks like maybe Trekkie there in 2nd wheel. Maybe that's Brendan.
Also seeing Payson McElvin back here. And again, on the panel yesterday, on the map panel, Payson was basically talking about, where is that limit of you have to eventually let off the gas.
Right.
You can't continue to go into the red trying to follow those wheels of Keegan and Quinn, and knowing that you're just not going to be able to sustain that. And I think that's also Alexi Vermeulen, unfortunately, off the back, too.
Yeah.
So, these guys know they have to stay within their controlled limits and just, cut the losses where they can and do the best they can until they get to the top and just see what's left.
Yeah, it looks like this group of 6 is our first kind of, good group of guys that got dropped and got a gap there. Henry Nelson, a 24-year-old up and comer out of Durango, actually was just hanging on the back of this group as the cameraman pulled up to him and saw Henry get dropped. But that's a great race for Henry to be hanging with this caliber of riders this late in the race. So he was one of looked like about 30 riders that made it into that second aid station together. Looks like we had about actually 33, so it had been whittled down from 38 to 33 by the time they got to the Lost Canyon aid station. Now you can see we've got our lead group, and it looks like they've got this group whittled down to about 8-9 riders right now. And
Emo, a little bit of a gap after fourth wheel.
Yeah, I see that. I see that too. And
Fifth wheel.
It's not, it's one by one. It's like every half mile says, Keegan taking a look back. That's the first time he's looking to see what the damage. You can see the pace picking up. So this is a spot where the gradient comes down just a little bit. Quinn is still tucked on the wheel, and Keegan just driving this pace right now as they're inching their way closer to the top here. And they have 3 riders now with separation. Who's that third rider? Is that Matt Wilson again?
Our other Kiwi up there. I see Simone Pelot back there, and looks like 6th wheel. We'll see him right about here come through.
Braden Lang.
Braden Lang is up there.
Braden,
in that
a great
group.
ride.
I think Brendan Johnston might be on the back of that group there.
That could be
I don't think he was in that chase group. I think he's in this group. So Henry Nelson got his way back onto this chase group. So good to see him having a good performance.
Shout out to the Durango
kid.
I mean, my gosh, just the culture and family of all things Durango. I mean, you look at the Lifetime Grand Prix and how many of the athletes are from Durango or live in Durango, and then even the U23s and the up-and-coming kids. It's just like, man, there's something in the water there. Chad Cheney's doing a great job with the Durango Devo, the Fort Lewis College kids. It's now become a college of where athletes want to go and race their bikes. Gwendolyn Gibson has just moved there. Like, it's the place to be.
I think we were doing a count the other day. Now that we've added in the U23s and all that, it's something like 10 or 12 riders in the Grand Prix are from Durango or going to school there, and it's kind of wild, right? That little nook in Southwest Colorado is just turning out so many top athletes here. So a lot to talk about for those youngsters coming out of Durango as our men are slowly creeping towards the top of the Columbine Mine. Of course, that represents the halfway point of the race. They'll do a little loop around the top once they get there, and then it's going to be that white knuckle descent back down and heading right back towards Leadville here in just a little bit.
Help us raise $100,000 for Leadville.
Next up this morning, we turn our attention to another large fire burning near Leadville.
We're in Lake County at the Willow Fire, a fire that exploded yesterday, and a lot of people are watching this fire because it's burning so close to Leadville.
The Willow Fire is burning through Lake County, and the Leadville community could use your support. That's why we're announcing 10% of every Kenetik order goes towards supporting the fight against the Willow Fire. The Leadville community depends on these races, and we want to support the firefighters working to protect this incredible place.
Women's race.
That's got to be pretty painful.
Oof. Conditions were wild out there.
We had rain, we had thunder, lightning, sun, mud.
I'm a roadie. I don't do this.
Well, as you're watching Leadville, don't forget about the final stop on the Lifetime Grand Prix calendar. This October, the season wraps up in Arkansas with Big Sugar Gravel alongside Little Sugar and Mountain Bike in Bentonville. If you're making the trip, arrive early, stay a little longer, and experience one of the country's premier destinations for cycling. Start planning your trip now at arkansas.com. Well, this broadcast is sponsored by Kenetik. When your body is spent and the mountain still has more to say, your brain still needs to make the call. Metabolic brain fuel powered by bioidentical ketones. Caffeine-free, informed sport certified. Learn more at drinkkenetik.com. Oh, getting another look at what we assume is our men's race. And I'll tell you what, it looks like Keegan may be getting a gap on everybody now. So this might be one of the steeper sections. Actually, now we're looking a little farther back the line there. As I saw some riders in front, I saw a white jersey and thought maybe Keegan was getting a little gap. It still looks like we've got a couple riders
Right
together through the trees. So that's going to be is that Keegan and Matt Wilson? Come on.
Yeah, again, it's kind of hard to get a read through those trees right there, but the white jersey is very much indicative of a Keegan Swinson. But I do believe you're right.
I think actually.
I don't know.
Is that going to be Matt Wilson or Quinn? Yeah, the jury's out on that as we're watching them make their way through the trees up this climb.
There's two riders.
Two riders, right. So two riders on the
gap.
separation
And one of them
on
is
that
Keegan.
gap. And Keegan driving the train right now. And it's going to be – I can't make the call still.
I don't think that's Quinn, though.
I don't.
Quinn
I
has
think
a
that's
yellow
Matt.
helmet.
Yeah, that's going to be Matt Wilson. What a ride for the young Kiwi putting together. He's just sticking right now to Keegan. You can see they've blown up that group as we just start to see the next chasers coming into the bottom of the screen. And, we have to assume that they've already caught and passed Drew Dillman on the climb. Dillman started with a 26-second gap, but Dillman a very good rider, but an 8 miles mountain pass probably not where he's really going to shine. So Keegan leading the charge there, and that's definitely Matt Wilson. So it's going to be great when we can get back on the ground with that view and see what's going on behind those two riders, because Quinn Simmons in that group. We know Simone Pilot was also in that group. So where are they now as we just inch our way to the top?
Is this youthful exuberance trying to hold Keegan's wheel?
Great question,
for
right?
Matt Wilson, and Quinn knowing his limits and monitoring his efforts. You just never know. Now we've got Cecily, back to our lead women, Cecily Decker, again looking over her shoulder. And when we were just at commercial, what are you pointing at, Bill?
I thought I saw. Well, we knew Sarah Lang was about 45 seconds behind.
Right.
We saw one rider back there, but wouldn't surprise me if Cecily now getting through some of the men's field as she's starting to make her way towards Twin Lakes as well. So Cecily taking on a little bit of fuel, very smart to take on that fuel about 2 miles or so out from the Twin Lakes area here, and let that settle in, get into the bloodstream to make sure she keeps the energy strong on the way up Columbine here. And
She's actually out. This is out on Lost Canyon.
Oh, okay. So we're through.
She's made it through Twin Lakes, and you can see the Lost Canyon aid station off there into the distance. She's about to come into the elite feed zone here.
So still working about a 45-second advantage over Sarah Lang. The chase group, still the 4 riders in that chase of Haley Preen, Melissa Rollins, Alexis Scarta, and Lauren Stevens. They're a full 2 minutes back from Sarah Lang. So that puts them 2:45 down on the lead right now. And then it's another almost exactly 2 minutes back from the 4-rider chase to Rosa Closer, Samara Shepard, Sophia Gomez, Visha Fanye, and Paige Onweller. So it's things have really blown up here before we've even gotten to the halfway point of the race in that Columbine climb.
Yeah, you got to wonder what she's going to pick up at the aid station. I did remember through that first aid station, she took 2 bottles, and we saw her trying to go ahead and finish one now. So she's definitely going to pick up some more liquid and see what else that she doesn't grab.
So looking smooth out there right now. So she's got to be thinking about what looms ahead as she's not far from starting this climb. We know the climb starts right around the mile 42 or so mark. Cecily Decker, she's been on our list of favorites here, and one of the riders we've talked about a lot last year. It started really at Sea Otter last year, where she was just at the front driving the train and putting herself in the conversation. And wonderful year. She makes her way through this feed zone, and probably not a bad time to check in again with Christy Moan here at feed number 2 and gets some insight from the ground.
I'm on. Hi, we've got a lot going on here. Helicopters here. Cecily Decker just came through here. I've got my stopwatch going, waiting to see when her nearest competitor is going to be coming through. We know we just saw James Kelly leave aid 2. He's one of the pro riders that was just doing the 6-day Breck Epic. So he's obviously here to get a good ride in today, probably a little bit of a recovery, but Cecily's about to pass him. We've got her definitely mixed in with the men's field, but you can feel it out here. There's all of the tents set up. It's when you look back over towards the exit from this aid station, as they go into the age groupers, there's all kinds of color and activity going on over there with everybody waiting. We've got another one of the men's field coming through here, waiting to see who we've got following Cecily. But so far, she's been out for almost a minute and haven't seen another woman rider coming through. So Cecily's definitely doing what Cecily does. There goes Sarah, right there. Sarah Lang just passing through about 105 past down on Cecily. So she's still riding strong, but obviously, you know, this altitude's probably playing to Cecily's favor. But Sarah's definitely got mixed in here too with the men's group. She's looking back over her shoulder to see if she can find anybody else. Probably looking for a little bit of help, looking for somebody to draft with for a while. But you can tell out here that there's still the tension. All of these support crews here that are ready to help their athletes as they come through this aid station and make sure that they have the day they're expecting to have. I see Cam Jones' dad hanging out over there with his cowboy hat on. How's it going? How's your day? Good, good. How's Cam doing? Oh, Cam had to change a wheel. So he had a wheel change here at Feed 2. We did miss them because we talked about how fast this course is flowing, and that's exactly why we missed. We left the Feed 1 and could not get here fast enough to hit those front group of men. But we are waiting for the rest of this women's crew to come through here. We've got another moto, so it looks like that group of 4 women are here, get about ready to pass by us. Super exciting. Really, really thrilling racing today. You guys can tell. You're sitting there watching it as well. But we've got, here we come. There we go. We can see the stars and stripes. Looks like this is Lauren Stevens and Melissa Rollins. Wow, that's a strong group. Last year, those two rode a lot together. And we actually saw Melissa pass Lauren towards the end of that course last year. So that's a great group. Those two working together is a really, really good sign for both of them, I would say. And I'm going to guess they're probably going to catch up to Sarah at some point here. They're about a minute 30 behind Sarah Lang as they head out of this aid station. I think we're in pretty good shape here. We'll kind of watch some of these other rides. Here we've got another group coming through. I bet this is Scarta and Haley Preen. Yep. So here go Alexis Scarta and Haley Preen. They're about 30 seconds down. Good job, ladies. So they've got their feed. They had success, got their bottles, got their food. They're heading out. Awesome. I think we'll throw it back to the studio.
Lots of stuff going on here in our women's race. So we saw the chase of 2 now from 4. Now it's been cut in half as we see Lauren Stevens there on the front, swinging to the left, having a little conversation with Melissa Rollins. So not sure where that separation happened to leave Alexis Scarta and Haley Preen a little bit behind, but they're about a minute 37 down. So they've got to be closing in on Sarah Lang, right? So Sarah Lang was continuing to lose a little bit of time. So can't quite see her off in the distance, but I bet she's probably not too far ahead of these two. So I would imagine they may troll their way up onto Sarah in not too distant future.
Yeah, they've made that right-hand turn that is really the beginning of the climb, right? It's a long straightaway section. They might even be able, you know, where they are down there, they might even be able to see up to Cecily. But they, again, long straightaway section before they get up into the trees. I just got a quick update. Quinn Simmons has been dropped off the front of the lead group. Trekkie is just ahead of him. I'll try to get a little bit more information. Braden Lang was dropped off the front. Andreas Seawald was dropped off that front group. But it looks as though we just got an update from Mason Moan out there saying that Quinn looked like he was actually struggling on the climb.
Interesting. Yeah, we kind of wondered how this climb would suit him, right? I mean, he's obviously a phenomenal athlete, and he was in a breakaway, don't forget, in a tour in one of the mountain stages in the latter part of the race. But, you know, he's not a climbing specialist necessarily, so a little bit of a long climb for Quinn, but we'll see what happens at the top. Andreas Seawald, you know, we haven't talked about him a whole lot this year, new to the Lifetime Grand Prix, and our word was he was in 3rd spot coming up over the climb behind Keegan and behind Matt Wilson. Let's not forget, he was a 2021 marathon world champion, and he was 2025 European mountain bike champion. So he's got a pretty wonderful pedigree as well.
He does.
Yeah, he's a very experienced rider. So he's a guy that I think we might be talking about a fair bit on the return trip.
And you got to wonder these gaps of, again, once they get to the top, who's going to reconnect and how, again, coming into the finish, like that dynamic is definitely going to change. So, again, not total panic for everybody, but monitor your losses and monitor your effort and see what we come with once we get to the top and turn around.
And this is where Melissa goes to work, right? She's done it time and time again on the Columbine climb. This is her comfort zone, as uncomfortable as she probably is, and it looks as though they are already starting to pull back that gap on Cecily Decker and Sarah Lang. And as this road turns up and gets steeper and steeper, I would expect to see Melissa. Great to see her. We saw earlier she went down in a pileup, that second pileup early before the St. Kevin's climb, and she was the last one to get back up, get back on her bike.
Yeah.
Had to bridge back through the entire group, the entire pro field of women to get herself up into what looks to be third right now, and hopefully she can continue. Hopefully it didn't look like she got too banged up in that, and she looks really comfortable as she's getting ready to head up into the trees here.
Bill, going back to when we had the interview with Melissa and we were talking about how chill she was, and then Chemo, you're talking about she got caught up in that crash. Maybe that was like, hey, you know what? I need to have a little more emphasis on where I need to be positioned in this race today. So, light a fire a little bit on her and on herself.
That crash happened farther back in the field, right?
Yeah.
And so, that speaks to maybe not the best attentiveness early and the best positioning. So, sometimes that just acted as a little bit of a reminder of hey, it's just a karma saying, hey, pay attention a little bit because you want to be in the conversation at the end of the day here. So
you are still competitive and you still want to win a race, even though you're, grateful for everything that's happening. Yeah.
And she had, again, going back to yesterday's conversation, she had such a challenging start to the year, right? That crash down in South Africa, preparing for Cape Epic, that took her out of that, where she was going to ride with Kate Courtney, and then coming home and having another training crash, a hiking crash, I believe, where she did some damage to her elbow. Then she got hit by a car. And so just the sequence of events that really set back the early part of her season. And I think, Melissa 3 years ago would have really struggled for the rest of the season. But, she 2 years ago, she had that big win here. She won marathon mountain bike just a couple of weeks ago. And I think she has matured so much as an athlete. And I think that's really showing itself here today.
Nice getting a look here at Rosa Closer, and it looks like Samara Shepard.
Yep.
Again, two great riders, and Rosa coming from the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift just this week. So, still out here having a great day.
Begs the question, where's Sofia Gomez Vichafania? Because she had been with these riders for a while. For all of our time splits, she had been with those riders, but clearly not in that mix. Paige Onweller had also been with them as well. So it looks like now Sophia and Paige are quite possibly together, and we're going to assume for the moment that they're behind these riders. So Sophia having a rare off day today. She's been such a dominating force all year long, and she won the Grand Prix last year on the final day with that emphatic victory in Arkansas at that rain-shortened Big Sugar. And she's been nearly unstoppable this year, but today it's like the first real chink in her armor.
Well, it does look like from the time checks that she is just off the back of those two riders and kind of in no man's land to Paige. And then Paige is also solo from Ellen Campbell and Cecile Lejeune. So, this race has just exploded on these women, and Cecily is doing the work.
Yeah, she's the one throwing the bombs out there, I think, all day long, right?
Yeah, just to stir the pot a little bit, it'd be ironic to see Sophia and
Chemo stir the pot.
Working together here.
I mean,
a little controversy coming out of Unbound.
Yeah, little
comments and a little back and forth on social media post race. Maybe not the happiest with each other, but
they each rode their respective races. That's how that goes, right?
They're going to have to become close friends on this climb, apparently.
I think so, right? It's going to be interesting to see what happens. I mean, look, despite all the separations we have, we're still not halfway through this race, right? There's still 50 miles to go. They're going to turn around at the top of the hill and they've got that 50-mile trek back to town, and there's a lot of challenges to face on the way back. So still a lot of bike racing yet.
Yeah, and that, they talk about that 50-mile trek. It starts with about a 7-mile descent, and you probably are not going to win the race on that descent, but you certainly can lose it. And
sure.
And there are, and not even with something bad happening, but just the ability to descend and the speed that they have to carry, especially across. We keep talking about that goat trail at the top. It's pretty technical. And what happens for these riders, all of our age group riders are going to be following all these elite riders up there. And as the elite riders turn around and start coming down, it's really a double track that turns into single track going up and single track coming down. And it's, again, fairly technical, very fast, but also really dangerous. And it's a spot where they really have to stay on their toes. They can carry a lot of speed, but man, they have to be sharp and on their toes as they're coming down that descent.
Are you saying technical because of everyone now coming up at you, or just because it's
just real rocky up there?
Yeah, okay.
It's rocky and loose, and there's just not a good clean line. There's not a great clean line for the riders going up. The elites that are going up have the benefit of being able to kind of pick the track they want. It's again kind of a 2-track going up there, and they can kind of pick and choose as they're going up. But as soon as the first riders start descending, now all of a sudden everybody climbing has to stay to the right.
Yes.
And historically, once the first about 100 riders get through,
good grief,
one person will get off their bike and start walking, and 1,500 riders behind them are now going to be walking because they have to stay right, and you've got these pro riders screaming down the descent.
So we just caught a glimpse of our men's race here, and still our 2 leaders on the climb. So that's Keegan Swenson, your reigning marathon mountain bike world champion, and the young Kiwi Matt Wilson, just putting in, I'm going to say it, the ride of his life, I think, right now. But a little farther back, you can see a group, and it looked like a substantial group, and I'll say substantial because we're on Columbine, of about maybe 5 or 6 riders. Can't quite get what that time gap is right now, but I know Chemo, you know this climb really well. Like, hey, Lauren, let's not forget this guy Chemo. He got 10th here at Leadville not too long ago. So this guy knows this course. That's all right. We'll just say a long. We'll leave one long in there.
Yeah.
But you know this climb, right? And so you know about how close to the top are we looking right now?
Well, this right-hand turn right here is what we call the turn onto the goat trail. So they have managed to climb. They're done with the smooth stuff, and they turn right here. It starts to get rocky and chunky. The group that I think is about 30 seconds back right now. Andreas Seawald was about 30 seconds back, and then just behind him, Simone Pelot, Braden Lang was there. John Gaston was still in that group. Then there was a small gap to Trekkie, and then we got an update that Quinn was off the back of that group. So it's so impressive to see Matt Wilson, this Kiwi rider that came over this year.
I think your nutrition is really important. You have to train the same way you race. Yeah, I mean, never second slogan is science first, never second. And I feel like I kind of operate the same way. I'm very regimented, and everything has a plan and a place. And their products sit really well with me. I tested them for a long time before I was like, all right, let's partner up and let's do this.
Your overall winner for the lifetime Grand Prix, this is Keegan Swenson.
Never seconds, got it figured out. Everything just works.
Every morning you make a promise to yourself to push harder, to go further, to give it your best. Years ago, I made a promise too. When I discovered supplements weren't what they claimed to be, I promised to create something worthy of your standards. Something as committed to excellence as you are, because extraordinary effort deserves extraordinary support. LTH, the most rigorously tested supplements in the industry.
Well, Keegan Swenson, Sophia Gomez, Visha Fanye, and Matt Beers are dominating the off-road cycling scene in the all-fuel with Never Second. It's science-backed performance nutrition trusted by the best. Learn more at never2.com. Giant and Liv are global leaders in cycling, creating innovative bikes and gear that elevate performance, comfort, and confidence. From first rides to podium finishes, every step of the journey is supported. So we're back here with the men's lead, and we are nearing the top of the climb, and we were talking off camera. Keegan Swenson, Matt Wilson. We would have to probably go back and pull some data, but our belief is nobody has ever made it to the top of Columbine with Keegan Swenson, and Matt Wilson is just a few bike lengths off as they hit this real steep section. And this is kind of uncharted territory for Keegan to have a little bit of company at this point, right?
Yeah, putting him in a little uncomfortable spot. Normally he can look back and see daylight. You can see third place is sitting, 20, 30 meters off the back of those two guys.
John Gaston,
yeah.
by the way.
Yeah. And so, Matt Wilson, like you're saying, Bill is having the ride of a lifetime. He's been training again, one of the Durango folks, and putting in the work, and just a phenomenal ride by Matt. And I think this is kind of like the heroic ride of the day so far.
Yeah, you can see he's working every ounce of energy he's got. Keegan a little more stable on that bike, just very rhythmic, and Matt just doing everything he can. That gap maybe opening just a little bit, but I think, once Matt sees the top of that climb, he's going to be able to...
it's almost like smelling a finish line.
Exactly.
Gives you a little bit more confidence.
Right?
You're almost there. Put the effort in.
That last 10 seconds over the top, I think he'll connect.
They do get a little bit of a reprieve here. They get a somewhat of a flat spot, and then it'll turn up to really what is the steepest section. They'll go up between a couple trees. You'll see it, and it is really kind of the worst section of the climb. But they've got a little bit of reprieve from the steepness of the bottom of the goat trail here. You can see Keegan picking up the tempo, and the speed is actually picking up, because it does flatten out just a little bit before it pitches up again, and they get kind of kicked in the teeth here in about 2 minutes.
Kicked in the teeth.
I mean, because they're not right now,
right. It's been a cakewalk.
Yeah.
No, it's this climb is just absolutely unrelenting to the tops. You see Wilson out of the saddle now, trying to figure out where to get those couple of extra watts to just stay in contact. I don't think right at the moment he's probably not concerned with closing that gap. It's just staying smooth. And Lauren, you mentioned it earlier to the discussion with Payson yesterday of when to kind of back off just that little bit and not go too deep. And I think maybe Matt's right making that decision right now.
Yeah, you kind of wave the white flag for just a second and just say, okay, I have to give this up. I'm not going to get back to that wheel, right? I mean, he's definitely redlining right now. All these guys are. But they have opened up even a little bit more of a gap back to Gaston. But it'll be interesting to see if John can't make up some of that time on the descent too, or if these two guys will stay connected the rest of the day.
Keep in mind, these guys are just surpassed about 11,500 feet above sea level. So they're going to cap out at almost 12.5 at the top of the Columbine mine. Here's that little flat section I mentioned, and then right here is where it kicks up, and you'll see them go up between a couple trees here, and that's the heart of the goat trail here, just in about a quarter mile.
This is where Keegan is so at home, these really steep sections at altitude. It's just where his skill set really shines through. But Matt Wilson almost
closed a bit
back on the wheel. He did. He closed down that gap, and we'll see if he can hang on to it now, because Keegan is going to just do what he does on this section, which is just ride his tempo, which is inevitably always a little more than anyone else can handle.
Kimo, you remember what this feels like? And if not, let me remind you.
Yeah.
When you're going this hard, guys, right, and we all can attest to this, is like your entire body is burning and it's on fire, and you can't even reach down to get a bottle or a sip of water, because that is exerting energy that you do not have. You are fully focused on your pedal stroke, your breathing, trying to stay as efficient as possible, not pull too much on the bars left and right. And we saw Matt Wilson stand up. Also, when you stand up, your heart rate increases a little bit more. So, what left is there for your body once you're at this high of altitude? Like, this is just brutal right now, and these guys are just showing how strong they are and how how much work that they've put in to be at the front of this race.
And you can see right there, this is that section I talked about where they duck back in between these trees. It's about, it gets rocky, it gets technical, it gets, very narrow through there. It's, there's really only one good line on the left or the right side. They get the benefit of having it all to themselves, and they've got a clean line through. But I can tell you from experience, it's really, you're just barely able to keep the pedals turning over, and this is, again, I think from what I recall, the steepest part of the goat trail right here where they are. They're probably tapping out a tempo right now at about 6-7 miles per hour. Is probably the best they can hold on this section. You can see how rocky it is, and then you can see how that's going to make it so critical for them as they come down. Right now, look, they've got the entire road to themselves, but as they come down, there's going to be a stream of other pros and age groupers coming up this that it's going to make them have to stay to the right on the way down, and that's not always the smoothest, safest line.
Well, you can see our Stella by Dexcom, our Dexcom elevation tracker. The riders just about to the very top of the climb, and both riders just laboring on the pedals right now. And Wilson, again, we're going to kind of repeat this. What a wonderful job he is doing, and just kind of riding, I don't want to say above his pay grade, but he's really having a bright moment out here today for a rider that's, gotten into the wild card system, as it looks like John Gaston. We're thinking that's Sean Gaston. He's another, we talk about how experienced Keegan is, right? Let's not forget John Gaston. He only does 2 bike races a year. He does the Snowmass 50 and then does the Leadville Trail 100% by Kenetik. And he has got 7 top 10 finishes here.
Well, and he won the Snowmass 50 too,
Right.
so so he's on form, right?
Yeah. I just got a quick update again as they made that right-hand turn onto the goat trail that we saw where they came out of the trees. Andreas Seawald was still up there. Braden Lang was in there. John Gaston was in that group. Cole Patton had bridged his way up to that group, and so had Trekkie. So we had a group of about 5 or 6 guys there together. There's one solo rider in between these guys and that group, and we'll try to see if we can't get a name on that rider. We might be able to see him as the camera pans back here from the helicopter. They said at that point Quinn Simmons was over 2 minutes off the back when he made the right-hand turn onto the goat trail. So he is not having a great day on this climb.
Well, let's remember when we talked about those power comparisons, that modeling of the Columbine climb between Quinn and Keegan, and the estimate was that Quinn would potentially lose 340 on the climb based on their power profile. So we might not be too far off of that. So that modeling that we saw could be relatively accurate right now.
So you saying the internets are right?
Occasionally they get the ballpark. They're in the ballpark. We'll call it that. How's that? But so interesting turn of events there is. Gaston, Trekkie, Cole Patton, of course, just winning his 3rd marathon mountain bike national title, and obviously feeling pretty strong and confident on the heels of that. Great shot as our camera pans out there and trying to see who all there. So Keegan, again, just still working that little bit of a gap there.
This is a great opportunity just to kind of admire the beauty of the landscape of this event.
Unbelievable, right?
We panned back and got a shot of the top of the Columbine mine. Again, they're going to peak out at a little over 12,000, almost 12,500 feet at the top of this climb. And I mean, they got to be gasping for air. You can see Keegan again. He's in his comfort zone, if there is such a thing, at this kind of altitude and on these kind of steep grades. But man, I got to give it to Matt Wilson. I mean, he's 5 seconds behind at the nearly at the top of Columbine.
Can't say enough about this ride, right? I mean, really can. I mean, I know we kind of sound like a little bit of a broken record, but it's all to underscore what a phenomenal day he is having out there. And if he stays, in contact over the top, what a game changer this return portion of the race is going to be.
And, we know Keegan's good. He's the world champion.
Right.
Keegan knows he's good. The entire peloton group knows he's good, right? So, and for him to look back and see that someone is still with him has got to give him a little shake. But again, Keegan's just sticking to the gun, sticking to his game plan, and look how brutal this climb is right here. And Keegan has been at home training, doing the work, putting in the work, and it's interesting. That guy can just train so hard and is so comfortable, right? Just, doing the efforts and doing the watts solo by himself at home. That's where he is happiest. And so, again, kudos to Keegan for basically setting the tone of this climb and knowing that he was going to be the one to push this pace up here. But to be matched by Matt Wilson?
Yeah, there was so much talk on the run, and the second everyone found out that Quinn Simmons was coming, it became this world tour versus the off-roadies, right? Who's going to be the better? And, you know, a couple of interesting facts that some folks might not know or might forget. You know, so Quinn was looking for the invite to come. He went through Keegan, right? Because they're friends.
Right.
So those guys are buddies, right? They've trained together in Tucson. They know each other well and so on. So, you know, that was Quinn's first line of action to try and get the invite. The other thing, let's not forget, Keegan has actually done the World Professional Road Race Championships back in 2019 in Wollongong, Australia, and he finished. He was the second American to finish. Rode a conservative race, didn't necessarily have a job to do. A couple riders that late in the season couldn't make the commitment to go, so, you know, he got the nod to go. But Keegan's raced on a world tour level successfully, and I think people forget that when they talk about this battle.
It's cool to see from this shot. You can see Keegan, you can see Matt, and I'm pretty sure that's John Gaston right off the back. And then Chemo, to your point, the next three just off the back of Gaston right there. So everybody can see each other forward and back, and it's just man against man right here and man against freaking mountain.
So what?
I just got a quick update from Mason down in the trees again on the lower slopes of the Columbine climb. They haven't come out to the goat trail yet. Cecily Decker was still off the front. Sarah Lang was trailing back behind her. Melissa Rollins has moved into third, dropping Lauren Stevens. Lauren Stevens is still in fourth place. So they have all separated. We've got our four lead women are separated. Nobody's still together. But that's our lead for into the beginning of the climb, the Columbine.
Yeah, you have to imagine Melissa is starting to go to task here and get the climbing legs ready to go up Columbine. And you know, we talked about it earlier, how she was probably riding a conservative race early to some degree and just saving it for this climb. And I think that's starting to play out a little bit right now in terms of the women's race.
Well, and play to your strengths too, right?
Yeah,
that's
right.
Yeah, she's super fit, and again, just coming off of so much heartache and heartbreak at the beginning of this year. And again, going back to the interview, she talked about what Kate Courtney gave her. She gave her so much confidence in her ability, knowing that, hey, you know what, Melissa, you can step up to this stage and you can race with me, another world champion, Kate Courtney, world-renowned racer, mountain bike racer, marathon mountain bike racer, now road racer. It's like, right? And so when you have competition recognizing that and asking you to step up and be your teammate, that gives Melissa so much confidence. And unfortunately, right, it just went all sideways on her, but now again she can still have that in her back pocket with all that training, and coming back here again wearing that national championship kit and having that bike, it gives her that feeling of, I'm back, I can do this, and I belong here.
It's going to be fun to see what happens, you know, as they start this descent. You know, Matt Wilson, I think he's got a history with mountain biking. He's a good mountain biker. That gap is opened up to probably 20 seconds right now. They're about to hit what was the turnaround at the top of Columbine the last couple years. We'd shortened up that turnaround a little bit and brought it back, but because of the impacts on the course of the Willow Fire this year, we had to extend the turnaround to the old turnaround. So when they're going to round this corner, it's going to flatten out. They'll go past that turnaround from last year. They'll roll along the top for about 3/4 of a mile before they drop to the turnaround. It'll be real interesting to see how Matt Wilson can do on the descent. Again, if he's a good, I think he's a good mountain biker, and Keegan shouldn't be able to put much time on him on the descent. You'd think that Matt would be able to hang and keep that gap, or maybe even shrink that gap before they get back to Lost Canyon Ranch.
For my money, I think looking at the way the gaps are, I think it won't be. I think there's a good possibility, I'll put it this way, that not long after the descent, as they get towards Twin Lakes and beyond, we may see a bit of a regrouping, because there's still a lot of riders, Seawald, Braden, Cole Patton, that I think there may be a little bit of a regrouping shortly after the descent. So we could see a little bit of a group after a few miles beyond our descent. Twin Lakes area on the way back is getting that view now. And yeah, this is, as you mentioned, this is kind of near that turnaround spot historically, and about 15, 20 seconds there again as we look at our Our Stello by Dexcom elevation profiles are just at the top now. I'm going to start to make that little loop around the top, and Matt Wilson, what a phenomenal job. He's bled a little bit of time here over the top, but I think
I was gonna
that's
say the same thing. You see now, like
Yeah.
where Keegan has fully invested in and has his strengths shown. The gaps now to Matt and to the rest of the guys is definitely opened up.
So what's the consensus, right? Does Keegan drive this down the descent and try and hang on to this? Because it's a long ride back solo. It's going to be a little bit of wind going back, a little bit of a cross headwind going back. Does he want to be by himself for 50 miles on the way back?
I think he absolutely does.
Okay. That was fast. My word, that was fast, bro.
I mean, he's
All right.
got a history
Tell us more,
of doing
Chemo.
that.
Please.
Every time he's won this race, he's done
Swami.
it solo all the way back, right? And so
Fair enough.
he knows how to do it. He's got the confidence to do it. He knows how to ride across it. Not forecasted to have big winds this year. Like last year, I think we had it was much windier. He rode with drop bars last year and couldn't beat his own record from a couple years ago because of the wind on that return across what we call the flats, from Twin Lakes back to the bottom of what was the bottom of Power Line. The wind can play a factor, and I think it's a much calmer forecast this year, and he absolutely knows that he can carry this all the way to the finish.
So you say he wants to. Do you think he can? Because I think we're going to see a regrouping here. Gaston, maybe Braden Lang, Cole Patton, Andreas Seawald, Matt Wilson. That could be a really strong group to reel him in. Do you think so? He wants to. Can he?
I think the only way that group, even if those 4 or 5 riders got together, which I don't think they will, I don't think they will get back together at the bottom of the Columbine, but even if they did, I don't think they could pull them back unless they had Quinn in there with them.
All right.
I think they need they need a power or a Cam Jones type rider,
Someone just to fully commit.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Just someone that can grind across those flats because it's so much flat and roller. Yeah. That group. You named a bunch of good climbers in there, but I just don't know that I see one of those, any one of those guys or a Matt, like a Matt Beers,
right?
I think, at that last checkpoint, I think he's a couple minutes off the back.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's a factor. And we talked about that downhill section, from basically the bottom corner of Turquoise Lake all the way to Twin Lakes. It's kind of a net downhill. That means it's a net uphill on the way back. It's about a 1.5% average grade all the way back as we now see Keegan descending.
Yeah, this is the first time we've kind of seen Keegan take a break, and the first thing he did was stretch his back. And you guys know that in the past, in the beginning of the season, he's had back problems.
Right.
So you gotta wonder if he's not having a little bit of twinge or something going on, but making that turnaround and to Chemo's point, I think he's just going to rally that descent. And Matt Wilson now coming up to that turnaround quickly, too.
You just saw Wilson, so they actually got their eyes on each other for a hot second there. So a good opportunity for Keegan to see, okay, how strong does Matt look? And a good opportunity for Matt to say, bro, you going to wait for me? would you just wait for a hot second, man?
Yeah, and they got this little sting. You could see him going downhill here. So that it was a short descent to the turnaround, but it's a stinger of a climb when they turn around and have to go back.
Look at that, right?
But it's an opportunity, because it's an out and back. This is when Keegan gets a chance to see who's chasing, who's got a chance to bridge back up. So you get to see how people look, and engage, their, how they're feeling. So it's kind of the last chance he's going to get to see these riders unless they can figure out a way to get together and bridge back up to him when they get to the bottom of Columbine.
Well, and if Keegan does stay solo like Chemo thinks he's going to, or Matt Wilson gets picked up, still watching the battle play out for the rest of the podium, 2nd through 5th, is going to be a great race.
Oh, phenomenal. Well, so now that we're kind of on the halfway point, a little bit of a recap here for folks that might just be tuning in. We started out, the fireworks started right on St. Kevin's as we expected they would, mile 6 to mile 10. Got a little bit of separation there. We had about 20 riders that moved away on St. Kevin's and then made their way back to the original course just before Outward Bound. That second group was about 18 riders strong. Matt Beers drove that group. They made the catch back maybe right shortly before the single track section on mile 30. We saw a reforming of about 38 riders on the front. A little bit before Twin Lakes, Drew Dillman took advantage of that kind of regrouping and folks maybe kind of sitting up for a hot minute to reassess things. He went off the front, who came through Twin Lakes with about a 30-second gap to the start of Columbine. Well, and then it was all the Keegan Swenson show from there.
So we just saw that group of riders that went through that turnaround. We knew Matt Wilson was off the, was in second. He was about 20 seconds down. Simone Pelot, John Gaston, Andreas Seawald, and Cole Patton. That was the 4 riders that we just saw come through together.
Okay.
They are about 1 minute down on Keegan coming through that turnaround. Shortly behind them, another 45 seconds back, Braden Lang and Brendan Johnston came through. So we've got a solid group of riders up here through the top 8 through the Columbine turnaround.
I love that we're seeing some new folks here. So our Breakpoint replay brought to you by Giant and Liv. You can see the pass there, and Keegan now reaching into his pocket. We're going to bring you that Breakpoint brought by Giant and Liv, and Keegan Swenson on the top of that climb there, just working his way up to the top. He got that little bit of advantage there over Matt Wilson, who did such a great job to hang on all the way. You see Keegan just like a metronome turning those pedals over. Nice cadence for a climb there, not bogged down, not spinning too high, just very rhythmic approaching the top there as the camera panned out and showed that 20-second gap over Matt Wilson at the top. So that's your Breakpoint replay brought to you by Giant and Liv Bicycles.
You heard me talking earlier about this descent and whether Matt Wilson could descend and whether he was a mountain biker. We got some fan input from a buddy of mine down in Arizona. Billy White texted in. Remember, he was leading Little Sugar this last year. The mountain bike race was 6 miles to go before he broke a wheel.
Great memory.
Matt Wilson can apparently ride a mountain bike. So there's a chance he can at least maintain this gap from Keegan on the descent.
Yeah.
But he certainly
just a heads up, Keegan can also ride a mountain bike.
Yeah, as we're looking at Keegan rail that descent. Now you can see Matt Wilson about 20 seconds down, and then a minute back. We've got Simone Pelot, John Gaston, Andreas Seawald, the German former world marathon champion, Cole Patton, who recently crowned again a U.S. marathon champion, Braden Lang, your reigning U.S. gravel national champion, and Trekkie Brendan Johnson putting in a great ride there in that group as well at about a minute, looks like a minute 50 or so down as, again, Keegan making quick work of this descent.
Also in bike check, Keegan did not have a dropper post. Not necessarily, weight saving ability going up. He's going to use all his efforts going uphill versus downhill, but some guys opt for dropper posts, some don't. And again, being such a savvy bike racer and bike handler that he is, it's not going to be a problem. But, I'm curious if Matt Wilson does, and if that's going to be a little bit more efficient for him coming over some of these water tables.
I'd have to speculate that a number of the guys that, and girls chose to go without a dropper post when we had to take out the power line descent. Mm-hmm. That's really the only, technical descent on this course where you could take advantage of a dropper post and, for the weight penalty that you get from, that extra pound or whatever it is to have a dropper post, it's probably not necessary this is the roughest descent of the day, really.
Will Keegan come up on any of the amateurs, or are they going so fast?
Oh no, he'll be. There will definitely be amateurs. The Gold Corral and probably the Silver Corral riders will be coming. He'll see a number of those, a lot of those riders down in the trees.
Okay,
they'll be on their way up. So even as far out off the front as he is, there will be a lot of age group riders on that road. So we have a moto that's on the front that'll be going down, clearing all that traffic, trying to keep the riders to his left, the riders right that are on their way up. You can see this is that last little chunky rocky section. This is the beginning of the goat trail, we call it. He'll get down this, he'll make a left-hand turn, and it gets back to the smooth section. The two courses, separated there, they come back together, and he'll make this left-hand turn here in a second. It'll be back on the smoother gravel section, the lower sections of the Columbine climb, but we're also going to lose him in the trees. This is where it gets a little bit, the camera from the helicopter can't quite pick up all the action down in the trees.
Yeah, he is just dicing up this descent. We've yet to see him come across anyone else right now. Now, there we go, coming across some riders making their way up. So this is where, the descent, maybe not as much, quote, recovery as you want it to be, because you've got to be super attentive to what's going on as we see one of our vehicles there. So Keegan Swenson bombing this descent back down to the bottom of the hill.
Oof. Conditions were wild out there.
We had rain, we had thunder, lightning, sun, mud.
I'm a roadie. I don't do this.
Well, join us September 26th at the Lifetime Rad Dirt Fest, an official Unbound gravel qualifier race featuring the breathtaking scenery, pristine gravel roads, and eclectic community of Trinidad, Colorado. Orange Seal partners with the Lifetime Grand Prix to support a shared mission of elevating off-road cycling through performance and a deep commitment to the rider community. Beyond tire sealant, they fuel the race village with great coffee at every stop, keeping athletes and fans energized for the series' most iconic courses.
We're now getting our lead on our camera on our lead women. Right here we have our woman, with Cecily Decker, continuing to be solo off the front, and that is one of our cameramen with her on an e-bike following her up the climb right now. And again, Cecily has basically been off the front of this race for the majority of the day.
Yes, Cecily, phenomenal ride so far. Remember, she had the company of Sarah Lang for quite a while. Those two doing a great job to share the workload. And, somewhere we're kind of guessing that it was maybe in that beginning of the single track section around mile 31, where it's a little rocky, a little rooty, and a little challenging, that potentially that's where Cecily got the gap, and she's just continued to ride her race right now. And it's been an interesting tactic to go so early and just literally not looking back. And I think, again, Diesel Decker, right?
It's interesting. That's just her MO, man. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, but right now, Cecily.
She's decimated that field.
Oh,
I mean, it's basically Cecily, then Sarah solo, then Melissa solo, then Lauren Stevens solo, and then the rest of these groups. Like, it's just exploded, I would say, through that second aid station.
Yeah, it's, the four-rider chase group that was behind has now exploded. The four-rider group that was behind that has exploded, so they're kind of scattered all over the place. So we're going to have a little bit of a race analysis, courtesy of our friend Dennis Van Winden, going to call in and do a little bit of race analysis and bring us some insights from out there on the course.
Good morning, Dennis. How are you? Can you hear us? All right. Yeah, thanks for joining us. Glad to see you again. You got to join us back at the Sea Otter Classic and come in the studio. We're glad to have you join us by video. What do you think of the race so far? What do you think of the action so far, and how do you think things are going down? Yeah, so tell us a little bit about, the top of Columbine. You're right, Matt Wilson was just about 20 seconds down on Keegan, but one of your riders, actually, Braden Lang, our current U.S. national champion, looked like he was just over 2 minutes down. How do you think Braden's day is going today?
back to Leadville than they did earlier this morning.
And what's your, what do you've heard us in here speculating about whether there any of these riders that were chasing Keegan over the top of Columbine. You've got the descent, right? It looks like, sorry, it sounds like we've lost Dennis, so we're going to try and get him dialed back in here. So we've got Cecily Decker, who has made her way out onto the goat trail, still has a solid lead. We're trying to see if we can't get a gap back to some of our chasers. We think Sarah Lang still may be in second place, and Melissa Rollins is chasing Sarah down, but we haven't had an update yet. Cecily looks like she's hit that first kind of gradual where the course kind of flattens out here a little bit before that steep pitch up into the trees again. She still looks like she's really smooth, standing, stretching a little bit, but she does not look like she's just, that doesn't look like she's suffering, does she?
No, and when we had Dennis on the phone and we had the live stream up with watching Cecily climb, and you saw someone off their bike, and it just shows you like the effort that has to be put forward and actually how slow, I mean, they're riding to the point of exhaustion, of actually stepping off your bike and just kind of like waving the white flag. Like, I cannot push anymore. But guys, Cecily just makes it look easy.
Well, in these steeper sections, right, you're going 6 miles an hour, maybe 7 miles an hour. And the second you come off the pressure on the pedals, that speed just disappears. So that's the challenge, right? You can't let up at all. And you see Cecily just ticking over a really nice cadence right now, trying to stay in the saddle. She was out of the saddle a moment ago, just trying to keep that momentum going. But I think by and large, staying in the saddle is really the best way to conquer this climb. And you got to find that rhythm, right? You can't get in too heavy of a gear because you just can't sustain that. And, of course, climbing, you don't want a terribly high cadence, as we see some riders making their way back down. So you've got to find that sweet spot where you can kind of keep your heart rate controlled. You can kind of stay on top of that gear and just keep it rolling and not lose momentum.
Boy, Cecily, you know that, again, I keep talking about, when you hear me talk about the trees, that's the two trees that you go through. That's the steepest part of the goat trail. You got a glimpse of her there. Her head was just not even bobbing at all. She looked like she was effortless coming up that, what is really the steepest part of this entire climb there. It's that steep, chunky, rocky section, and she has to stay right, as we talked about earlier, because you've got these riders coming down. It looks as though we've panned back here comes Melissa Rollins, and it looks like she is that Sarah Lang that she catching? Oh no, it looks like she's catching one of the pro.
Yeah, it's one of the men,
pro men riders, but it looks like Melissa Rollins may have moved up into second here on the climb.
Well, it looks, as we're watching Melissa move into second spot, it looks like we've made contact again with Dennis. Dennis, can you hear us again?
I can hear you guys perfect. Thank you.
Ah, there we go. There we go.
You guys can hear me?
Dennis, before we lost you, I was just about to ask you, you've heard. Yes, we can hear you. I don't know if before we lost you, I was just about to ask you. You've heard us this morning. You know, we've been, especially since this climb and the men's group got broken all apart. We've been speculating: could this group come back together? And could a chase group? Is it feasible that a chase group, if they got 4 or 5 guys, could they pull Keegan back in, rolling back across the flats before they get to Carter Summit?
Oh, it's all basically within the minute. And when it's within a minute, anything can happen. And like what you guys were saying earlier, when you have a group dynamic that is always significantly faster. So that is, in my opinion, very possible. We do know that Keegan is a unique athlete. So I would not think too easy about it. But if you have a group of 4 or 5 riders chasing and they are motivated, they can eat something and they can find some energy back after the massive effort up Columbine. Everything is possible. And what we have seen today, I think what is something very important, and it has been way cooler than previous years. We even saw Quinn Simmons racing with leg warmers in the first hour. Like it's easier to forget to hydrate in races like this when it's cooler. Even though on a high altitude race, it's way more important. So that is where we can see if riders have been fueling themselves accordingly. Like they're all prepared. Otherwise, they would not be racing up Columbine as hard as they can.
Yeah, Dennis, that was one of the questions I had for you is what do you tell your athletes leading into Columbine as far as fueling strategy? Do you tell them to only bring one bottle or go ahead and have this consumption taken care of? Or, you know, do you take a gel halfway up? Like what does that strategy look like going up? Because you also have to come down and try and fuel on the way down as well?
Yeah, I mean, the riders, they have to continue to fuel like at the maximum carbohydrate intake possible. That also counts if you miss the window on the entire Columbine, then you're gonna pay the price afterwards, yes or yes. So it's always super important. You want to be light. You want to make, every rider makes their own calculations. We discussed that most of the day races, the day before, the day prior to the race, and that is where we also discuss like, okay, this year is very important start, right? Up to St. Kevin's, if you're there in the right group, you can basically go off into racing. So does a rider want to take extra caffeine? Does a rider wants to take bicarbonate? That's all discussions what we have the day prior to the race. What, of course, is their initiative, but it needs to make sense. If a rider wants to take more caffeine, or if you make the calculation with starting with extra caffeine, you come during the race of Leadville together, all the complete duration of the race, you see that you come in way higher caffeine than you usually do. You need to take in consideration that this is an extreme high altitude race.
Quickly, we're looking at Cecily Decker once again, working her way up the climb. Can't see Melissa Rollins behind her, but we do know that she's in sole possession of second place. A quick update as we're getting some word from the field on our men's race. Our leaders are down through Lost Canyon, and it appears Keegan Swenson not too far from being caught by a chase group that now includes Braden Lang, Matt Wilson, Andreas Seawald, Cole Patton, and John Gaston, with Simone Pilot about 15 seconds behind. So the situation that we speculated on is starting to come to fruition here. Is it looks like we may well have a 6-rider lead group here pretty shortly.
Hey, Dennis, back to the training. You know, I'm just curious, what do you do with your athletes? You talked about Braden Lang doing much of his prep over in Europe, but based in Girona, let's say, or in Spain, there's not a lot of altitude like they're experiencing up here in Leadville. You know, how do you have your athletes? How do they train for this type of altitude when they're over in Europe and they don't get anywhere near 10,000 feet above sea level?
Yeah, I mean, like Braden spent his weeks. He was almost 4 weeks in Andorra. He was sleeping at, I think that would be almost 6,500 feet, and training obviously not as high, but it also gives us other opportunities to really work on. We do some lactate testing to predict his maximum lactate steady state. And that is also where we go with a pacing plan on a climb like Columbine, for example. Like St. Kevin's, you just have to survive the first group. That is the main target. And then he knows what he has to fuel with, because we have practiced that, every training, basically. We have done a lot of strength training with Braden. That was something was a weakness for him, also caused some resulted in some issues because he was maybe not as balanced as we would have liked to see, there's also something what we always see on Columbine. When you even look at previously, Keegan posted every power file on Strava, and you can even see with Keegan, he's starting to grind a way heavier gear towards the top. And I believe that is because he wants to basically put more muscular load than respiratory load, because the air is just so thin at 1,400 14,000 feet. So that is something you can train to be muscular and respiratory wise as efficient as possible for a race like Columbine. I personally believe that if you go sleep in Leadville even for 4 weeks as a sea level person, you will never have maximum adaptations. It's a little bit different if you're born in Colombia at 3,000 plus meters, then it's a little bit different. So yeah, we can manipulate in training a lot.
Yeah, Dennis, I have a question for you. I'm going to ask race tactics and strategy questions if and when Keegan gets caught by Braden Lang, Matt Wilson, Andreas Seawald, Cole Patton, John Gaston. How does this play out?
Yeah, they first have to find each other and motivate each other and equal the work. And that is, of course, where tactics towards the last climb are going to be very important. It's a road climb. It's completely different than power line, right? Or pipeline. Like everybody is extremely fatigued. This year, there's less time spent above 3,200 meters than previous years, but they also have been racing most likely as hard as they can. Otherwise, we would have seen a different dynamic in the second half of the race. So now, it's going to be a little bit different up to the road climb towards St. Kevin's. I personally believe that the gradient is not that steep. So the average is 5.6% with some peaks up to 14%. How are riders gonna drop each other there? Who is having the most snap? I definitely think some riders are going to be dropped if it's really gonna be a bigger group up to that road climb. But it's really, I believe Keegan really wants this. Like what you guys always have said about him, like he can suffer the most of everybody. So I would like to almost say it's coming up to who wants it the most. Everybody is tired. Everybody should have been fueling good. I think it's really complicated to throw a very snappy attack and then just ride it to the finish line solo. But it has been done before.
Yeah,
so
it's gonna be exciting, Dennis. Yeah, it's going to be an exciting finish. There's a good chance we've got a group that's going to come back together here. So, Dennis, thank you very much. Dennis Van Winden, Orange Seal Academy. Dennis, John Vargas, I was met with him yesterday. He said we're going to see you at the Sugars. So we'll look forward to seeing you here back in the States in October. And thanks again for taking the time to join us today.
Anytime, guys. Thank you, guys. And I'm super happy that you guys made this all work. I'm sure that it was not so easy with all the wildfires.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, great to hear from Dennis and get some wonderful insights there. Dennis from the Orange Seal Academy Coaches Corner, brought to you by Orange Seals. We continue to watch things take shape here as we're looking at Cecily Decker still making her way up the climb. Still not completely sure where Melissa Rollins is in her solo pursuit of Decker. Actually, it looks like we're on Melissa now, so we'll see where she is out there. Still assuming she's in second position, right? She had a lot of ground to make up, so Melissa looking pretty strong right now. Again, that in the saddle technique that Decker was using on the climb.
And we never know where they are in relation to each other and what the camera is showing us. But honestly, this looks like Melissa is moving quicker up this climb than Cecily is.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, right? It's hard to pick because where they are on the climb, and the gradient changes quite a bit over the course of that average of 8% But Melissa Rollins appears to be making quick work of trying to bridge that gap to our lone leader in the women's race, Cecily Decker.
That's gotta be pretty painful.
Oof. Conditions were wild out there.
We had rain, we had thunder, lightning, sun, mud.
I'm a roadie. I don't do this.
Well, join us October 11th through 17th at the Big Sugar Classic in Northwest Arkansas, a full week-long celebration of off-road cycling featuring Big Sugar Gravel and Little Sugar Mountain Bike, the perfect way to close out the season. Well, once again, looking at Cecily Decker in the lead. Still haven't gotten a recent update, but we know she had been about a minute and change ahead of Melissa Rollins. One would have to suspect Melissa's been eaten into that advantage a little bit, possibly if that camera pans out. There's a lot of sections of this climb that are just wide open, and you can really get an idea of a gap, almost as much to a minute on the front there. So hopefully we'll get that shot at some point where we can see as Cecily's got to be getting near the top of this climb pretty quickly here.
Yeah, she just passed that again, that turnaround we talked about earlier. It was a turnaround from the last couple years where we had shortened up at the top of Columbine. So she's on that kind of horizontal traverse here, about to drop down to the turnaround. We reached out to our group to see if we can't, out in the field, to see if we can't get a time gap. We'll get one when she makes this. Actually, now she is coming down into the turnaround. Sorry, so she was on that little descent to the turnaround. We'll get a time check here, and we'll see exactly where Melissa Rollins, Sarah Lang, and Lauren Stevens are in comparison, and they're going to get to see each other here in just a minute as well.
Yeah, we've been talking so much about the men and the regrouping, the possible regrouping on the way back. I don't know that that's going to be the scenario in the women's race. Things are so spread out here, and Decker still has such an advantage that still not seeing, we might be seeing Melissa Rollins there coming into that left-hander. So they're going to cross paths here in a moment. So again, a great opportunity to kind of eyeball your competition, right?
Yeah, for sure. But again, we saw the men regroup pretty quickly on the descent, and again, the ability of descending versus ascending, and who's going to have that more efficient and faster descent. Definitely we're seeing Melissa is kind of like into a whole other level, right? She's pushing really hard on this uphill and all the way around this turnaround right here where Cecily was more just kind of getting through the motions right here, and we're getting word now that it's right at a 1 minute gap, and let's see if Melissa can't close that. And also coming, like you're talking about, Chemo, you have to come back up that uphill right here that you just came down.
So let's not forget, right, Cecily Decker, a former member of the U.S. national ski team. She was a very good slalom skier until injuries forced her out of that, got her on the bike. But that's all to say, this descent, she's going to be pretty good on this descent, right?
Yeah, we'll see, right? And how's Melissa feeling from coming back from injury and having a crash at SPT Gravel right off the bat, coming back? And it looks like Cecily is now going to pass another one of the riders. Not sure if that's going to be a male-female rider that she just passed.
Yeah, I remember Lauren Stevens had gotten that separation from the four-rider chase with Melissa. Melissa eventually getting rid of Lauren Stevens somewhere on the climb. So not sure if Lauren was able to hold on. She had Sarah Lang, Alexis Scarta behind a little bit, Haley Preen as well. So we'll try and identify who we can there, who is going to be the next rider coming across our screen there. But that gap, just about a minute on the nose, Decker and Rollins. And can we expect that gap to come down on the descent, or do you think it's going to stay the same and then maybe start to change once we get down at the bottom?
I think it's a really good question. I think, we know Melissa can ride a mountain bike. We know she can descend. She's won this race, and she knows how to, she could hang with Kate Courtney last year, time-wise on this descent. She's got a little extra pep in her step as she made that turn. It was a minute and 1 second down, but she could see Cecily just up that little short climb out of the turnaround. So she looked like she had a little extra pep in her step.
She did.
She in a good cadence coming up that hill. I think we've got, is this Sarah Lang actually?
Sarah, yeah.
third female coming up over the top. So she's about to roll down that little descent to the turnaround as well. So I'm guessing she's probably 3 minutes back right now. But again, she's not going to be one that's probably going to make up a lot of time on the descent, as we talked about earlier.
Nemesis, right?
I just saw that she has a dropper post, and she just dropped it down. So, you know, again, like differences in what everybody's riding on their bike and whatnot. So again, that's definitely going to help her on her descending abilities where she is lacking. We know this. She knows this.
Sure, yeah, it's not a slight to her at all. It's just the way it is. And you know, to your point with the dropper post, you have to go with your skill set, and your strengths, and you can't go with all the technological fads out there, right? You've got to go with what you know works and what you know is going to be the best scenario for your skill set here.
But wondering if Melissa's going to catch Cecily on the descent. I don't think it's really necessarily the descent that's going to make or break it, but I think Cecily is starting to really wear on her a bit more, where Melissa's kind of coming into form right now. And, you know, see if Melissa doesn't have that second, third gear where Cecily might have already tapped out.
Yeah, and honestly, that's what I was kind of wondering early in the race. I mean, we know Cecily's a strong rider. We know her form is arguably a notch up from what it was last year, but she's just really come up a level this year. But you still have to wonder if she went a little deep, a little early, as again, we're looking at our Stello by Dexcom elevation profile showing our women starting that descent there, as we're looking at Sarah Lang still making her way there on that little section. So Lang, 3:37 is the gap right now. So 3 minutes 37 down on Decker. And again, I don't think she's going to make inroads on the descent. For her, it's all about, look, I'm going to have to use this as maybe a little bit of a recovery, stay safe, stay upright, and then, you know, figure it out once she gets to the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, so yesterday at the Expo, we caught up with several of our lifetime Grand Prix athletes to hear what makes Leadville such a unique race and how they're adapting their training to the new course. Let's take a look back at what MAP athlete Stella Hobbs had to say.
Yeah, I think the course change is an opportunity for me to really play with that level. Whenever there's less climbing in a course, quite frankly, that's better for me. So this is a pretty intimidating race for me to come into. But this course change, and the more I've looked at it and the more I've talked to my various teams, like, you know what, maybe just go see what that level is and see if I can recover on the other side of St. Kevin's. I know on Columbine I need to absolutely play my own game. But yeah, it feels a bit like an opportunity this go around to figure out what that looks like for me.
Well, it was a good look back at yesterday's MAP panel.
And I think we're back to the lead men, and it looks as though that group of chase guys have caught Keegan Swenson.
Yeah, there it is. I thought I like that thought of it, and it's going to be a wild race now on the way back. Kimo, in your history, when's the last time you've seen this big of a lead group on the return trip?
I can't recall ever seeing a group this big on the return together. It's so rare that you see this many riders that manage to regroup after Twin Lakes on the way back. And this is a strong group of riders, right? We've got a national champion jersey in there. We've got a world champion jersey in there. We've got Simone Pelot, who has just been absolutely on fire the last couple of years. We've got John Gaston, who's been in the top 5 here, I think 5 times he's raced.
7 times.
7 times.
In the top 10.
In the top 10.
Yeah, it's insane.
That's John Gaston there on the right-hand side. And this group, you can tell, looks like they're taking on a little bit of nutrition right now. They know they're probably neutralized a little bit. I don't know that we've got a chase group that's significant enough that's going to pull these guys back in now. But it looks like we're up to 6 or 7 guys total now together.
When we had Dennis on the phone and I had asked him, how is this going to play out? He never gave an answer, by the way.
Yeah, I noticed.
I'm looking for 1, 2, 3, Dennis.
Well, it's interesting now, right? Because you've got such a mix of skill sets up here, right? Like you've got Andreas Seawald, a former world marathon champion. You've got Keegan Swenson, the reigning world marathon champion. You got Braden Lang, the reigning U.S. gravel champion. You've got Cole Patton, the reigning U.S. marathon champion. You've got the young Kiwi Matt Wilson in there, he's won major U.S. criterium on the road, not just a small time race, one of the hardest criteriums in the U.S. You've got Simone Pilot, who's been a journeyman road racer, who's got a couple of Grand Tours under his belt, and still to this day does a lot of road racing throughout the season. So many different disciplines kind of coming together in here. And with the way back being what it is, you know, you get to St. Kevin's, the climb up St. Kevin's on the way back, arguably a little bit easier than it was coming out. You kind of wonder if that's going to play to the favor with the guys with maybe a little of the skinny tire experience.
Looks like we've got Brendan Johnston here as their first kind of chaser. He's a solo here, but trying to chase back onto that group of 7 that's up ahead of him right now, and haven't been able to see him. This part of the course, it opens up a little bit, and there's a chance he'll be able to see them off at the distance. Might give him a little bit of extra motivation if he can get a visual on him, and hopefully he can bridge back up to that group.
Well, what Dennis did give us, not to throw him completely under the bus, thank you, Dennis, but talking about how much of an advantage it is to be in a group coming back to the finish.
100%.
And just how much energy conservation you can have within a group. So Brendan, unfortunately, is definitely hung out here to dry, and it's going to be a huge ask for him to, one, you just come up and over Columbine, and then to continue to just dig deep to catch that group. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's like 3 minutes down already at this point, which is unfortunate because he does such a phenomenal first half of the race to kind of stick with that group. So it seems like it was just that last bit of Columbine, maybe that last third of Columbine that kind of got in his legs.
Oh, it eats everybody's lunch.
Well,
yeah.
right, exactly. I mean, it hits everybody, and it just hit Brendan maybe a little bit harder than some of the other riders. You see, look at that line of age groupers going past them, still on their way to the halfway point there.
Back to that front group is like there's got to be some sort of conversation to happen between these guys, or some sort of understanding of we need to keep it to this group, right? Because the more people that catch up, the more opportunity for others to win. And we've just listed the who's who of results with these guys. So, but who's going to be the one to continue to say this is the pace that we need to push and to hold to win this race, and then to commit to this group? So Keegan setting the standard here, saying let's set a pace, see if everyone rolls through. Let's see if everyone agrees here and does their share of work.
I think, we're looking down our list there. Keegan Swenson, Matt Wilson, Andreas Seawald, John Gaston, Simone Pilot, Cole Patton, and Braden Lang. Those are the members of this group. And I don't think they're going to go all in. They just need to go steady, right? They've made this selection that we've talked about earlier. So they just need to kind of go steady. They know that the next real big thing they have to contend with is really going to be that climb on the way back of St. Kevin's. Now, it's paved, and it's a little shorter on the return trip. So, again, maybe a little less of a factor. But you can also see from our profile there, we're looking at more or less uphill the whole way back to Turquoise Lake and St. Kevin's. Not steep.
Yeah, but already we're seeing like Simon Pilot is not pulling through. And so again, those are troubling signs to me. If I'm someone like Keegan, knowing that I've got that climb, that I'm strong on that climb, but you're spending energy here, is like Simon's sitting on. And Simon is a really strong sprinter. I mean, like, I don't want to just take him all the way home.
Yeah, and he's certainly, I would say, he's the most cagey of the road skill set in this group. So yeah, sitting on is not going to win him any favors. Maybe you get closer to the finish, you would adopt that tactic. But right now, to your initial point, Lauren, they want to just keep this group. They don't want anyone else. They don't want Brendan or anybody else coming back. So they just want to keep this together and figure it out farther down the line, as we see Pilot on the back there.
Maybe it wasn't Pilot on the back. I'm sorry. I had a hard time looking at that. But anyway, whoever it was,
sure.
Everyone's got to do their turn.
Yeah, exactly. It's that's the breakaway. You become temporary teammates for a while here, and eventually that will go out the window. But for the moment, you've got the win and the podium going to come out of this group. So you have to work that to your advantage on this long pavement section.
And let's go back to the new selection process for Lifetime Grand Prix and how important these positions are.
Yeah, so we talked about that a little bit earlier, Kimo, how things are going to change next year, right? It's going to be less athletes automatically qualifying. So things are really going to count more this year than they have in the past for the overall.
They really are, and I think, I talked a little bit about the speculation of what's going to happen at the end of the season. We know there are a number of riders that are going to go over and race UCI Gravel Worlds, and they're going to choose to have Little Sugar be their drop race for the year. That'll play a factor in that decision, or that those results at the end of the year, and who gets into the Grand Prix automatically for next year. So I think a lot of the riders are going to be thinking about that. They need to have solid results across the rest of the series if they're going to skip Little Sugar here at the end of the year. I wanted to just actually point something out. I was taking a look. It's interesting with the course changes we had this year. There was a lot of talk about how fast we thought they might go today. There's speculation, people saying, they might go under 5 hours. Interestingly enough, Keegan Swenson last year, Twin Lakes inbound, 3 hours and 22 minutes. This year, Twin Lakes inbound, 3 hours and 29 minutes. They're only 7 minutes faster than what they did last year at that point. So Twin Lakes on the return, only 7-minute change. So we had that screaming descent that they came off of Carter Summit on that pavement, but there was also more miles added around, or it was a little bit longer, circuitous route to get to the bottom of Powerline.
Right.
So really interesting. It only created a 7-minute difference year over year so far.
Yeah, I wouldn't have called that. While you were kind of going through that, watching our lead group here, it looked like there was 4 riders kind of trying to sit on a little bit, and only 4 riders doing the work, as we see Andreas Seewald, multi-time German mountain bike champion, former world champion, on the front right there with Matt Wilson, Keegan Swenson in that order. So, yeah, if too many riders sit on, the second one person does it, right? You know this, Lauren.
Yes.
The second one person sits, you upset the entire rhythm. And other people are like, hey, man, if you're not pulling, I'm not pulling. And then all of a sudden you've got chaos.
Well, and when you look at how Columbine just played out, and Keegan obviously rode away from those guys, it is kind of on Keegan's shoulders, right? It's just like
100%.
So
right?
He's obviously the strongest rider. Matt Wilson, also a strong rider. So these other guys that didn't make it up and over Columbine are so fast with them can basically say, hey, you know what? Obviously, I'm not as fast as you, so I'm just lucky to be here.
So that speaks, what about the mental approach right now? So, we talked about it earlier. Almost nobody has been with Keegan at this point on the return trip. So now we've got so many more riders in the mix. What's that doing inside their head? They've all of a sudden got a lot of hope now.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they have. But unfortunately, Brendan Johnson right here does not look like.
Poor Brendan, right?
But, I mean, what a fighter, huh? And, again, someone that's been here at altitude and is riding really, really strong, and he's going to turn himself inside out to try and get back to this group, and also seeing that bar tape more to the right there close to his computer. So, again, noticing position and aerodynamic advantages the way these guys are riding.
You talked about Andreas Seewald on the front of that group that we saw a minute ago. And he's got a strong background, right, and an impressive Palmares, but we thought he would really play much more of a factor in the Lifetime Grand Prix this year. Surprisingly, he hasn't had that great of a year. He's sitting 13th, tied for 13th overall, and really hasn't had any results to write home about. He had it just seemed like he's just been off this year, and but it's been 2 gravel races up till now. That's all that's in in his it's all in the bag right now. So he's 19th at overall in Sea Otter Gravel and 24th overall at Unbound Gravel.
Yeah, so we'll see how he serves himself in this first real mountain bike race into his wheelhouse. Well, join us November 14 and 15 at the Lifetime Austin Rattler for an off-road Texas Hill Country adventure. Run or ride at 3 distances in each category. Register now at austinrattler.com. A reminder that support for today's broadcast is brought to you by Continental. So still getting a look at Brendan Johnson there on the chase. And we were talking a little bit off camera a moment ago, or off mic rather, a moment ago. And this is exactly where you don't want to be on this return trip, right? I mean, even if you had one other rider, you'd have a slim chance. But, you know, even with a little dissension in that leading group, it's probably a losing battle for Trekkie right now.
It is, and you just try to, like, you know, what do you tell yourself? What's that internal battle that you're having? And any kind of positive, reinforcing words you can give yourself are mottos.
Looking at Cecily Decker there coming through one of the feed stations on the way back, still in the lead. Not sure where Melissa Rollins is yet in pursuit, but maybe our friend Christy Moan down at feed number 2 can give us a little bit of insight.
Hey, I've missed you guys, but I'll tell you what, I've got the best seat in the house for all of this. We're sitting here right now across from the feed zone for Cecily Decker and Melissa Johnson, waiting for them to come in. And if you really want to think about it, this has been some exciting racing here in off-road cycling here in the United States. Conditions could not be better. Honestly, very, very low wind. We've got him hollering right now for Cecily. There she is. She's coming in. Oh my gosh, she's looking so strong. She's looking great. Yeah, there she goes. So let's get a time on that. There goes Cecily out. Now we're waiting on Melissa to come in. But kind of like I was saying, you know, Mother Nature has been throwing Leadville for a curveball for the last 4 weeks. We've had the Willow Fires, obviously, that we've talked a little bit about. And more than that, this week we've seen quite a bit of rain, and we were expecting to see that today too. But honestly, out here, the flags are barely moving. The dirt looks like it's in perfect condition from all of this rain we've had. And that's led to like some super fast courses. And you're seeing it with these times that they're coming through here. So we should be seeing here comes Melissa now. We can see the stars and stripes. She's on that amazing mountain bike jersey and sweet live bike. Here she comes, going through her feed right now. Yep, 44 seconds back from Cecily. So there she goes. They're cruising. They're going super fast. You can see a lot of these age groupers coming in. They're just streaming by, and we're going to have, here in a second, we're going to have a special guest. We did see Cam Jones come through here. He had the same issue with that front tire. So with that, we got to see him take a beat and have some help getting that fixed. But what's even cooler is we've had Cam's folks here. We've got Phil. Phil's coming into the screen. Mary didn't want to come on. Howdy. What do we say?
Hey, you know, good
day?
It's a great day. Well, I'm not sure Cam's having that great of a day, but yeah, he'll be pretty chipper at the end of it.
I heard you giving him some encouraging words as he was coming in.
Well, if you can't smile and get into it, then, you know, why come? So, no, he'll be fine.
Is that where he gets his positive attitude?
I hope so. He gets it from his mother.
Oh, but she was too scared to come on. I see her down there in her little skirt.
She's got the yellow skirt on today, not the pink skirt.
What makes the difference? When does she decide which skirt she's going to wear?
Yellow's the new pink.
Well, thanks. We're cheering for Cam.
It's great to be in America. And hey, just a shout out to the Hark Readers who sort of started this whole thing up, the whole dynamics between our family and their family. And Patty's in rehab in Lincoln. So shout out to Patty. We'll see you soon.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for joining me for a little bit. So we still got some excitement going on here. You can tell. The race is continuing, and we're going to be waiting here for a little bit to see when we can see who's in third place. I have not been able to hear who's in third place right now, so we're kind of waiting to find out who's going to be coming through here. The crews that were here waiting for Cecily and Melissa have hightailed it. With the rate everybody's moving, they got to get back to that finish line. So I think we'll throw it back to you guys there in the studio.
Getting our eyes on Melissa Rollins right now, still in the chasing position. That gap, 40 seconds right now as we look at our never second race clock there. Women with 43 3.5 miles or so to go, about 3 hours and almost 40 minutes into their race now. Back with our leaders on the men's side, Cole Patton there on the back, another one of our giant athletes in that national championship jersey. Looks like on that right side there, Brendan still fighting the good fight out there. And I mean, what are you going to do, right? You got to get back to Leadville. So you may as well go as hard as you can go. I mean, look, it's
yeah, and these competitors, man, that's just like a testament of how mentally strong they are, is to know how hard this is and what he's doing, and knowing how many of those guys are up the road and what, kind of what's in front of him. But yeah, Brendan, man, what a great fighter, someone we definitely root for, fan favorite. So yeah, it was a good fight. And it's also fun to see Christy talking with Cam's family.
Yeah, it's awesome that they're here. I kind of love that.
And also to understand that Cam is obviously having some mechanicals issues out there, right?
Front wheel, right? The mention of that.
Yep, just definitely messing with his race today. So that's unfortunate for him, but thank goodness the family's out there.
Yeah, always nice to have a little bit of support out there from your folks, and Dad trying to make Cam smile just a little bit out there as we continue to look at our leaders on the men's side there, and still a lot of cooperation going on. Haven't seen a whole lot of communication. A lot of times when you have these small breakaway groups, when you swing off from the front and drop back, you'll at least look over at the other riders, maybe have a quick word and just kind of establish that camaraderie, right?
I'm sure it's already happened. I mean, and it happens so quickly, and there's not much to say, right? Just, hey, you doing your pull? Yeah. And
right.
Don't miss a pull either. You can just have those quick conversations.
Bill and Lauren, you both have a long history of racing yourselves personally, and you look at a group like this of 7, and it's reminiscent of a road racing, right? You start to think 31 miles out from the finish, what's going through these guys' minds right now as far as how this is going to shake out? They know there's not a lot of climbing. There's not climbing isn't going to be a major factor in separating this group. So if you back to speculating a little bit, how do you think this goes down, the tactics?
So there's layers to this in my estimation, right? Number one, you've got this breakaway group, right? And first rule of the breakaway is be the fly on the wall. Don't be the strongest guy. Don't be the weakest guy. Just blend in. Do your work quietly, blend in, don't give anything away.
Yeah, but you've already kind of shown your cards on Columbine.
Well, you've shown your cards on Columbine, of course, to be there, but now you mix in. You don't drive it and take the longer, harder pulls, and at the same time you don't sit on and take the light pulls. You figure out what the average other rider is doing, and you mimic that. You eat, you drink, and you start to figure out, like, okay, what are all these riders good at, and what am I good at? And you try and figure out how to use what you're good at to overcome them. And I mean, honestly, it's probably going to come down to St. Kevin's, right? That's going to be the launching pad on the way back. That's probably where the fireworks are really going to start. And at that point, that late in the race, it's going to be who has the best legs, right? And, a couple of these riders, Simone, very good climber from Switzerland, lives in Colombia now for a long time, lives at altitude. He's very good climber. Obviously, Matt Wilson and Keegan, good climbers as well. So it's hard to say if there's going to be a lot of separation, but I think everyone really thinking like, look, I'm going to get back to St. Kevin's, and I know whether it's me or whether it's someone else in the group, that's where the fireworks are. So I've got to be ready for that.
You kind of nailed it. You figure out where you are in relation to everybody else as far as strengths. Who's the strongest? Why are they the strongest? Let's keep it super simple. Keegan is going to go long, right? Simone Pullet, we know, has gone long. Who are your sprinters in here that want to keep it together as long as possible? And then if I'm one of these riders trying to figure out who am I going to follow, if I'm going to follow Keegan, I then want to line up behind him. So when he pulls off, I'm pulling off. And when he's pulling through, I'm pulling through. I'm his shadow.
Well, let's remember the final sprint at Sea Otter, right?
That's what I was just going to bring up.
Braden Lang with an unbelievably well-executed move to dive on the inside there and take that sprint to the line, and Braden in that group. And Matt Wilson, right? We're going to go back to him winning that criterium earlier this year. So a couple of known speedsters in this group that other riders don't want to come to the
and
line
obviously
with.
on a good day,
Right.
John Gaston, also someone who like that's what's fun about it is like they're all kind of like evenly matched here, and it's just like what's left.
Right.
You think about what is left as far as the terrain and how the course can impact the race. They're going to get back to that road we had to put in this year to divert around the Willow Fire. That's we saw that screaming descent, and that's the last real like long steady climb, right? Then it is very steady. I mean,
Right.
it's I don't think there's enough there to differentiate. There is on the top of St. Kevin's. There's a little climb we call the Green Gate. It's about 500 feet at about 12%.
Oh,
so
okay.
they make a left-hand turn, and it is just this steep pitch, and that's the last spot that I can think of where someone could pin it on that really steep and maybe put a little bit of gap in a group like this. I have to believe most of these guys will make it that far together, or a good chunk of them will still be together when they get to the Green Gate. After that, you've got the descent, which is this year, about the gnarliest I've ever seen the St. Kevin's descent. That first climb they went up on the way out becomes the descent on the way back. It's about as rough as I've ever seen it, but I don't think it's enough to be a differentiator.
Okay.
What about, let's not forget, as they get close to town, like right on the edge of town, the boulevard, right? About 3.5 miles, and it's about a 3% grade, really rocky at the beginning, chunky.
Yeah.
And then it's a steady grade before it dumps out back onto like Turquoise Lake Road there before 6th Street. So that's another section that comes at around the 98-mile mark that it's really another final opportunity.
Yeah, you're right. I rode that section yesterday morning, the beginning of that the what we call the boulevard. It is a rocky loose. There is no, with all this rain the last few days, there's no clean line through there really. So it's just kind of power your way through for about 400 or 500 feet before it breaks out onto the gravel road.
A couple years ago, I remember that is where Sophia caught Michaela Thompson and passed her.
Rode right by her.
Yeah, because it just looked like Michaela had it in the bag. And just on that climb, oh man, and I just really felt bad for Michaela. It's just like there's nothing you can do.
No, there's nothing you can do. You just got to pick your way through, and at that point in the race, you've got what you've got in the legs, right? And you can try and sum it up as much as you can, but most of the riders, their nutrition has been so timed that they're probably just about running on fumes at that point to get to the line.
The lead men here, you can see on the left, you got, unfortunately on the right, you still got
I know.
Brendan Johnson still trying to chase back, and I don't know that the gap actually, it kept showing 3 minutes. Now it's saying 1:33. I don't think it was actually 3. I don't think it was actually 3 minutes. I think he may be a little bit closer, but they are about to get back to that pipeline 8 station inbound. So this is going to be their last chance to get a feed from their crews. The top of Carter Summit, we do have a neutral aid. They'll be able to pick up aid if they need it there. But right now you can see some of the cloud cover that's come in, and we talked about it earlier today. It burned off. It was all sunny. With a little cloud cover, they're going to be that climb is not going to be quite as hot as it could have been if it was just complete sunlight on them. So it's going to be about a 5-6 mile grind up that pavement section back to Carter Summit, and they'll have a neutral aid opportunity there, and that's their last chance to take on any kind of fluids and nutrition.
I know.
I just picked up the weather app really quick and looked, and it only said it was 54 degrees outside. So perfect temperature for racing.
Yeah.
So not necessarily too hot for these guys. And also, did you notice up at the top of Columbine, all the aid station folks and staff, they were all bundled up.
Right.
So it's cold up there.
I see that. Yeah, it's probably 10 degrees colder at the top of the climb than anywhere else. And don't forget too, right?
Oh, we're seeing a little bit of issue here. Some hands thrown up.
Gesticulating there.
Yeah,
it's starting.
Simone's like, hey, guys, where you got pull through? And Gaston also is like, come on. So we're already seeing some dynamics play out like, thought it was going to happen.
Yeah, you have some of those riders like, Simone is a great example of a rider who just, goes out head down and races hard, right? He's not pulling punches. It's not to say he's not riding from a tactical playbook, but he just likes to go hard, and he's expecting the same from everybody else in that group right now. And he knows that as they get closer to the finish, you can't let those guys start sitting on, because every little bit of energy, every few watts that those guys save is a potential threat to your result at the end. So you got to start to play that game of, well, if you're going to sit on, I'm going to do my best to coax you into working. working.
And also the fatigue and the frustration comes out in those manners. So again, like trying to stay within yourself and stay controlled when you're unhappy with kind of how the environment's playing out, but you have no control over that. And then also you're kind of thinking back, okay, this is the front of the race, but like in the chase group is Brendan, but there's probably no one else behind him that's really a threat. And even once Brendan catches you, is he really going to be that much of a threat too?
Oh, yeah, I mean, the next group behind Brendan, we believe, is like Toby Rode, Quinn Simmons, Zach Colton, a little bit behind that. So yeah, this is it. This is what we're looking at. Like, as much as Brendan's been by himself, that situation will probably remain the same all the way into the finish. I don't know that he's going to get caught either. As we look at our leaders now, getting through that feed zone and getting that opportunity to take a little bit here, as they're now just about a little under 45 kilometers, 28 miles to the finish of the event here.
You know, it's interesting. Watching Cole Patton and Braden Lang, they have been hanging on the back here for quite a long time. They may be the ones that we're causing a little bit of frustration, because I haven't seen either one of them pull through in quite a while. I'm not sure if I've seen Cole pull through yet, but one of our giant riders, in the national championships jersey, but seems to be content to just hang on the back. And
oh, what's this? Andreas Seawald stopping. What was that all about? Andreas Seawald just abruptly moving to the left there and looking at his bike, but he got right back on. So yeah, not sure what that is.
Quick look down at something and then hop back on. So maybe he decided to get to his crew if he's got an issue. Maybe he just took a feed there and kept on going. So not quite sure what could have happened there.
Yeah, that was an interesting thing there. I was just going to kind of comment on, you said Cole in that jersey, national championship jersey, sitting on the back of the group. And look, that part of the game is, if you can do it and get away with it, you're going to get away with it for as long as you can, because why wouldn't you at this point, right?
Yeah, and then also was that Cole just grabbing something and then getting gapped off a little bit. But, you got to wonder what was going on right there. But, I guess everything is all right.
Yeah, taking feed. The interesting thing with this course is, a lot of people will criticize it, saying, well, it's not really a mountain bike race. Well, I'll tell you, there are a lot of sections of this course where you can't take your hands off the bars and feed. So you kind of have to know when and where. You have to be strategic about how you're going to take a feed, and and be ready when you can, because on some of these screaming descents, or with these more, when you do get into more rocky technical sections, it's not optimal to be able to try and to take on your nutrition and fluids.
Well, now we're getting our camera back on Cecily Decker, leading our women's race. Still, Decker taking that look back over the shoulder, and a little bit of out of the saddle now on this section of the course. Last time gap was Melissa Rollins, just about 45 seconds back, as now we see Melissa on the split screen there on the right-hand side. This paved climb on the course. So it looks like they're both on this same section of road, is what it appears. Decker on a paved climb as well, and then as is Melissa. So we're going to get that time gap momentarily, but Cecily Decker, what a day. She throwing caution to the wind really early out here, taking Sarah Lang with her right from the start, and she's still surviving it.
Melissa's got it down to looks to be about 29 seconds. So coming through Twin Lakes on the way back, she had cut another 14, 15 seconds off just coming back from Lost Canyon over to Twin Lakes. She'd made up about 15 seconds. So I think we can see her in the back. If you're looking back behind Cecily,
exactly.
That's that moto and rider back there you can see is Melissa, who we can see on our right-hand screen here.
How far was that from Lost Canyon to here? How far?
It's about 5 miles in between.
Just curious, just for perspective of like how much time she's knocking out.
So do you think this gap coming down from Melissa to Cecily faster or slower than what you would have expected?
I'm right on expectations.
Okay.
Because I think Cecily is just so strong, and again, I think Melissa is just finding that second gear and is just slowly chomping at that effort, and again, just coming back at her. Within a reasonable effort.
It was about 3.6 miles. Sorry. So,
no.
She made up 15 seconds and about 3.6 miles between those two time checks.
5.5 Ks. That's a pretty good bit of speed she's carrying. As looking at our never second race clock, our women now with exactly 38 miles to go for their finish. They've been out there for
Look at, again, look at the differences. Look how efficient and fast Melissa is, and you've got Cecily standing up, kind of rocking back and forth.
Yeah, she's back and forth in the saddle, out of the saddle. That means she can't find her rhythm.
And that's her right there behind her.
There it is. So the catch.
We're about to have the catch.
About to be made. So this is a big moment here in our women's field. Cecily Decker's been off the front for the bulk of the race. She had the company of Sarah Lang for a while, but ever since about mile 31 or 32, she's been solo up and over Columbine. Now on the way back, Melissa Rollins just about to button this up. What is the move now? Does Melissa go straight by her and try and get in her head, or does she sit and recover?
I think it took her this long to get to her, so I think she's not going to try and make a big surge and pass her. I think use her as long as you can, and then obviously again, Melissa's got another bit to push.
I think she's going by her. That's my move. It's just
but I think Cecily's going to jump on.
Yeah, Cecily knows it's coming, but I think to me, Melissa wants to carry that momentum. Why slow down a little bit when you've got that rhythm? But
hello.
Yeah, Cecily's like, I haven't seen anyone behind me for a while now. So Melissa's going to sit the wheel, it looks like, for the moment. As
told
you so.
You're right.
Yeah.
You know how
Lauren
Hall.
You don't listen.
Do you wonder from those?
I don't.
Do you wonder from those early moments, even when Cecily was away with Sarah Lang, the amount of time Cecily sat on the front doing all the pulling? Do you think if she burned some of those matches, does she wish she had some of those matches back right about now?
It all comes back to get you some way or another. It comes back to get you, and that's that sometimes becomes the difference at this level. Is you've got to be very careful where you burn those matches, where you spend your money out there. And Cecily might have gone on a bit of a spending spree early, and now paying for it and trying to find her ATM card to get a little more.
We've seen Melissa go from last to first today, from going down in that accident early on in the race, 5-6 miles in, being the last one to get up and have to chase back through the entire pro field up to the front of the race is pretty impressive.
Chemo, I was about to say, just like what a full circle moment for Melissa, right? From the highest of highs at the beginning of this year to the lowest of lows to right back to where she wants to be, right at the front of this race, Leadville 100, and riding so strong with Cecily Decker on her wheel.
Well, so our two leaders together there in the women's race as we switch back over to the men's side for the moment. They are all strung out. Again, that looks like Keegan Swenson on the front. Matt Wilson still following the wheel. He's picked the good wheel to follow all day long. What a great shot there, panning out as across this very fast section. My word.
Well, our helicopter had gone off to get refueled, and it looks like it's back out there catching the action. But we got this drone in here that's getting us some killer shots.
Yeah, I love it. This is wonderful coverage of our men's leader. Again, we're looking at Keegan Swenson, Matt Wilson, John Gaston, who, again, the rumor is his final run here at Leadville. Cole Patton in the mix, Braden Lang, Simone Pillow, and Andrea Seawald. So every one of these riders has an amazingly impressive resume. So, we've talked about so many different scenarios, but I think it's still really hard to pin down how this finale is going to shake out with now under 25 miles to go.
Just got an update on the lead women. So we talked a little bit. We saw Melissa catch Cecily, and they're together. Sarah Lang and Lauren Stevens came through Twin Lakes inbound together. They are exactly 7 minutes behind Melissa and Cecily coming through there. Or behind Melissa's time coming through there. So, boy, did they ever put a gap on them on both Cecily and Melissa put a gap on Sarah and Lauren on that descent. That's pretty impressive to see them stretch that. What was 3 minutes at the top for Sarah Lang became 7 at the bottom.
Yeah. And for Lauren to also catch back up to Sarah, right? So, again, good to have some company coming back into town.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, look, I think just like Brendan on the men's side, with his chances being slim, making the catch to the front group, I'm not so sure that Lauren and Sarah are going to be able to make any inroads here on our two leaders. But they're still fighting for a podium. Let's not forget that. Fighting for a podium and fighting for some great Grand Prix points, because let's not forget, still the most dominant rider on the women's scene this year, Sofia Gomez-Vichafanye, out of the hunt right now.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it really all day. But again, she's talked about how she struggles at this race and at altitude. So not totally something to catch us off guard.
No, not. I mean, she's done quite well here in the past, but she's not been as consistent as some of the other riders have been. But yes, today's certainly not her best day out here, but she's a champion, and I'm sure she's going to rally through for a good result as we continue to watch our men's leaders here. Again, that's Keegan Swenson just swinging off the front with Matt Wilson making his way on through John Gaston. The other tall rider in white there in third wheel. We see Simone Pilot in the green. Braden Lang just taking a drink of water there, while Andreas Seawald obviously recovering from that little bit of a mishap there where he hopped off the bike real quick. He made his way back on and still bringing up the back of the group. Captain America there, Cole Patton, your three-time marathon mountain bike national champion, dutifully punching tickets there at the back.
Quick through and off turns right here.
Yeah. You know, so that's a great point, right? As we get closer to that St. Kevin's, the pulls are going to get shorter, and that through and off kind of rotation. Nobody's going to sit on the front for 10, 20 seconds. It's literally just come to the front, swing left.
Right, and who's sitting on Keegan Swenson is Matt Wilson.
Right.
I just think that's a great spot for him to be in, and Matt is having a heck of a ride today.
Yeah.
Showing his cards up and over Columbine, so I'm liking Matt's chances more and more as we get closer to the finish.
I gotta say, I am too. As we're now back with Cecily Decker, the Pas Normal rider, who been dictating this race from very early on. Melissa Rollins, the great recovery, compartmentalization, and recovery from that early crash there, and just again, we suspect it was a touch of wheels and just kind of maybe not the best positioning early in that race, but she's recovered from that. She's rallied on through, and she's now up there in the lead with Decker, and they've got a whole lot of the gap. I mean, look, they're going to still work together because that's just what both of them do. But they could certainly not go full tilt here right now.
No, you don't need to. And going back to the Lifetime Grand Prix standings, Melissa's dead last. Man, does this help? And also,
right, great point. Right,
yeah, Sarah Lang is sitting ninth. Right, so again, whatever result she's currently, sitting fourth, fifth, whatever it's going to be, is still going to be a good ride for her. And again, just boost her a little bit more. And especially as we get closer to a little bit more of those technical races that she's probably going to have a little bit of difficulty in. She needs a good result here today.
Yeah, absolutely needs a big result. And it's, I'm just kind of in my head starting to think about the big overall implications, the big changes that we're going to be looking at the end of the day today. And I think there's going to be a whole lot of shuffling going on both sides, men and women. And, I mean, that's what we love about the Grand Prix. And, I mean, look, this is race 3. We've still got 3 races to go. We're only halfway through the season. So it's kind of exciting that we're seeing such a shift here with our Leadville race.
Right, 2 more mountain bike races followed by one last gravel race with Big Sugar. So, yeah, and it's fun to see this split screen right here. Men's race on the left side, women's race on the right side. 2 different types of races playing out.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. And we, both of them went similarly as predicted, right? Men's race got to the bottom of Columbine with that big group. St. Kevin's, I think maybe we all thought it might be a little more of a split on St. Kevin's. But, things came back together. We had a big group at the base of Columbine. And, look, I don't know if any of us would have called a 6-rider group with less than 25 miles to go in the men's race. That would have been a risky call. And, the women's race, again, that early break, we kind of thought about that as well. But, we thought maybe some other riders might be in the mix of that.
And talking about communication, we see Melissa and Cecily just having a bit of a conversation here. Who knows what they're talking about? But again, you kind of hope you're in agreement at least until closer to the finish. They're right at 34 miles to go.
Look, they know each other. They've been competitors. They've done some training together. So my guess, it's words of encouragement. Like, you're looking really good today. We're riding strong. Like, let's just keep sharing the work.
Do you know what the gap is?
Yeah, all kinds of stuff. So I think it's a lot of encouragement there with our 2 women's leaders right now. And, yeah, they've got 34.6 miles to go, obviously on a fast little downhill section. We saw the men on this not terribly long ago, and they're This is why riders were putting on the bigger chain rings, right? Like there was a lot of talk of some of that technical stuff earlier in the day, and a lot of riders putting on a 40-tooth single front chain ring, which for this race, unheard of, right?
Yeah, and yeah, all the different changes that you make to your bike specifically for Leadville. And yeah, just having these two women work well together. And Cecily is so strong. Like, I think she, have a little bit of reprieve, have a little bit of help of Melissa pulling through, gives her renewed energy.
Yeah, this works well for Cecily to get that little bit of recovery, I think, right now.
I want to share another stat. I talked a little bit earlier about Keegan, the times with the course changes this year. I mentioned the time difference for Keegan last year to Twin Lakes inbound. So once they got down to the bottom of Columbine on their way back in, was only 7 minutes faster this year. Melissa's time this year, 25 minutes faster.
Come on.
So whatever the women are doing, they smoked the first part of this course. So I don't know if the men were just kind of all hanging together and it just was a gentler pace on the way out or what. But right now, but my calculation is she was 25 minutes faster to Twin Lakes in this year.
Absolutely amazing. And yeah, I mean, I think, right, the men's race, because that group was so big, they probably were a lot of looking around and nobody really wanting to be the first one to make the pull. So it was kind of a lot of tempo riding, if you will, on the way out, where the women, there was already a lot of separation at that point,
group
right?
Of four chasing back together.
Yeah.
They must have been working hard.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, Decker, again, she's been on the front the whole time. So a lot of that difference in the pace is largely thanks to Cecily Decker and that early move with Sarah Lang. So currently, our women on the left, our two leaders right there, that's going to be Melissa Rollins on the front, Cecily Decker on the back. Our chasers, Lauren Stevens and Sarah Lang, doing what they can right now. And I think their biggest goal is to be able to fight that bronze medal spot, that final podium spot between the two of them here when they get into town.
Be the best that you never had.
I think your nutrition is really important. You have to train the same way you race. Yeah, I mean, never second slogan is science first, never second. And I feel like I kind of operate the same way. I'm very regimented, and everything has a plan and a place. And their products sit really well with me. I tested them for a long time before I was like, oh, let's partner up and let's do this.
Your overall winner for the Lifetime Grand Prix, this is Keegan Swenson.
Never seconds, got it figured out. Everything just works.
Well, Giant and Liv are global leaders in cycling, creating innovative bikes and gear that elevate performance, comfort, and confidence. From first rides to podium finishes, every step of the journey is supported. We're back with our two leaders on the women's side there. Now we're switching over, looking at one of our chasers one of our riders, Braden Lang, I believe, on the men's side there. Simone Pilot slipping on through. You can just see Cole Patton. We'll see if Cole's going to find his way off the back of the group in through the pace line here. Well, Cole going to come on through there on that Stars and Stripes Giant bike. What a beautiful bike there. Keegan Swenson, your reigning marathon world champion, coming on through as well. And man, what's going through Keegan's head right now? He is, I said it before, he's absolutely in uncharted territory. And does Keegan know how to handle this situation, right?
Yeah, of course he does. He's a world champion. And I think it's fine.
again, we've talked about all the scenarios, and he's also playing the scenarios. And again, these guys are really starting to fall apart here, not doing full pull-throughs, and gaps are opening up. So we'll see how this kind of plays out.
We're back on one of the paved sections here. It's John Gaston on the back. And, man, John's got to be thinking, can I actually go better than my 3 silver medal performances here today? I mean, he's been one of the most consistent riders in the last 12 or so years that he's been doing Leadville. I think 2014 was his first run at it. And, again, 7 top 10 finishes, 3 times second place, all to Keegan Swenson. So he would love to figure out a way to, on his swan song, maybe walk off with top honors.
Keep in mind the one time he got third to Keegan 3 years ago, it came down to a sprint between he and Alexi Vermeulen, and Alexi took him in a sprint. So not sure how strong his sprint. We know he can climb he's a big guy. You look at him in that screen, he's got to be the biggest guy in this group. We know he can climb. He's with the the lead 7 right in the Leadville Trail 100 right now, almost 80 miles in. So obviously he's got some fitness, but it'll be curious to see what he can do in the sprint, because he hasn't had a history of being able to sprint for a placing. So
yeah.
Just watching all these guys pull through in the top left-hand corner, you can just see Keegan is lingering a bit more longer on the front. Matt also, too. We've seen a couple of those guys through and off. And, again, that's just like the games that are being played. Just every second counts. And we are also seeing every single one of these guys basically leaning on their forearms. So everyone here has done the bar tape closer into their computers and being in a very aerodynamic positioning.
I want to give a call out to Boulder, to BCC, our production company that's helping us put that shot we just had. We had the leaders of the men. We got the chase with Brendan Johnson. We had our women leaders. We had our women chase. I mean, just the fact that we can pull this off, and this crew has just been such a great partner for us to pull this off at 10,000 feet above sea level without cell coverage in most of it, and trying to figure,
in a moving playing field.
Moving playing field. They're doing just an amazing job. So it's amazing how far the coverage and what we've been able to bring to people live across the country, thanks to BCC.
A little road furniture there in that left-hand turn.
What'd you see?
Oh, there was like a big construction sign there. One of the riders went way on the inside, the rest of the group to the outside there.
Hot route.
Yeah, hot route. As again, our leaders on the men's side in that upper left-hand corner, Brendan Johnson, appropriately in the right-hand box on the chasing move there for a long time. But he's got a great aerodynamic position. I mean, look at him. He's just been down, elbows on the bars, and just real smooth out there. And I'm sure he'd love to have a little company, but that's just the way the deck has been shuffled today. On the bottom left, Melissa Rollins in her Stars and Stripes jersey on the lead right now, ahead of Cecily Decker with that's going to be Lauren Stevens and Sarah Lang on the chase, well behind those two leaders. Last gap was about 7 minutes or so, and so we don't foresee them making any headway back to the front of that race.
I just got a little stat from Becca Sands. For those of you that don't know, Becca's behind the scenes on everything that we do, but she's
blushing,
the one, by the way. She's the one that makes all this stuff happen, believe it or not, and she doesn't get enough credit for it. But she just she did a little calculation. If Cecily can win and Sophia is 8th or further down, they will be if Sophia was in 8th, which is where she is right now, they'll end up being tied in the series. So it's a little early to start projecting like that, but
it's fun stuff.
But interesting. When you think about how dominant Sophia has been this year, hasn't lost a race yet, right? She's got 60 points, which is 2 wins in the series thus far at this Lifetime Sea Otter Classic and the Lifetime Unbound Gravel. She takes the wins, takes the top points. She's leading by far, but with Cecily up here in the front, she's got a chance to move up and at least tie her. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, that is awesome, but I think Melissa would like to have a little bit of say in that. I really think Melissa is looking so strong in the second half of this race.
Yeah, we're talking a little bit on one of our commercial breaks what we think the dynamic might be here in the women's race. And, Melissa Rollins, obviously a very, very good climber, great all-around bike racer, of course, probably eyeing up that St. Kevin's climb. Now, will she go all in? Not sure, but the suspicion is I think she's probably going to put in a little bit of a dig there and see if she can capitalize on Cecily's fatigue. And if she doesn't get the gap, well, she's got the boulevard section yet towards the end. So a couple of options there for her to play her cards.
Well, and I'm wondering if she even has to put in a quote-unquote dig, if she just rides her pace on St. Kevin's, if that's just not going to be enough to drop Cecily.
Yeah, it's questionable, right? Cecily's such a good rider, but again, we can't not talk about all the energy she has spent out here today, right? And it comes back at you at some point or another throughout the day. So, we'll see if Cecily can kind of manage her energy expenditure out there because, it's a big thing to talk about here as we get closer and closer to the finish. And, again, she's back on the front and Melissa just kind of trolling behind her, looking, at this point, Melissa's looking for signs of weakness, right? She's looking for the shoulder bob. She's looking for the head tilt. She's looking for the pedal stroke to start to get a little square or a little bit choppy because that's going to give her a real good indication of how Cecily's really feeling.
This is true, yeah. And also going back to the bottom right-hand corner, we're talking about Lauren Stevens having a really great ride out here today and someone else that is a savvy bike racer and will play Sarah Lang to the death. But again, a great ride by Sarah, talking about where she's sitting in the Lifetime Grand Prix standings and how important this day is for her. She's sitting 9th overall right now. She's, primed for top 4 position. So good ride for Sarah, and it's time. It's time for Sarah to have a good podium position.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect way to put it, right? Sarah's been knocking on the door. She's been such a good rider, just hasn't had that breakout performance. And today could be that day. I mean, she's a rider from deep in New England, up in New Hampshire. So, depending where in New Hampshire, obviously you've got the White Mountains, so some reasonable elevation up there, but still a little more of a lowlander than some of these altitude specialists. So really showcasing her climbing skills that we knew she had. We knew she was a world-class climber, and she was able to really showcase that out here today.
And back to our lead men's race right here, just watching Matt Wilson open up a gap, letting Anton fill that spot. Andreas, excuse me.
Yeah, so, you wonder if Wilson is starting to either A, be a little fatigued, or B, play the game, right? Yeah, right.
Playing the games.
I think he's playing the game. I mean, right, they're now under 20 miles to go, so looking at the average speed, that means about 1 hour and 5 minutes from the finish line right now based on their average speed. So game playing is starting to go.
Yeah, when we were talking about where he was lined up in the rotation and he was sitting on Keegan's wheel, essentially because Keegan is so strong, that means Matt also has to pull through at that strength. And it's just that, hey, why don't I switch up the rotation and sit back on someone else that I prefer to sit on that might be a little bit less of an effort to pull through.
Well, exactly. And I was gonna kind of piggyback on what you were alluding to with Keegan staying on the front a little bit. That's a mildly advanced tactic, right? You stay on the front. When you pull off, you kind of keep that same pace for a while, and you make the others have to pull longer.
Yep,
and then when you drop the second wheel back, then you drop back to the back of the line real quick. But, that way you're still saving your energy, but you're forcing that guy who's behind you to really have to work a little bit harder. It's not a ton every time, in one time, but you do that 5, 6, 7 times to the same guy on your wheel, it adds up a lot.
And the gas switches rotation.
And
that's why Matt's on a different wheel.
Keegan's been paying attention. He knows it's been Matt on his wheel. Matt was the one guy that stuck him on the climb.
Yep.
Matt's been on his wheel every time through the rotation. So I love that Keegan was astute enough to employ that tactic. I love it.
They've just passed that Twin Lakes Dam on the way back. And again, this is that section of road that we had to put in this year because of the Willow Fire. They're about to get to the base of that climb that's going to take them back up to Carter Summit. We've talked a lot about how that was such a screaming descent, and this is that climb that could be a game changer. This is where we could start to see some fireworks and see a little bit of action. Well, curious to see what kind of tactics they take to each other as they start that climb. There's never really any steep portion of it, there's nothing that's ever really going to be a major that you'd call out as a real differentiator, but any point along the way we could start seeing some attacks because you got to believe some of these guys in this group of 7 aren't going to want to be in a group of 7 coming down to a sprint.
So when we were talking about this scenario earlier, Lauren, one of the first things you said is Keegan likes to go long. So do you think he's going to be the first one?
I think he'll put in an effort. I think he'll put in a dig and try, and he'll definitely split this group and whittle it down to those that are going to be able to stick his wheel, and then maybe another kicker. But again, like it's he had put so much effort into Columbine, but he has the ability to recover. He's the world champion. I mean, I'm going to keep coming back to that. There's a reason he's wearing that kit. And I think he is by far the strongest guy here. I think everybody else in this group knows it as well. So it's his race to lose, and I think everybody knows it, and he knows that.
We're getting a good look at Melissa Rollins railing this little downhill there with Decker still glued to the wheel. The women, they're looking at about 30.4 miles to go right now on our never second race clock. Lauren Stevens and Sarah Lang, the chasers, that's telling us 8.5 minutes right now. So I think at this point it's a combination, right? It's the two, you got the two strongest riders clearly at the front. They're just riding hard, and so they're gaining a little time in that way. And look, Sarah and Lauren are
Whole
suffering.
different race.
Yeah, they're suffering under a little bit, and in their head, they know they're not coming back to the front, right? So there's no need to drive it. Their goal now is to stay ahead of 5th, 6th, 7th place, right? So they're riding a totally separate bike race, I think, right
Exactly.
now.
And, you know, a lot of times we talk about, we don't really give time checks here in gravel racing or mountain bike racing, but I would imagine they are getting something from their cycling computer from whoever is on the side of the road, for, you know, because now all these computers can get that kind of information. So they probably have some idea of where they are sitting overall and in front of them and behind them of what these gaps are. So, yeah, they probably know, okay, we are fighting for 3rd and 4th place, and it's just going to be us. And so let's get to the finish together and in the most efficient way possible and take care of each other, and then we'll battle it out when once it gets closer. Like, we're trying to speculate of when Keegan's going to go, and I think the same thing when Lauren and Sarah, you know, when are they going to start to break down? And I think St. Kevin's again, or on the boulevard. Like, it's just those are the two places that are left to go.
I think it's only natural to try it on St. Kevin's, right? It comes at about 18 miles or so, or pardon me, about 12 miles to go. And I think it's only kind of natural for them to try it there. And if it doesn't work, you've still got another opportunity, right?
I think in the women's chase, Sarah has got to go on St. Kevin's. She's got to go long. Right, that's where she's separated. That's in the hopes that she can create enough of a gap to stay away from Lauren all the way to the finish, and then push again on the boulevard. Lauren's going to do everything to stick her wheel until the finish, I think, and play the savvy, like, I'm going to sprint you at the end, kind of last 3K.
Yeah,
that's what I'm going for those two. And then, yeah, Melissa and Cecily, man, what a battle. I don't know. It's kind of a toss-up between the two of them. And then on the left side of your screen, we're seeing Keegan take on some fuel right now.
That's probably going to be about the last bit of nutrition he's going to take in here. Maybe not quite or close to it here. They're about 17 miles out in our men's lead.
You know, we've been talking a lot about Brendan Johnston being that lone chaser, and he rode all the way. He's ridden all the way back across here on the flats by himself. You know, he's pulled it back to within inside 2 minutes.
Wow.
But just behind him, 7 minutes behind this lead group, Toby Rode, and who's with him?
Quinn
Simmons. Hanging with him back there. So, you know, you've got two of the strongest, probably the two strongest guys on the flats, maybe. If they could get a Cam Jones with them, you put those three guys together pulling back across, they'd be a powerhouse. But I think they might run out of road before this road, you know, starts to tip uphill here, and lose the opportunity for them to take advantage of that kind of grinding power strength, because they're going to get into this climb and they're going to stop gaining ground.
Yeah, 100%. So our men's lead, we're still looking at Keegan Swenson, Matt Wilson, John Gaston, Cole Patton, Simone Pilot, Braden Lang, and Andreas Seawald, as they're now 16 miles yet to go, and still working pretty unified together. We've not seen any fireworks just yet coming out of that group, and I can't imagine it's going to be too long for that on the women's side. Well, now we're looking at our chasers. Sarah Lang in the white, just ahead of Lauren Stevens in the pink and neon there. in second position. Those two riders, again, battling out for that final podium spot.
Have you seen Lauren pull through with the two of these? I mean, every time we've flashed to them in the chase, I have not seen Lauren pull through once, right?
I seriously have not. Yeah.
Sitting on the front, but it's smart. If Sarah's going to let her do it, I think it's smart.
I mean, Lauren is one of the most accomplished athletes out there. A wonderful road pedigree, and she's translated that into a great off-road resume as well, and very smart tactician. So, I mean, look, if Sarah's not going to slow down and ask her to pull, she's not going to pull. It's kind of that simple.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think Sarah's going to ride Lauren off her wheel, especially putting in that kind of effort. Another thing that's been a big talk for the week with the changed course is, could this be the first time we ever see the race go sub 5 hours? And sitting here at 4:22 with under 20 miles to go, but still a fair amount of climbing. What are your thoughts? Is there a chance they still get there? Can they get there in 38 minutes?
I don't think the guys are going to do that. I think they're, and I was the first one to say I thought they were going to go under 5. So I'll take that one on the chin. But no, it's looking like they're probably going to be around the 5:15 mark would be my guess. So still really, really fast race. It's still going to be around 19 miles an hour or so for this race, which is a pretty quick pace.
We just saw Keegan take another gel. Right? That was like 2 within a K. I don't know, just taking in some quick fuel or a couple of different things at once, and something else in his pocket. So
yeah, right, Bill. You guys recall not too long ago, I was the one that said that no, they wouldn't be able to pull Keegan back in.
Fair enough. So we all have our blunders out here. It's all good.
How much we know.
Yeah, right. That's why we're here and we're not out there, man. We just talk about this
bunch
stuff.
of armchair quarterbacks in here.
100%.
Maybe we should stick to calling the race instead of predicting the race.
Yeah, whatever. Again, there's John.
The fun.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of the fun as we're looking at John Gaston there, front and center in the screen. There's Keegan Swenson, looking still smooth as ever on that Specialized in that World Championship jersey. Man, I love to see the World Championship stripes on display up here in Leadville. It just, as if this race needs more accolades. It's just adds another layer of how great this event is up here. John knows that Keegan's the best in the business, so he's going to stick close. Another rider that he's been on the podium, but he's never been this close to the top step, this close to the finish of the race. Here is now just 11 miles yet to go. So clock ticking here as our women
again
on the right side.
Just talking about how this group really isn't working that well together. We saw Keegan pull off towards the camera, and then he went the other way. And Gaston filled in the gap on the left side. So, Keegan's like asking people to pull through, and they're not doing. He just looked over his shoulder. So it's just kind of funny of like how they'll pull through every once in a while, and then it kind of falls apart. And let me tell you, there's nothing more frustrating than that. Within 15 miles to the finish, right. I mean, he knows he's the strongest guy, but it just wears on your nerves to know that these guys are sitting on. But and then the other perspective, those guys sitting on, was like, no way, man. You are obviously the strongest guy here. Sorry, we're going to leave it on you. And Gaston also is like, whatever. I don't mind pulling through. I don't have any hunt in the Lifetime Grand Prix. I'm just here to race my second race of the year and call it
exactly.
Call it a year.
Yeah, call the season at the conclusion. Yeah, it's funny, right? Like it's as frustrating as it is, it has to be expected, right? They've done all the hard work, and they're quote teammates on the road in this breakaway since they unified it after the descent of Columbine. But you knew at some point, the closer you get to the finish, that there's going to be dissension in the group.
And just seeing that, Andreas Seawald kind of pushed the pace just a little bit, opened up a bit of the gap, and Matt Wilson was the one to close it back down. Simone Pilot right there in the shot he's been kind of on the struggle bus here the last couple of kilometers.
Is he on the struggle bus? I think Simone's being a little bit cagey. We saw him in the coffee shop the other day. His wife is here with him for the very first time, enjoying the U.S. He's going to be heading to Nebraska after this. for the Lauf Gravel Worlds. And, you know, I think he's maybe got a little extra motivation because you're talking about a journeyman rider who travels and races so much. Oh, look at this. Keegan Swenson going to the well right now with 15 miles yet to go. And who can hold his wheel but John Gaston? So these two guys getting a little bit of separation here. So we knew it was coming. It was who was going to be the first one to do it and where was it going to happen.
I think Seawald kind of started this, pushed the pace just a little bit, and Keegan's like, you know what, let's go. I'll match that. And I think Gaston was just sitting in the prime spot to follow these wheels.
Another interesting dynamic to be thinking about right now is these guys, you know, 7 guys in this lead group. 6 out of the 7, John Gaston is the only one that is not in the Lifetime Grand Prix this year.
Yeah.
So we've got guys all, you know, I know they're all right now thinking about the win, but as they, if these two guys get away and they've got a clear gap on everybody and they can hold it to the end, now you've got 5 other guys that are now starting to think about Lifetime Grand Prix points, right? And now that'll start to change the dynamic of the racing at the end.
Yeah, that's actually a great point, especially if these guys get a 10, 15 second gap. The rest of the guys might start to think, oh man, points, and then it just throws another wrench in how effective their chase can be. Is again, Keegan, we saw John having a little bit of word. Now we're getting, that's the camera angle we wanted. So they've got about 6 seconds or so on this little stretch of uphill, but these two guys, they're committed. You said it earlier, Lauren, Keegan has to go long. That's his preference, and so he's doing it with about 15 miles to go, so still 45 minutes maybe of racing yet to go. John Gaston just happened to be in the right place at the right time, followed the wheel, and now they've got the advantage. That looks like Matt Wilson on the front of the group leading the chase.
You got to think those guys in the back, I think someone should just try and jump across and start to match this instead of trying to weld it back together. That is going to be such a big ask to do that. And then you're just bringing all those guys back to you, back to the chaos. So whoever's back there that is pretty strong, I would advise them to make a move and just try and ditch everybody else and get here by yourself.
Yeah, I agree. That's the tactic at this point, right? And Simone Palou was the one we saw at the back of the group just before Keegan upped the pace here and caused the separation. So you wonder if Palou, who's actually a wonderful climber, if he's kind of keeping his eye on this and waiting for a certain mark to make a move to go across. But still a lot of strength behind. They still got 4 riders back there. You've got your former world marathon champion in Seawald back there. You've got the reigning U.S. marathon champion in Patton. You got Braden Lang, who's the current gravel champion. So a lot of ability behind there. I don't necessarily think that this is the decisive run to the finish, but I think this is certainly
a heck of a move.
It's the first catalyst.
And how about Gaston
sure.
pulling through with Keegan? Gaston still has something to give also. So it's not that Keegan is going so hard. They've just picked up the pace enough to get rid of the riffraff.
Yeah, and I think to Kimo's point before, Gaston not in the Grand Prix, so he's got nothing to lose. He's just racing for the line, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. You got to wonder, did Keegan put in such a hard effort there that he actually had to sit up and and recover a little bit? I mean, it was such a hard effort. John looked like he was on the rivets there for a minute, trying to stay with him. He was standing, he was rocking around on the bike. Now it looks like he's calmed down, smoothed it out a little bit, and even enough he can take a drink right now. And then our other 4, it looks like 4 guys. And I'm wondering who we might have dropped out of that group of 7 because there's only 4 back there. It looks like maybe Cole Patton might be the odd man out on that group.
Yeah, I'm not seeing his jersey there.
I see Simone in there. Yeah, you see Andreas sitting on the back. Yeah, we got Matt Wilson, we got Braden trying to get him to pull through and do some work. And I'm sure they're looking around at each other thinking, this is all I've got. But Matt Wilson, he certainly burned some matches on Columbine as well. So it'll be interesting to see if these guys can kind of keep it together, keep pulling through, and try to match the effort of Keegan and Gaston up the road. But unfortunately, it looks like Cole Patton was the first one to get dropped on this climb on the return.
Yeah, certainly unfortunate to see that, but still a wonderful race for Cole, and he's still going to run into a pretty solid finish here. Now Matt Wilson looking for a little help, the universal flick there, the elbow, and It's going to be Andreas Seawald now leading through. Braden Lang. Pillow still sitting on the back. He's, I know, Lauren, you think he's hurting a little bit. I think he's still being a little bit cagey back there, as it looks like about a 23-second gap to the chasers as we see Keegan and Gaston. And every now and then Keegan takes a look back to see what's going on. He's going to see a lot of daylight now as they're about 13 and a half miles out from the finish.
Look at the tire size difference between Simone's tires and everybody else. They look so much bigger.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is just or if it's the rims of the wheels, but I don't know if he's carrying a heavier bike around than these guys. I think he's hurting. I think, if he was cagey, he would have jumped across by now. You don't want to let Gaston and Keegan up the road. You don't want to give them any gaps.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, right, like to jump across, you don't want that gap to be any more than 15 seconds, right? Because you can close that down in about a minute of hard effort. You'll shut that 15 seconds down. To try and shut down, 20 seconds or 30 seconds, you're talking about probably a 3-minute effort to shut that down. And that's a big ask.
It's late in the race?
Right now.
No way.
Really
At altitude?
ask. Yeah. So John Gaston on the front as they continue to make their way back here into Leadville, the 32nd edition of the Lifetime Leadville Trail 100 presented by Kenetik. And, a revised course this year. There was so much chatter about, it's not the true Leadville, it's not this, it's not that, but it's been a phenomenal race. It's been unbelievably dynamic, and we're seeing scenarios we've not seen in a long time playing out right here.
Yeah, and you still have to show up to win.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's still going to be a Leadville win from, whatever this course is. And it's a phenomenal course. And I'm just glad that we're having this race. From everything that has happened in these fires in this community has definitely rallied. And I know behind the scenes we're talking about like how hard it was to finalize the new course. And then you guys have just put out the running course too and had to change that. So a lot has played into making this race even happen and for everybody to be able to show up and to have a race today.
Yeah, and looking at our lead, back on our lead women, you got Cecily and Melissa now entering in that outward bound aid station inbound. They're crossing that outward bound property. They'll go through that aid station. But as you look back here, they have got a really healthy lead on our chasers who are just getting through the pipeline aid station now. So last check, I think it was close to 7 minutes, and I think they're holding that, if not stretching that out. We'll get a time split here in just a second, but they might be stretching it out a little bit.
Yeah, that gap is it's showing us roughly about 10 or 11 minutes. So that gap continuing to go out right now for Decker and Rollins. Decker out of Santa Fe, New Mexico. Melissa Rollins out of Alpine, Utah. And both riders putting on an absolute clinic out here over the rest of our field with Sarah Lang and Lauren Stevens still continuing to chase. Haley Preen, Alexis Scarda, about 6 minutes behind Lang and Stevens. And then it's another 2 minutes back to Rosa Closer and Sofia Gomez Vichafanye, a further 2.5 minutes behind Rosa in 8th. Hannah Otto, about 30 seconds behind Sophia in 9th. And Samara Shepard, another one of our Kiwis there. She is yet another 1.5 minutes behind Hannah, rounding out your top 10 right now on the women's side.
Well, and talking about that gap opening up so much to 10 or 11 minutes, and we had talked just a little while ago that we haven't seen Lauren at the front. So basically it's Melissa and Cecily doing equal pulls against Sarah Lang. Even though Lauren is there, she's just, we haven't seen her do any work. So basically it's 2 against 1. So yeah, naturally that gap is going to continue to grow.
Yeah. That's a fair point about Lauren not really seemingly, at least from our perspective, and somebody correct us if we're wrong, but it doesn't look like Lauren doing a whole lot to contribute right now. And I think Lauren, again, she kind of knew from the beginning once that gap started to go out that like, all right, this is a race for 3rd place, so I'm gonna treat it like that, and I'm just gonna do whatever I need to do to hang on to that. As again, we're now back with our what's now our chasing group in the men's race that just 5 minutes ago was part of the leading group. Andreas Seewald there wearing the German national champion colors there, leading that group. And it's showing us about 1:20 right now. So that gap absolutely blowing up. Yeah, very quick. So that really speaks to how much that both Keegan and John had left in the tank to open the gap up that quickly. Because we're watching the chase, they're working together, right? Maybe Simone, maybe not as much, but still the other three still working hard, and that gap is still gone out. That's all about the strength of that leading duo right now.
And we kind of knew, we knew Keegan was going to be the strongest in that group. I mean, Matt was super strong, and Stimpy was also strong coming over up and over Columbine, but unfortunately he just ran out of gas. So just Seewald, I'm sorry, that's because he was right up there. And so Gaston obviously knowing how to race this race and knowing how to match Keegan towards the end of this race too.
It's pretty phenomenal right now as we see Keegan leading the charge. Is still, again, of course, Keegan Swenson, your reigning UCI World Marathon mountain bike champion. He's wearing the stars the stripes, the rainbow stripes on his jersey. John Gaston, multi-time top 10 finisher, 3-time silver medalist here, is on the wheel there, and only his second bike race of the year, as we've talked about, putting on a great show. And a couple minutes ago, guys, I was saying I thought this was maybe just the springboard attack, and but hey. Once again, I'm wrong, and this looks like it's going to be the definitive move here.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. They made it to Carter Summit with that gap, and now it looks like they're stretching that gap out now that they've got back onto the dirt. Another thing it's worth mentioning, Keegan Swenson, we've talked about this. He's 5-time champions consecutively here at Leadville the last 5 years. If he wins this year, that'll be number 6. That'll tie him for Dave Weens for the all-time record of 6 wins. And both Dave Weens and Keegan Swenson will, if he wins, will have done it 6 consecutively. So Dave Weens' last win was in 2008. Wow. Famously beat Lance Armstrong, who came out of retirement, and this was his first race out of retirement. And then, of course, the next year, Lance was back off to the Tour de France and came back from the Tour de France and put on a bit of a clinic and dethroned Dave that year. So that was Dave's last win here. But a lot of history in this race with Dave Weens, and such a great guy, great friend of the race, great friend of mine, and he's enjoying retirement down in Gunnison, riding with Susan, and they do a lot of really cool adventure rides nowadays. But Dave Weens really helped to put this race on the map. So you could see there just for a second ago, I could see the guy. They're not that far back. The chase guys were in the back of the frame, back for the frame here. So they're only talking a few seconds gap that Gaston and Keegan have on the chasers right now.
Yeah, those guys still looking very strong as our Never Second race clock showing 4 hours and 49 minutes on the men's side. And as we're starting to get closer and closer into town, we've got one more springboard opportunity if somebody wants to come in solo. That is the Boulevard coming up at mile 98. Let's check out what the Boulevard is all about.
At mile 98, the Boulevard offers one last challenge before the riders get into Leadville. At nearly 3 miles in length, it's uphill with loose, chunky rocks in the opening section. After nearly 100 miles of racing, there's nowhere left to hide, and the race can still unravel right here.
Well, back once again with our leaders here. Getting a great look through the trees there again as they inch their way a little bit closer into town. They're making their way around the top side of a turquoise lake where they'll kind of get around the eastern side. And then from there, they'll point directly east and back into town here. Gaston still just following the wheel. Keegan content to set the pace. And, we haven't seen any real attack coming out of this. Keegan maybe trying to get his way away from Gaston. Maybe he's feeling comfortable of either making a run for it on the Boulevard, or quite honestly may feel comfortable enough to bring Gaston into town and just let it play out in a sprint right now. But as Lauren predicted earlier, Keegan wanted to go long. He went kind of long, and the result right now is they've got a pretty healthy advantage here is there now probably only about 25 minutes or so.
And it
look at that, Chemo.
Yeah, that chase of 4. It looks like 6-8 seconds is all they've got right now. And this is a section where they roll along the top of this section. Of course, we call it St. Kevin's, and it was the climb on the way out. A little bit of rollers here. Shortly, they're going to go through what we call the Green Gate. They're going to make that left-hand turn I talked about a little bit earlier, and it's about, I'm going to say, a 300-400 foot climb, but it is probably upwards of 10-12%. And it's just a little steep pitch. I hope the helicopter can get a view of it, because it is pretty heavily wooded back in there. But when they make that turn, I would expect to see some fireworks as well, because it is steep. It's short, but it is another opportunity. It's one of the last opportunities for someone to get away on a climb. After that, the only other climb they're going to have a chance to get away on is the boulevard that we just took a look at.
Well, if and when they catch those guys, what's next? Like, can they counter?
No kidding.
You
Like,
know?
what is next? It's like I think the expectation was they pulled out so much real estate right away that was going to be it. But just like that, Andreas Seawald doing a lot of the driving in that chase, and it looks like they're about to come back together. So right now, back with our women, as they're just about 4 hours, 42 minutes in, and Decker and Melissa Rollins still just comfortable to work it together again. It's going to be a similar situation to what we've seen in the men's race, right? They're going to work together. They're going to be comrades. They're going to be best friends and kind of quasi teammates until they get to that paved climb up St. Kevin's. And I think Melissa Rollins is a very, very good climber. She knows that Cecily's done a lot of time in the wind, and she's gonna make an effort, whether it's gonna be a full gas or just like a little probing attack. She's gonna make an effort.
That's kind of what we saw with Keegan and Gaston, is like it wasn't like a full bore attack.
Right.
It just got harder.
Yeah.
And just when we saw that split screen, that was the first time that we had seen, again, we're not quite sure because we haven't watched them the entire time, that Lauren was at the front and helping Sarah.
Right.
So
They just passed that left-hand turn that would have taken them onto power line. So.
Oh, funny. good eye. on
wave
that.
as you go by.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're not crying about that move
They're
right
not
now.
upset about not making that left-hand turn, because that is a stick in the eye, I'm telling you.
Awesome. Keegan Swenson now still on the front. Now you can see that chase group. They're on a steep section here. Gaston doing everything he can, because Keegan, he's giving it everything right now. He doesn't want this group to come back. He doesn't want to have to contend with these other riders. He wants to just deal with Gaston. So he's not going to ask Gaston to pull right here. He's going to do all the work and hope that he can have enough in the tank to pull it off.
Right in the back of the view there, that was that little steep pitch after the green grade I told you about. So Gaston did a great job of staying with Keegan, getting up that hill, and that's the last little steep pitch. So they're going to roll along here again, and they'll start the descent down St. Kevin's just momentarily.
Hopefully we can get our eyes back on that chase and see who's driving. We can see the 4 riders: Braden Lang, Simone Pillow, Andreas Seawald, and Braden. I think I said Braden Lang already. He's in there, and then losing my train.
Matt Wilson.
Oh, Matt Wilson. There we go.
There
The
you
New
go.
Zealander. Matt Wilson still in that group, and Matt, again, having a wonderful day. That youngster who came in through the wild card program, last year, had a great ride and just doing a really wonderful job out there. The only rider to really stick all the way over the top of Columbine with Keegan. Had just a small gap over the top, but for all intents and purposes, stayed with Keegan on that big climb. And that had to be a huge boost to his morale. So he's got to be feeling so good right now that he was able to match that pace, that he's in this group.
So too, yeah.
He's in contention, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a great result for him no matter what.
Yeah.
And also, I was just curious if Gaston's descending, and how aggressive or rowdy Keegan would be to try and keep that gap established. But it looks like these guys are, very much in control and rolling together well. And I would think Keegan obviously is going to want Gaston as long as possible.
Yeah, I agree. Like I think Keegan's going to be willing to do a lot of the work up there and keep Gaston with him, because that's going to work to his advantage.
The next chance they're going to have to regroup is really going to be the bottom of the St. Kevin's descent. We saw this morning there are a couple crashes actually in the women's field. It's that flat, kind of weavy, windy section, but it's very flat. That last couple miles of dirt at the bottom of St. Kevin's, and then they get on some pavement that takes them over to the bottom of the boulevard. I'm not going to make the mistake of predicting that they won't get caught again,
Right,
because it looks
yeah.
as though these chase 4 are really only maybe 5 seconds back.
Right.
You got to believe those 4 guys will work together to bridge back across, if that's really the gap at the bottom of St. Kevin's.
Yeah, I think exactly that, right? When they get to the bottom and it levels out, I think that gap is going to close down pretty quickly, is what's going to happen.
I think so.
Again, on our women's side, our leaders to the left, our chasers on the right. The same situation as we've seen here for a while. And back to our men's race, still our 2 leaders. And it might be that they're actually extending that advantage again just a little bit, as I suspect that's going to be Keegan on the front.
I think we've got John Gaston on the
Yeah, I
front
think
pushing
that's
the
John.
pace. So that was that right-hand hairpin that starts the steepest portion of what was the climb on the way out. It's the steepest section of this descent on the way down. This is can be a very sketchy part of the course, and it's a dangerous part of the course to gamble on. Obviously, Gaston is absolutely drilling it on the front here. And I mean, he knows the course well. He knows what he's got for in for himself. There's some water bars across here that you have to kind of watch out for. You really got to be prepared. And again, riding it yesterday, you can see right there a lot of rain erosion, and it's not in great shape right now. So, but boy, Gaston sure seems to be throwing caution to the wind, trying to put a little bit of time into Keegan here on the descent.
Yeah, and Keegan just has that healthy distance, so he can get a sense for his own line.
Yeah, he's right. He's not in danger. He's just making sure he can have full visibility there. And in case Gaston overshoots, as we saw a moment ago, he almost overshot that right-hander and went up on that little berm on the side. But he's still continuing to give it all on this descent. So super impressive descending skills by John Gaston here, leading the charge from Keegan Swenson. And just kind of ducking and oh man, they're coming up on our moto there. Our motor very quickly getting out of the way, and Gaston just right, left, center, just trying to find that fastest line and using every inch of the road right now. And what a phenomenal descent.
Yeah, and you know who's in the chase group that's one of the absolute best mountain bike handlers out there is Braden Lang. And so we're not getting a shot of him right now, but you got to believe he can match the pace of these guys on this descent. He is just a phenomenal bike handler. So they're down the worst of it right now. They're turning right onto where the road flattens out. And this is where it's just going to be game on to try and maintain a gap on those chasers.
Yeah, they're gonna continue to work really well. Keegan, now that they're off the descent and safety is good, he's right back tight to the wheel there on Gas and John, looking past, and Keegan, he knows what to do. He knows what the task is. He's gonna get down low, those shoulders, nice drop in the shoulders, nice bend in the elbows. You can see he's taking a little bit of a heavy gear there, just trying to do everything he can. They know this is it, right? This is their all-in move. So if it does come back together, are they going to have a fighting chance? Because they're putting it all out there right now.
Well, and I think so are the other guys, right? It's they were just trying to chase back on, so they were even doing a little bit more effort when you're starting to try and close the gap, right? But you have to go that much harder. So those guys are just going just as hard as these two. So, you know, again, when you catch, that's what I'm saying, is just like, what's going to happen? I still feel that these are the two strongest of the group no matter what. So you catch, someone's going to try and counter, but they're just going to get 50 meters off in front, maybe.
Yeah, right. Agreed.
You know, unless they start playing games with each other, which I just don't think would happen.
I don't see that coming. Maybe if they make it to the end of the boulevard and back to 6th Street with, you know, a little bit of a gap, then maybe it's a cat and mouse, but not right now.
I just asked the helicopter to pan back, actually. Here they come.
Nice. Well done,
so
boss man.
There we got.
There we go.
And it's down to 2.
Matt Wilson right there, and one more.
I think that's either Braden or Simone, but I think that's going to be Braden.
I think it's going to be Braden.
So Braden Lang and
then there
Matt
comes
Wilson.
Andreas Seawald back there, and the
Looks
last
like
one.
Simone's out of the picture. I think
Might have dropped Simone. Hopefully.
Oh, look at this! What an exciting near finale here. So it looks like
Matt Wilson
and Braden Lang. Looks like they're going to make the connection here, and we're going to have 4 leaders coming together as we get down into the single digits on the mileage markers. Oh my!
Yeah, they're sitting up looking back.
Yeah, so that's it. Gaston and Keegan, they know they've resigned themselves to the catch. So we are about to have a completely new bike race yet again here. Oh, my word. So what's the move? Does Wilson go right through? Does Braden try and go right through? No, you sit, recover.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think Wilson, he's just been able to match Keegan. I just don't think. I don't know. I feel like Wilson needs to wait till the very last moment.
Well, you see Wilson going right to the
Never
front.
mind.
Right.
I give up, guys.
Yeah, I know. I
Put his
quit.
headset down.
We all quit.
I'll see you guys later.
We can all be a little wrong today.
Right. And Wilson going to the front, just giving a good bit of pace. And look at that. He's pulled a Swenson maybe about 6 or 7 bike lengths clear. So Gaston trying to button things up. Braden Lang just sitting on the wheel. And, look, this group of 4, I'm starting to like Braden Lang a little bit more out of this group right now.
Well,
What's Gaston's sprint like?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Well,
Throw
like
it
I
out
said,
there.
3 years ago, again, it came down to a sprint between he and Alexi, and Alexi just absolutely dropped him on that sprint. So now Alexi's a good sprinter, but then so is Braden. Braden showed what he could do at Sea Otter this year, as you mentioned, and some of it was tactical, but some of it was a powerful sprint too. So
little road furniture with that monster puddle across the course there. My word. Ah, geez. So we're nearing the end of our men's race. 4 riders back together after what we thought might be a decisive split there with Swenson and Gasson, but Matt Wilson and Braden Lang have buttoned that one back up. And on the right side of our screen, Cecily Decker in the Pas Normal, the brown kit, and your reigning marathon mountain bike national champion Melissa Rollins, who had that early crash, was the last one to get off the ground and get going again, has rallied herself back to the front here.
Yeah, the men are about to get off that gravel road for St. Kevin's. They'll roll the little hill. They'll roll over, and then it'll drop down. They'll make a left onto the pavement, cross the railroad tracks and the river, and then they're going to follow the railroad tracks over to the bottom of the boulevard, which we showcased earlier. And it's flat, a little bit downhill. I don't expect that anybody would be able to get away between here and the boulevard. These guys, they're all smart. They know that the game right now is stay together to the boulevard, and that's when we're going to see some fireworks again.
So
and Matt is smashing it right now,
he's
guys.
killing it, right? Like I think this is his confidence, and his ride to this point today is maybe. This is gonna bite him a little bit, I think, right? His enthusiasm on how well he's going today, and look, it's these 4
how
riders.
Else do you learn?
I guess
think it's great.
You
I
learn
love
the
it.
hard way,
Yeah.
but
It's fine.
Youthful exuberance is on showcase right now for Matt Wilson. So they're about 6 miles to go. Chemo, that's what, about 1.5 miles from the boulevard now, from the entrance.
They are
boulevard.
Yeah, they got about 2 miles from right here to the bottom, that left-hand turn onto the rocky section of the boulevard. Again, it's that 300-400 feet, a lot of river rock, really loose. Not a great line through there, but and it pitches up pretty good. But then they get through that, and it flattens out to, as you mentioned earlier, about 3% all the way back to the finish.
Oh, brutal. But you just said it, Chemo, it pitches up.
Yeah.
And what do we see on Keevan's is that's when the separation happened with Gaston and Keegan.
Right.
So,
You saying it's coming? You saying another separation?
Yeah, of course I am.
All right,
yeah.
all right.
Is this flat downhill, how many times have you seen in bike racing when you're going fast and downhill that someone puts an attack because it feels good? Yeah. Well, it also feels good to everybody else that's going the same pace. So, Matt's up there really, sticking it, but it's just like, hang on, man. Like you're saying, Bill, you might want to save a little bit because it's going to come back to bite you really quick.
John Gaston right now doing the pacemaking on the front as they make that right-hander, and our lead moto there, Gaston, maybe looking for a little help, but nobody's pulling through. Keegan looked and didn't come through, so now Gaston's stuck on the front. Keegan, so this is it. The games are starting. 8 kilometers, 5 miles yet to go. Now Keegan on the front. You see him pinned to one side, and who's going to be arrow and take the lead? Once again, Matt Wilson in the red and black there. So that's Matt Wilson out of New Zealand on the front in the red and black. Braden Lang in the blue in his second position. The white with the rainbow stripes. That's your world champion, Keegan Swenson. And in the white on the back, that's John Gaston. So those are your 4 leaders now with just about 5 miles to go. And you can see the cat and mouse games are beginning right now as they get closer and closer to the beginning of that boulevard section. Remember, the boulevard, the final spot to launch an attack. So, you know, you said it, Lauren, every time the road pitches up, it's almost like it naturally happens without even trying that Keegan and Gaston seem to be on the right side of that advantage. So we'll see if that plays out here as our man Wilson continuing to drive the pace. The one thing, you know, you notice every time Wilson gets to the front, look at how low an arrow he's getting. He's trying to make it a little harder because Gaston, a big boy, he can't get quite as low, right? He's a tall guy. He can't get as low. So he's taking a little more wind on than Wilson is. So a pretty smart ride by Wilson. Even though we think he's spending a little time on the front, he's getting arrow doing it.
Little history for you here. So Keegan Swenson started his win streak in 2021. That year, he beat Lachlan Morton by 8 minutes. 2022, beat John Gaston by 14 minutes. 2023, he beat Alexei Vermeulen by 24 minutes.
Come on.
2024, he beat John Gaston by 15 minutes. And last year, he beat John Gaston by 15 minutes. It's the first time in the 5 years that or 6 years of racing that Keegan's come into the finish with a group of guys.
And look, I don't for a moment think it's any kind of dethroning of the king. I think it's just a lot of talent is really starting to surface right now. That's what I think's going on.
Well, and I'll say also the course change suits these guys a little bit more than it does suit Keegan.
And I think what we've also seen, you know, over the last couple of years, I can't really speak for John Gaston. I mean, he's always had the confidence to go for it and try to be there. But Matt, what we've seen with Matt Wilson and Braden Lang, they have just risen up a level. I mean, both of them have had just such amazing performances, especially over the last like 12 months, right? To see both of them, you know, in different events around the country, even road racing, you know, crit racing that you mentioned earlier. Like, I think they came in here probably with more confidence than they've ever had. I know Braden has. Dennis Van Winden talked about it a little bit. You know, so I think some of it is just a mindset, like, hey, you know what, we can hang with Keegan and beat him.
Especially when they had gone up and over Columbine and come back down and to catch Keegan. Definitely to that point, Chemo. You know, that all of a sudden just boosts your morale so much to then come into this finish.
They are about to make that left-hand turn here. It's going to come up quickly, and we should be able to get a good shot of it, you know, the bottom of this, the beginning of what we call the boulevard.
Yeah, you have to. Keegan, again, knows this so well. I kind of wonder if he's going to try and leapfrog Wilson on the entrance there because he knows how chunky it is, and it's not one smooth line. You're going to be left, right, and center trying to find the clean spot for your wheels, and Wilson maybe not nearly as familiar with that. He's just a little more intent on driving the pace and stretching things out. So we're going to wait and see if that move happens as we're literally moments away as they're parallel on those railroad tracks now, getting into that little double track section. And there goes, it looked like Keegan was getting ready to make a move, but just staying now tucked on the wheel of Wilson. Oh, what a great shot right now from behind these 4. Starting to get goosebumps waiting to see how this is going to play out, the left-hand turn as they make their way. And look at the chunk right off the bat when they make their way around that turn.
Keegan just trying to pick his line and his choice and then falling back in line behind Matt Wilson. John Gaston sitting third wheel and Braden Lang looks like he's laboring a little bit on John Gaston's wheel.
Yeah, he's laboring, but man, if he can stay close, remember, this is about a 3-mile section. It's roughly a 3% grade, so it's not super steep, but it's just enough to wear you down as John Gaston, big gear out of the saddle there, trying to button up that gap. Yeah, Braden now a little bit more daylight than he would like on Gaston's wheel. And again, it's all Matt Wilson there on the front, just continuing to drive this. And obviously, he's going hard enough for Keegan to be content. Otherwise, Keegan would make his move.
You can see that rocky section we talked about there, kind of past the worst of it right there into a little bit of what's been kind of burned in by all the people out, all the athletes out pre-riding the course. And they're just here in a second, they'll crest this kind of chunky section right there onto what is really smooth gravel all the way here to the finish. So Those guys have done a good job of staying together. Matt Wilson really did try to put in a dig there like we thought somebody would, right? So good to see Matt having the confidence to do it. I think he ought to maybe be smart and think about getting off the front here and quit pushing the pace, save some legs for the finish, because they do have, like you said, 3 miles to go. Last opportunity again, when they get on pavement on 6th Street, there is just a little bit of a hill. They make that right-hand turn, a little punch, and we've seen sprints take off from there as well. So, you got to think that that's the last opportunity for someone to try and make a move. Otherwise, it's going to come down to a sprint for first through fourth.
Yeah, there must be some sort of conversation or something going on between Wilson. He's looked back multiple times. What is he saying? What's happening? Because you do the look back and you notice everybody's there, and you kind of get a real quick sense of what everybody looks like.
Right.
Why does he keep looking back multiple times? So I'm real curious about that.
I think, he's looking at Brady. Oh, there's the move. So Matt Wilson doing a lot of looking back. I think he was worried that Braden Lang was sitting on a lot, but Matt Wilson, a big move there, and that's going to be Keegan quick to respond. Matt really quickly getting into that arrow position, and Gaston again being forced to try and, Gaston sitting up a little bit. John Gaston chased and then just sat up. So I think Gaston might be nearing the end of his hitting the wall there just a little bit. So we'll see if Braden Lang can close that down as they get through the trees.
Can he? Yeah.
Geez.
Braden was basically hanging on to Gaston's wheel, and it'll be interesting to see what happens right as they come through here.
So Wilson still on the front, that gap opening. So Wilson and Swenson now with a definitive gap, 2.5 miles to go. We know that the boulevard ends right around the 99 or about 100 miles or just under 100-mile mark. Oh, he's not getting any help. Keegan says, nope, this is all you, buddy. You're really strong today. Like, you stuck me on the climb, and you've been able to stay this whole time over St. Kevin's. I'm not real confident in pulling through right now. So a great shot of Matt Wilson just laying down the law.
And to Chemo's point, Keegan has never been in this position before. He's been minutes ahead of second place. So new territory for Keegan as well.
Oh, here they're at the... Well, they're not quite at the top, so they rolled up over the old railroad tracks here. They get a little downhill section here, and it'll start to pitch back up, and it just maintains this kind of 3% grade. And you can see here we've got John Gaston and Braden Lang. I think they're going to be able to pull this back in. John's just kept it nice and steady, and he backed off there for a second, looked at Braden to try and come through. Didn't happen apparently, and but John, I think he's just kind of holding a steady one here. He'll be able to grind it back up there and pull it back together.
I'll tell you what,
I wonder if Keegan's not just buying his time to then make his move.
Yeah, it could be, because he could be looking back and he can sense that those guys are hot on the heels, and again, kind of like we talked about Simone Pilot 10 or 15 miles ago, you wonder if Braden is playing games or if he's, on the struggle bus back there, because on paper, I kind of like his odds the best in the finish, but if he's really hurting, he might not be a factor, and he might just be hanging on for dear life right now.
There's nothing more demoralizing than making it back to that group of two right there in front of you. You do all that work, and then boom, you got Keegan that makes another attack.
Right.
It's like, oh my God, I just got here.
And that becomes
that's it.
It becomes a head game at that point more than anything else, right? It's just this mental fatigue. But I'll tell you, it's unbelievable, this little pursuit going on right now with two in the front again. Matt Wilson out of New Zealand.
He's fully committed. He
100%.
just now threw an elbow.
Yeah, finally. That's the first time we've seen him do that.
And Keegan's not pulling through.
Nope. Keegan knows. He knows he can read it. Wilson's too strong. Keegan's got to play his cards right, and he's got to sit on and recover and hope for the best.
We got to expect an attack here from Keegan at some point, because he's managed to sit on the entire way on the boulevard. He hasn't had to take a pull yet, and or any kind of hard effort pull, and Matt's put in a lot of work here to pull them away. He's done all the work to separate this group.
Keegan just did a look back just to kind of get a reference of how far back Gaston is, and that gap is just blown out. Those two guys. Yeah, 1.6 miles to go. This is Matt and Keegan.
And then not too far back from Braden and Braden there, we got two riders coming up behind there. So between Gaston and so we got Andreas Seawald is probably bringing up the rear there. Is that right?
Seawald's in that white jersey, and it doesn't look like him. So you wonder if it's Simone and maybe Cole getting himself back in the picture, because Seawald wearing that white jersey. So now Gaston maybe getting a little sick of Braden Lang not contributing. So he's trying to punch it, but Braden Lang still being able to pull up enough reserves there to get back on the wheel there. And he's gonna come alongside Gaston, but yeah, Braden Lang looking back. So to me, he doesn't have it, right? He just can't. He's not going to be able to bridge that gap, I don't think.
Yeah, Cole Patton was a minute 20 down at the bottom of the. Oh no, sorry, that was Carter Summit. So that could be Cole. They had bridged back up there.
First time that we've seen Keegan now pull through with Matt Wilson.
Yeah, the very first time. And so Wilson. So now you wonder, is Wilson going to come through again? So now Wilson, perfect timing, right? 1.5 miles or 1.3 miles to go. Keegan pulls for a few hundred meters. They're into the final mile. If I'm Matt Wilson, I say, guess what, bro? It's your game. You know, because you're the big shot here in the Grand Prix. You want to win a 6th time and tie the record for Dave Weems. It's on your shoulders. And that's the card I would play.
Yeah, and if you're Keegan, you want to at least get to 1K to go, and then you can keep that gap established from second and third, or third and fourth, because you don't want them interrupting your sprint to the finish. To keep that gap established to 1K to go, and then you can start to look to Matt and be like, all right, let's play the game.
Yeah, and they're going to make a left-hand turn here. You're going to see this left is going to put them right onto the pavement here in a second, and that's where they'll roll to the left across a little flat section. You'll see the pavement come into our screen here. It's a little flat section, and then there's going to be a right-hand turn onto 6th Street, and that's where it'll pitch up again. Last little pitch up. It's not, it's a block, a city block maybe, and but it's enough of a climb that, you could see another attack. I think if Matt's smart, he'll conserve a little bit before they get to that turn, because I have to believe someone's going to try and go there. If they don't get away, it's going to come down to
Matt hadn't conserved anything.
No, not an ounce. This guy, if there was a most aggressive rider award, he would clearly win this. As now they're on McQuethy Drive, now the right turn on the 6th, so they're effectively on the home straight right now. So Matt Wilson out of New Zealand in the red and black, riding for Scott. Keegan Swenson, your reigning marathon world champion, riding for Specialized, his first year in the colors of Specialized, in second position. You can see Wilson taking a look back. This is that little pitch, Lake County High School there on the right-hand side. And this is the last opportunity. As you said, Chemo, this is the final springboard if Chemo wants to do it. Otherwise, it's going to come down to a sprint between these two riders after 101.3 miles.
I think you mean if Keegan wants to do it. It's not Chemo wants to do it.
Keegan wants to do it. Yeah, well, yeah, Chemo.
I want to do it.
Yeah. So, they're just almost to the top of this little rise right now. So that's, it looks like Keegan has bypassed that opportunity to springboard a little bit early here on Matt Wilson. So another maybe 100 meters here before they crest the top of that. A great view of the chasers now. Also on 6, still Gaston on the front. Braden Lang, maybe Braden just going to try and play for that 3rd place spot, get himself on the podium. But the win is going to come from this duo right here.
I think Braden's got himself 3rd place in the Grand Prix locked up, and these guys are racing for 1st and 2nd place in the Grand Prix. And the overall for the Lifetime Leadville Trail 100 presented by Kenetik.
It's fun to see. Just Keegan just popped out to the side of that wheel, just waiting for that moment. Any minute now, normally you'll see like a drag race line sitting right on that wheel, but he's just kicked off to the side. Just when is it going to happen?
This is that little downhill. They get a little reprieve, and then it pitches back up, and it's just a steady 3% up to the finish line.
Yeah, and you've got to use, as soon as it points down, you've got to get that momentum and that speed and carry it into that finishing 200 meters or so that pitches uphill. And I'll tell you, Keegan riding like a seasoned professional there now on the back. You've got Matt Wilson on the front, waiting to see how this sprint is going to get let out. You can read the body language. Keegan getting those elbows kind of locked. Wilson looking. There's the move. Keegan Swenson with the big move up the right-hand side. He clearly moves a little bit in front of Matt Wilson. Wilson trying desperately, but I don't think he's going to get it done. It's Keegan Swenson, number 6. race on the line. So Keegan Swenson, officially your champion here in 2026. He's going to tie the record with Dave Weens for 6 consecutive wins. Matt Wilson just couldn't get by. Now the sprint for bronze. Braden Lang, we suspected that might be the case. He saved enough. He's going to pull a big sprint to pick up 3rd on the day. John Gaston in 4th with his 8th top 10 finish here in Leadville.
Wow, talk about Keegan just really waiting to the very last minute, and I just think that is just a telltale sign of how hard today was. I don't think he had anything left, and I was thinking he was going to go so much earlier, but Matt Wilson essentially led that trio and the 4 guys so fast. I don't think Keegan could match anything and couldn't attack anything from Matt Wilson.
24 seconds separated our top 4 riders at the 2026 Lifetime Leadville Trail 100 presented by Kenetik. Just unbelievable to see that level of competition all coming in together within 24 seconds of each other.
What a great ride by our top 4 there. Look at this. The former world marathon champion, Andreas Seewald, with a great ride out here today. His best Grand Prix showing to date, and just smiles across the line, coming in for 5th on the day. As we take a look at Keegan there in the recovery zone, and my word, he's got the 10,000-yard stare there. He went all the way to the well for that one, and that's the hardest victory he's earned here by far in Leadville. Matt Wilson going to sit next to him, and those guys, what a race amongst those two.
What a ride by Matt Wilson. Man, hats off. That was phenomenal.
Amazing.
That ride of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, Keegan takes the win, but my gosh, Matt.
Yeah,
great racing.
I mean, I got to be honest. I don't even know if Matt would have called that ride for himself at the end of the day. You know, I think he probably would have been stoked with 5th place, probably stoked with the top 10, to be honest here. But to put that ride together, unbelievable today to pick up a silver medal behind your 2026 champion, Keegan Swenson. We're getting back with our women, and on the left side of the screen, Melissa Rollins and Cecily Decker still duking it out there. Decker looking like she's making a little bit of a move. Just like that. Cecily Decker, she went real wide to the left, which, wasn't the normal way you would kind of pull through. So Decker sensing a little bit of a struggle there from Melissa Rollins with 18 miles yet to go.
Yeah, we were actually thinking that it was going to be Melissa that was going to be more the aggressor on these climbs back into town, but Cecily still has a lot of fight in her.
Yeah, a lot of fight, but looking back over her shoulder, Melissa rallying as she knows to do. She didn't panic. You could tell, she didn't drop her shoulders and resign herself. She just said, okay, I've got to up my tempo just a little bit to rally herself back, and she's pretty quickly gotten herself back on the wheel, and that's a great move for Melissa to get into the head of Cecily of like, hey, that was a great effort, but here I am.
I can close it right back down.
Close it right down. Yeah, so
but also Melissa's got to be more aware of kind of, and react, I think, sooner to that, because as we get closer to the finish, it's going to be harder to close those gaps. And you have to be aware and just react faster.
Yeah, your reflexes obviously get a little bit slower and slower under all this duress here after, 5 hours and 14 minutes here for the women out there on the course. So yeah, to your point, you can't wait 10 seconds to, kind of be like, okay, deep breath, click a gear and start to rally that back. It's got to be just click of a finger, snap of the finger. It's got to be really, really rapid to try and pull that back in. Decker, I'm just amazed at the ride Decker is having. I mean, look, we knew she was strong. She was on the tip of our tongues for a favorite. All of us talked about her as a favorite. But if she wins, what dominating fashion, because she was on the front from very early on, from about 15 miles in, to with Sarah Lang, who admittedly wasn't working quite as hard, but doing her part.
Yep.
And yeah.
And quite a different race than the men's race, right? Because it came into that group of 7. And the women's race is 2x2, essentially. And it's been such a good fight. And Sarah Lang has, again, also kind of had the Cecily Decker move, right? Because she's just been on the front all day, solo. And it's just these twos coming in together, just slogging it out.
Yeah, it's just at this point, it's not who's the fastest. It's just who's got enough left in the tank, right? Because they've just been going at it here for a while. So we'll see who's got enough in the tank, because they're now at about 13 and a half miles to go. So they're on that paved climb back towards St. Kevin's there to make their way back into the finale here.
And, Sarah is still going to have a great ride. Again, we were talking about the Lifetime Grand Prix Series and her standings and where she is. But, she's been 5th place here last year and in 2024. She's also 5th place at Unbound in 2023. So she's knocking on the door. And, no matter what, she's going to move up a placing today if all bodes well. And, she gets to the finish line with Lauren.
Yeah, she's gonna move up a lot today. I think it's gonna be a great day and a major reshuffle on the overall standings when we do finally tabulate that at the end of the day. And of course, Melissa Rollins, part of the Grand Prix from the beginning, but missing those first couple of races. So good to get her on the board here with some points, certainly, but not going to factor a ton necessarily into the overall and the top end for her. Getting our eyes on the chase right now against Sarah Lang and Lauren Stevens. About 11 and 3/4 minutes is the gap to our two leaders right now. So they're a couple miles behind as they're making their way up what you can see is a pretty challenging climb. And Lang just probably doing better than 3/4 of the work up in this group. And
every time we've seen it, minus the one time we've seen these two,
right?
It's been Sarah on the front.
Yeah, and look, it's Lauren is just riding a tactical race, and she knows the victory is out of sight, right? So at some point, it's like, how hard do I need to go, right? What do I need to do? Because in typical bike racing fashion, when you get a certain gap and now your race has changed for a certain placing, you ride accordingly to that. And so Lauren very quickly saw that situation, and so she's now riding very accordingly to what the best possible placing she can get out there today, which would be a bronze medal right now, as our two chasers continue to try and make their way back to town.
What will you do in your lifetime? It's an interesting question. Because what you do in your life is answered by asking, what will you do with your time? The thing is, you get to decide. And what you choose to do in the moments, months, and years you have been given become the answer to the question, what will you do in your lifetime?
Well, MAP is a design-led, performance-driven cycling apparel brand from Melbourne, Australia, merging aesthetics and innovation to develop world-class kit for your most ambition goals, proven from the Tour de France to Unbound to Cape Epic. Once again, getting a good look at our chasers in the women's race. They're about 11 and a half minutes in arrears. That's Sarah Lang out of New Hampshire in the white, and then that's going to be Lauren Stevens in that Aegis kit, that colorful Aegis kit. Lauren Stevens, a multi-time national road champion and winner of many major U.S. events on the road and on the gravel bike, and no surprise to see her having a great ride out here today, and just a smart tactician. Again, again, it's something that we kind of, we're saying a lot, but it's worth mentioning a lot that she's a really good tactician. And so she's not sitting on the back because she can't pull. She's sitting on the back just out of...
Because she doesn't want to.
Yeah, she doesn't want to. Just
doesn't have to.
Tactical nuance. She doesn't want to pull. There's no reason.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch Sarah in her different pedal stroke here and standing up out of the saddle, starting to sway a little bit more back and forth.
Yeah, she's got a pretty tough style right there where Stevens looks pretty smooth, and sounds like we're getting ready to go down to the podium in the interviews for our men.
We are here at the finish line, an exciting finish line with third place on the day, Braden Lang. Braden, how you doing?
I am cooked.
I want to know from you specifically, you had an amazing day of racing out there. When did you feel like it came together for you today?
I would say on the Columbine descent. I was minutes back going up Columbine, just had a rough moment towards the top, and then I was like, I'm either going to catch the leaders or I'm going to flat, and I just risked it. And yeah, we caught back up to Keegan after the bottom, and I was like, oh, I think this could be a good day for me.
You were feeling pretty good then.
Yeah. Not the last hour though. It was brutal.
Well, third place on the day at Leadville. You got to be happy about that.
No, I'm super happy. I mean, this is one of my biggest goals of the season every year, and I've never really put together a good race here. So.
One last thing. Who do you want to thank today?
Oh, I mean, my whole team, Canyon ATR, John from Orange Seal, my coach Dennis, all my family, everyone.
Thank you. Great job today, and thanks for a great day of racing. That was awesome. Matt, congratulations. I'm Christy.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you. Man, we can go? We're going? Awesome. Okay, we're going.
Cool.
You know what? I got to tell you what. We were talking about you earlier today, and you've become known as the man that can do it all.
Oh, cheers. Yeah, I guess growing up, I've kind of always tried to race as many disciplines as I can. Just enjoy racing my bike. So the more disciplines you do, the more often you can race.
Well, second here on the day, how did that feel chasing down Keegan and then getting into that sprint line finish?
Yeah, that felt pretty good. For those that have been following me last year, and would know I came pretty close to some good results at the Sugars, but neither really came through. So to finally seal the deal and actually get a good result at Lifetime, I'm pretty sorry. I've known I've been able to do it for a while, but just actually get it done, it feels pretty good.
That's got to feel good. Wild card, second place on the day. Yeah. You made for amazing racing. Thank you so much.
Oh, cheers.
Yep. All right, we're up. Okay. Keegan. Okay. Six times and 2 records.
Yeah, I guess.
How did it feel for you out there today?
It was a hard one today. Probably physically, it wasn't like the hardest Leadville, I guess, until the very end when we started really ripping. But just such a different race, very tactical. With really only having St. Kevin's and Columbine as the 2 main climbs of the day, it really changed how the race played out. And I wasn't quite sure how big the group would be going after Columbine on the way back. And I had a small gap, but it wasn't enough to stay away. So I figured it was best to wait for those guys and then just roll with them and try and figure it out at the finish.
How much did that change? Like just the total strategy for you today with the changes to the course?
I mean, it changed a lot. I wasn't quite sure if it would play out like Leadville has or if it would be completely different. But I was, mentally ready for a few different scenarios. So, it was in the end, it was a good day though. It was fun to kind of have a different race, even though it was mildly frustrating in some ways. Just happy to be able to race, after the fire and all that, and stoked to just be here.
Truthfully, it's so awesome that you won. 6 times champion. Again, like I said, that you got another course record. But really, I really want to tell you thank you, because what you guys did out there today was provided a great day of racing.
I sure was. Yeah, it was a good show, I guess. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Congratulations.
Well, back with our women's race here. Cecily Decker looks like she's putting in another big dig right now on Rollins, 11 miles to go. And Lauren looks like she's opening up a little bit of real estate again, but here comes Melissa, just that steady power, trying to bring it right back together.
Yeah, for a second there, while we were listening to the interviews and had the split screen, I was seeing what I thought was Melissa go off trail or off course. So, they are taking chances and really trying to get to the end of this race and stick each other and see how they can challenge each other on this descent. And it's amazing that both of them are excellent bike handlers, and that Cecily is just amazing, just pulling out a little bit of distance on Melissa. And I think that kind of goes back to her injury and kind of really getting over that mental hurdle that it takes to really put yourself back on the edge of the bike and racing, and what it takes to stick a wheel like Cecily's.
Yeah, it's a great point, right? Because there's two different recoveries from injuries like that, right? There's the physical recovery and there's the mental recovery. And you cannot underestimate that mental recovery and how it actually often takes longer than the physical recovery to get comfortable, railing it, riding over really technical stuff at high speeds and just diving these turns. And it would be understandable if Melissa is just, maybe just a half step slower kind of coming back from that, and Decker, again, a giant slalom ski racer in her prior life, very good one, part of the U.S. national team. So every time this course goes downhill, you see that she's
in her element.
Yeah, she's railing it. She's in her element, and she knows that, you play your strengths no matter what it is. Good climbers attack on a climb. Good technical riders will attack through the single track or the technical sections. And there's riders that are good downhill that, hey, look, they're going to attack on a downhill or those tricky sections. It's the way it is.
Yeah, and we already saw Melissa tip over, at the beginning of the race, right? Being at the back of the group and just across the wheels or whatever. But so, yeah, that injury, that mental injury could just pop up randomly and catch you by surprise. But again, Melissa is a phenomenal person and human, and she's definitely done the work. And I just say that today for her is already a win, to come back from everything that she had to go through and persevere through. That injury was a major injury. And so, here she is now putting Cecily under pressure and creating a little bit of a gap on this climb, Bill. And this is something that I was thinking we were finally going to see from Melissa, separating from Cecily. We've talked about how much work Cecily did basically up until this point all day solo out front, and is finally showing she's dropping her head, and Melissa is opening up the gap.
Oh, this is it. Yeah, so it makes you wonder now if those were just cagey moves by her to let the gap open, slowly close it down, maybe make Cecily think, maybe
still work on the front.
Right, still work on the front. Maybe I've got Melissa on the ropes. And then just like that, Melissa says, hey, guess what? Now is my time to shine, as they make their way, along the very top end of Turquoise Lake. They're going to make a right momentarily and kind of start to come back down towards the outskirts of Leadville proper here pretty soon. But that gap's starting to open up. So this could be the defining move for Melissa Rollins, despite all of our injury talk, all of our talk about the early part of her season being a challenge on every level, right? She's a former Leadville champion. She knows what it takes to win here. And she's got so much history here. Her parents would bring her here when she was a little girl. Her first bike race ever was here in Leadville, and she finally won it in 2024. And she would love to start to slowly get herself into elite company with a second win here, and she's trying to make that move now.
And it's a really great move. And right here at the end of the race, too, right at 10 miles to go, this is perfect in her wheelhouse and pushing forward. She's just gotten better and better as the day's gone on. And back to our chase group of two, Sarah Lang on the front and Lauren Stevens right behind her.
We're still looking at things. We're about 9.8 miles yet to go in our women's race. So our women closing in on the finale here. So shouldn't be too long, about, I would say about 35 minutes before we see them make their way back into town here.
We talked about it a little bit earlier today. Our Lifetime Foundation has started what we call the Leadville Wildfire Restoration Project. We agreed to donate $50,000 to get that fund started, and if you scan the QR code on the screen, it's if you'd like to help support that effort. Our goal is to raise $100,000 to start the reforestation of the area of the course, and actually the whole part along Mount Massif in the National Forest that was burned in the recent Willow Fire. About 7,500 acres burned, and it's going to be quite a project to reforest that area. That'll get started here. It'll take a couple years before we can get started, but if you'd like to support that effort, we'd love to have your support. Scan that QR code and jump in and help us.
Well, Kimo, you're coming back into the studio. How cool was it to be out there with the athletes? Like, what's the vibe out there, and how's everybody feeling? Are they just completely blown?
It's pretty amazing. The elite men, if you go out there, and I'll be out there, until the last finisher comes in later today, and the difference, from the first finisher to the last finisher, they're all blown. Everybody puts everything out there on the course, and you can tell, the pros, obviously, they do it a little bit faster, but the energy is great out there. People are just so excited. All the talk amongst the media and everybody that's out there is just, what a race. I mean, to have the lead men, have 4 lead men come in all together, and then quickly followed in succession, up through at least 10th place. I saw Payson came in, I think, 9th or 10th. That was the last one I saw across the finish line before coming back inside. But phenomenal energy, tons of excitement. But you know what? Everybody out there on that course is working just as hard as our lead pro men, and it'll be just as fun to see those last finishers coming in at 13 hours today.
That's one of my favorite parts of the day, to be honest, is be out there when those last ones are coming through. Just the raw emotion of getting it done. Right now, we're watching our women's leader, Melissa Rollins, railing this descent. This is where earlier we saw John Gaston just throwing caution to the wind with Keegan Swenson on his wheel, where they were trying to open up that gap and get themselves clear, but to no avail. But right now, Melissa Rollins, she had attacked over the top of that climb, got a little separation from Cecily Decker. We'll get that gap momentarily, but right now, it's all about Melissa Rollins just absolutely pinning it here in her quest for a second victory here in Leadville.
Across the country, 6 iconic events. From seaside tracks to high mountain passes, forest trails to punchy gravel climbs, every mile tells a story. A story written on the land. These are the places that define the Lifetime Grand Prix. And it's because of them, not despite them, that we race. Ford Bronco Wild Fund helps protect these wild spaces so the next generation can feel what we feel. The grit, the silence, the connection. Because when we preserve the land, we invite more people outside to explore and to belong.
Bronco Wild Fund, powered by Ford Motor Company, helps protect and preserve public lands across the U.S., including the forests and trails surrounding Colorado. A portion of the profits from every Bronco sold supports programs focused on responsible outdoor access, conservation, and public land stewardship. Learn more at BroncoWildFund.com. And looks like we saw a bit of a key moment there. Cecily Decker on the side of the trail with a rear flat tire. That's obviously going to put paid her chances to get back into the front end.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, isn't it? Because we were talking about that's probably one of her strengths is the descending. And, Kimo, when you were out there with the podium men, and what was it? It was Braden was talking about descending, and he was just like, you know what? I'm just going to throw caution to the wind and not worry about getting a flat, which has just happened to Cecily Decker.
Yeah, you could tell she was at the bottom of that steepest section, and I talked a lot about it, how that portion of St. Kevin's was really washed out, kind of rocky, chunky this year. And, we've seen it in the past. There are lots of people will flat on that descent if you're not careful, and it looks like she might have taken a few too many risks there. And I'm wondering if she's still struggling. She's about to hop off her bike again. She looked like she plugged that thing and put some air in it, but may not be holding air.
Yeah, that is a tough spot for Cecily, and you wonder if it was just getting a little loose on that descent or whether fatigue and the reflexes were a problem. But again, off the bike, losing a little bit more time, and looks like we're going to go back out to the finish line here for our men's top 5 podiums.
All right, welcome everybody to the 2026 Lifetime Leadville Trail 100 mountain bike event presented by Kenetik. My name is Garrett, your race announcer, and we are here at the official men's podium. Right behind me, we're going to get into our top 5, but if you just all witnessed that finish, you witnessed history, because officially in our 30-plus storied history here in Leadville, that was the closest finish that we have ever had, 34 years, 2/100ths of a second. And thanks, guys, for keeping it exciting out there on the course. So we're going to go ahead and roll right into it. Let's bring up your fastest men on the day. And I'm going to start out with a little asterisk here. We did have a course record, but due to the course modification that we were forced to do because of the Willow Creek wildfires, this was a modified course. We got rid of some climbs, and we had some more flat terrain in there. So when I say course record, I'm referring only to 2026. Keegan Swenson still has the official Leadville course record from back in 2023. So officially, I guess we could say Keegan now has 2 course records here in Leadville. So let's go ahead and get into it. Let's bring up our 5th place finisher with a time of 5:21:45. Make some noise for Andreas Seawald. There he is. No stranger to the podium is our 4th place finisher with a time of 5:20:51. All of these guys so close together. Let's bring up John Gaston, 4th place. In 3rd place with a time of 5:20:50, let's make some noise for Braden Lang. Boy, he broke away from the chase pack. I didn't know if he was going to be able to catch Keegan. Turned out a tremendous performance out here today. And by 2/100ths of a second, in the tightest finish we've ever seen, let's make some noise for 2nd place finisher, Matt Wilson. He is officially tied Dave Ween's record of 6 wins here in Leadville, and we're going to call this 6 consecutive wins. Let's make some noise for your 6-time champion with a time of 5:20:25.47 seconds, Keegan Swenson. Leadville, I give you your 2026 Leadville podium. Keegan, Matthew, Braden, John, and Andres. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Clap it up and make some noise for these gentlemen. What a terrific day it was. Congratulations, Keegan, on your 6th straight win in Leadville.
So we are back out here at bottom of St. Kevin's. We've got on that gravel section that leads from the bottom of St. Kevin's back to the pavement and where they cross the river and the railroad tracks. Melissa Rollins is absolutely drilling it here. Clearly off the front. We've seen Cecily Decker. We at least what we've seen twice, she's had to stop, try to get air in that tire. It looked like the first time she probably plugged it and aired it up, made it a little bit further down the hill, and then had to stop again before we went to the awards for the men. So Cecily, it doesn't look like she's going to be chasing back from that, and she may still be struggling with that that flat tire.
Chemo, and to Bill's point, when we were off air, he was saying, Melissa has no idea. So, she could potentially, if she knew, she could sit up and kind of take, less risk and enjoy the ride a little bit more. But, Melissa is full gas, full ahead, already still looking back, wanting to know where Cecily is. But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Cecily can even now hold on to second place.
Yeah, no kidding. The chase was about 7.5, 8 minutes behind her there with Lang and Stevens. And, every shot we get of them, they're definitely seeming to be feeling the toll of the effort out there today. So it'll, if Decker still continues to have to get off the bike, put air in the tire or whatever, then it's going to be problematic for sure to hang on to that spot. But yeah, Melissa Rollins in that custom new USA National Championship skin suit there, and the custom live bike that she just got a couple of days ago, just looking so smooth here as staring down a possible second career victory here in Leadville. Again, no idea what's going on behind her right now that she probably could back off if she really wanted to. But hey, you know what? It's she's going to keep this fire burning all the way to the finish line.
Pretty cool to see what, it was just a few short hours ago going the other direction, back about a mile, that she was laying on the ground and
right.
And officially in last place in the women's elite field, and to climb her way back through, to get back up, to have that confidence. When she got back on the bike, it looked like she kind of soft pedaled for a little bit, and we kind of worried that, gosh, is she okay? Did she get banged up? She was trying to adjust her brake lever and her bars, and we thought, uh-oh. And she just, she didn't panic. She smooth rolled it, and she got back around, caught back up to the group and just started picking her way through. And I think by the time she got out to Carter Summit on that climb outbound, I think she'd moved her way back up into that group that was chasing, but managed to bridge back across. She just rode a really smart race. And really, just maintained her composure. We all knew that she could do it when she got to Columbine, and she clawed back most of that time on Columbine, and then, of course, caught Cecily there at the bottom of Columbine to ride back together.
Yeah, heading along those tracks right now, and you can see still looking for that arrow position, getting down real low, putting the forearms on the bars there, and she's not looking back now. I think every time she makes her way around a turn, she's going to be able to glance over there, but she's not going to see anything going on. So you wonder if she's going to get the idea or get the notion that maybe something happened, because that gap wasn't huge. And then, all of a sudden now it's kind of blown out, and you get on these long stretches and she won't be able to see Cecily Decker at all. So she's going to have to know that something transpired there to open up that real estate.
Yeah, but how scary is it when you're at the front of the race and not really knowing a time gap to anybody, and you're just kind of guessing how far it is, and maybe you've gotten a time check on your computer from someone a while ago, but hopefully maybe some sort of update. But yeah, when you don't know, you just got to keep pushing, right? Just the unknown just pushes you into this abyss of, all I know is going forward and really just trying to go for the win.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to just work it out in your head, not let your mind games get to you. You've got to just compartmentalize and, don't think about the finish line. Think about every little next section and just ride that section clean, stay safe, and just slowly like that claw your way to the finish. And, 3.9 miles to go. So she's coming up on the boulevard here very momentarily, that left turn. You can see her take that glance back, still unknowing of what's going on. And so she's going to hit this boulevard section momentarily and get that last little bit of elevation. There's some real long sections along there where I'm sure maybe near the exit she'll be able to take a look back and really understand that she's got this one.
And Sarah Lang and Lauren Stevens just got to the bottom of that St. Kevin's descent. Impressive for Sarah Lang to hang with Lauren. And that's the spot where we last saw Cecily pull over and have to put a little air in her tire again. Back to Melissa here on the front. How impressive to, she starts the year, as we've talked about over and over, with a really bad injury, broken elbow. She, after a few weeks after that, she trips and falls. She's out on a walk and trips and falls and tears up her tricep muscle. And she comes back from that, she's she showed up at Unbound. She rolled across the start line, couldn't really ride her bike, so she rolled across the start line so she could stay in the Lifetime Grand Prix for the year. She wanted to preserve the opportunity to continue racing, and you know, so impressive to see her come back and win the 2026. Well, at least looks like she's going to win the 2026 Leadville Trail 100 presented by Kenetik.
Yeah, just made a big pass around one of our elite riders on that left-hander coming into the boulevard. It's carrying a ton of speed through that turn, you know, because again, in her head, Decker's looming. She's back there somewhere, and anything could happen, right? Melissa could still be thinking, look, I've got to pick my line very carefully through here, because the last thing she wants is to get a puncture and to have to deal with that, you know, 5 kilometers from the finish. So she's just so attentive right now to what's going on, and just on absolutely high alert as she puts everything she's got into the pedals.
But Melissa was in this exact same position 2 years ago when she won. She was solo on the front on the boulevard. So, you know, this has got to be such a good feeling. And I remember I was riding an e-bike beside her those years, or that year, and she was yelling at herself just because she was starting to cramp.
Right.
And so she was just trying to do everything she could to keep going forward and just kind of push through it. And I mean, she was just looking down at her computers. I was like, I know, it just gave me goosebumps, because you know, like, how hard that is. And if you've ever had a cramp on a bike, the last thing you want to do is keep pedaling. So
right. The depths that these champions go to get this done and to make these wins possible. As you can see, she's still looking very, very smooth, getting up over this little hump here. Only about 3 miles out of town, so 5 kilometers on the nose, 3.1 miles left to go. And I think by the time she gets to the end of the boulevard, she's going to understand what the situation really is right now.
She's looking for a time gap right now. I guarantee she doesn't know where she is.
No idea.
Yeah, she doesn't know where Cecily is, and I bet she's asking for a time gap, because you can tell how hard she's working right now. She's looked back over her shoulder a couple times. She thinks she's right back there, and she's afraid she's going to get caught again. So you can tell there's her effort. She is still pushing hard.
What an effort. This is going to be a phenomenal ride for Melissa Rollins. Her first, this is her first race in the jersey, right? In the marathon jersey. She did Steamboat, was her comeback race where she had a mishap there, but still finished, got 20th place at Steamboat Gravel, which was kind of got things back moving. Then she
even tipped over there too.
Yeah, right. I know, right? And then Marathon Mountain Bike Nationals, she took home a big win, and what an emphatic win for her to take home. I believe that's her first national title as well, is my understanding. So, you know, finally getting to represent the Stars and Stripes on the jersey now. And man, I bet you when she was picking herself up after that crash a few miles in, she wasn't really thinking this for the outcome today.
Yeah.
You know, just like probably like, oh man, really?
Here we go again.
Right.
Gotta
here we go again. Groundhog Day all over again at the one race that probably means the most in the world to her, to have a good ride here in Leadville. And well, luck has been on her side the rest of the day. And now she is just about 2.5 miles away from celebrating for the second time in Leadville.
You know, I was looking back at the standings right now as the lead women came over Carter Summit. We saw Melissa and Cecily, and we knew Sarah and Lauren came over there together. Here they are. We're back with them. This is our two chasers. I think Cecily is still somewhere in between. We saw her deal with a couple punctures there, and we think she's somewhere in between this group and Melissa. But over Carter Summit, Rosa Closer was 10 minutes behind Lauren Stevens and Sarah Lang. Haley Preen was just a little less than a minute behind Rosa. Alexis Scarta, another couple minutes back. Sofia Gomez Vichafanye, she's back in 8th place coming over Carter Summit. Hannah Otto and Paige Onweller round out the top 10, getting over that last, the top of that last climb.
What time gaps we've got here in the women's race. My word, you know, Paige Onweller in 10th. She was another one of those riders caught up in that early pile up, and she had been holding her left arm for a brief moment there where we thought maybe she was going to have a bit of an injury to deal with, but looks like no harm, no foul. She's rallied back to have a good ride on what's been a pretty solid season for her so far. Is looking again, our leader on the left now, 2.2 miles to go, so she's a little over halfway across this boulevard section, and Still not entirely sure if she knows what the situation is from our moto there. If she's gotten that time gap, I would suspect she has by now gotten that gap. And on the right side of the screen are two chasers that, well, they've put in their own excellent ride out here today. Sarah Lang, part of that early separation with Cecily Decker, was off the front, and she made it to about mile 31, 32 before, she just kind of fell off the pace. We're not exactly sure what happened there, but Cecily Decker emerged from that single track to get through Twin Lakes and to Columbine all by her lonesome. And by the time we got to Columbine, Melissa Rollins had shed what was a 4-rider chase group to begin the assault toward the lead on her own. And well, now she's got a firm grip on this lead with 2 miles yet to go. Out of the saddle, they're just trying to muster everything. Remember, this section, it's only about a little over 3% average grade, so not a lot to speak of. So seeing her out of the saddle on that section tells me that she's starting to fight. She's starting to, fight it a little bit there and trying to find that rhythm. When you see an athlete in the saddle, out of the saddle, in the saddle, they're struggling to get that rhythm.
Trying to keep that speed.
Yeah.
And you got to wonder where Cecily is. I'm so curious, how she's rolling and if she's going to get caught by Lauren and Sarah.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting dynamic to see how that plays out. I mean, that would just be heartbreaking, right? For her to put in the ride she put in. And because if she gets caught, then she's in danger of not even getting on the podium.
Exactly.
Which would be just utter heartbreak for her and her camp. It really would be. So we're hoping that she's able to rally back in second. But right now it's all about Melissa Rollins just continuing every pedal stroke, getting her a little bit closer back into downtown Leadville here, where I'm sure we've got a wonderful crowd outside the studio here, just ready to celebrate Melissa Rollins. And again, this race, she does such a great schedule all year long, but I think it goes without saying, this is the one race that means the most of any other race on her calendar for so many reasons, right? She's a prior champion. She grew up coming here with her parents from Utah.
It's a family thing.
Yeah,
it's a family affair for her. So there's more to it than just the bike race.
Yeah,
right? There's
100%.
Just the family history here. And when we talked to her, also knowing that her family races, and that sounded like it was kind of a challenge this year too. So, she's just had an all-around kind of tough year, and it's so good to see her at the front and just thriving today and really just coming into form later into the race today and just being in the lead right now.
Imagine being one of the best off-road athletes, right? And you have the early season she had with a string of 3 injuries in a row, missing just about everything until June or July. And then now she's her 3rd race in and potentially going to be her 2nd win. And big races, not small, local, get your feet wet again races. These are the
right
biggest
back
races.
Into the deep end.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Now we see our chasers swinging off to the right there. Lang is still on the front, and every time we see her, she looks maybe a little bit more labored. You watch that upper body just kind of moving in time with the pedal stroke. That's her trying to engage that upper body to help, take a little stress off her legs and help find that power wherever she can right now.
Yeah, and Lauren Stevens, again, just kind of sitting pretty on the back right there and monitoring her efforts. And I would imagine you'll see Lauren probably strike out away from Sarah those last couple of miles. She might even wait until she gets back onto the pavement.
Yeah, that would be my guess. So
Sarah's so strong.
She's incredibly strong, but you see where Melissa Rollins is near she's coming up towards the very end of the boulevard here. She'll make a left on McQuethy Drive, and that's where it's paved the whole way in. Quick left on McQuethy, quick right on 6th, and then I think as soon as they come out on that, that's where I would bet Stevens makes her bid to get on the podium. The question now is she 2nd or is she 3rd? Because we're still guessing that Cecily Decker is in the middle there. Now we see Rollins coming up to that spot there, so she's now going to make her left-hand turn, and it's going to be McQuethy Drive here, and so it's going to be pavement all the way in here in just a moment, as just around that little right-hand bend is where she's going to turn left onto the pavement, and it's going to be paved for the rest of her journey here back to the finish line. So Melissa Rollins, she has to know by now that this is her race. She's done the work, and she's going to join a pretty exclusive club here, Kimo, as a two-time winner, right?
You know, I want to call out something that's just even more impressive. So Keegan, you know, he just finished in 5:20. That is 23 minutes faster than his record time from 2023. Okay, given the course changes and the alterations, whatnot. If Melissa comes in at she's at 5:55 right now on the women's clock, right? If she comes in at 5:59, she beats her last year's time by 1 hour.
Insane.
Wow.
1 hour.
How is that? Oh, my word. Yeah, dude, I trust your math.
6:59 last year, right? They just broke 7.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
Oh, look at that. We've got Cecily Decker on the right-hand side. So now we've finally got camera eyes back on Decker. So I believe Decker's still holding on to that silver medal spot right now. And I don't believe she's yet looks like she's on the run into the Boulevard section right now. So we're going to go to our Breakpoint replay, brought to you by Giant and Live Bikes. And, well, we're going to look at Cecily and the aftermath of that flat tire. This is the second time she was off the bike. The sealant not really working out, maybe checking that valve core right there. So this is one of those defining moments that took Cecily Decker out of the running at the very front end of the race. So as unfortunate as it was, it's unfortunately all part of high-level bike racing. So that is your Breakpoint replay, brought to you by Giant and Live Bikes.
Well, the fact that she was able to fix it and get back on and to continue and fight for these podium positions is extremely important.
Oh, look at this. We are on that final little incline on 6th Street, and all by her lonesome, Melissa Rollins. I'm sure she can start to hear the noise from the crowd that's assembled right outside the studio here on 6th Street. And I bet once she gets over the top of this climb, she's going to allow herself to let it sink in. Look at that grin.
I think it's there. I think it's there,
already
Bill.
there. Says Melissa, that trademark smile, and she's looking back. And so that's it. She knows that she is about to become a two-time Leadville 100 presented by Kenetik champion, and unbelievable now as she's up over the top. This little level section, she's going to start to point down, and just at the very top of your screen there, you can see that's where the finish line is. So the final descent of the race, she'll get down there to the bottom, and there'll be maybe goes up for about a block and a half before she hits that red carpet on the finish line. And all of Leadville is going to celebrate a phenomenal day here today, from having to be off the bike with a crash early on to rallying all the way through, up through the traffic to get to Columbine to close down that gap on your early leader, Cecily Decker. Melissa Rollins has made this look almost easy out here in Leadville today as she continues to push onward. Now that final climb to the finish line, 2026. Yeah. She's going to take some high fives. Your 2026 lifetime Leadville 100 presented by Kenetik champion. This is going to be Melissa Rollins, all smiles, all high fives. Number 2, last 2024 champion, coming back to take it again in near record pacing across the line just like that. Melissa Rollins, your champion here in Leadville. She's going to circle back. She sees more folks. She's going to showcase that custom painted Live ride there. What a beautiful bike to celebrate that national championship as she hoists that one in the air. What a moment for Melissa Rollins.
Oh, you got to be so excited for her coming back from a crash early on in the race to just stay steady, stay persistent. And boy, did she ever put on a clinic today. And she did it in over an hour faster than she rode this race last year. Just absolutely mind-boggling.
Talk about a completely different finish where the men had to sprint for the finish and she got to just roll in and enjoy it and give some high fives all around and post up with her bike.
Well, the best part is she didn't even know what she I don't think she knew what happened to Cecily, because before the finish, she was still looking back over her shoulder, wondering if Cecily was coming up on her.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. And right now, our camera's back on Lauren Stevens. So
We knew Lauren was going to go. We actually thought it was going to be a little bit later than when she did go. But
yeah, you see the white of Sarah Lang a little farther back. She's easy to pick out in that stark white jersey. So Lauren Stevens now making her way back towards town to get herself on the podium.
I wouldn't be surprised if she's not encroaching on Cecily.
Yeah, you would have to wonder, right? Oh, there. Okay, now Cecily Decker now on 6th Street, so she's on that final climb. So she's got to be relieved, right?
So.
After that mishap and getting the flat, made quick work of fixing it. But to have to get off the bike literally a half mile later to tighten that valve core. But Cecily Decker making it back into town. So.
Heartbreak. She was still in the fight for the top podium position. Melissa had attacked and separated from Cecily, but you're still in it, right? And then all of a sudden it is 100% off the table when she flatted and then had to stop again to fix whatever it was. So, I still think she should probably continue to push forward. If you're to look at the pace of Lauren Stevens versus Cecily, it just bothers me.
It's a little nerve-wracking, right?
For me, it is.
Yeah, she had a 9. I just looked. They had a 9-minute gap coming over Carter Summit, so over Sarah and Lauren. So she's got room to spare, and I think Lauren's still a little ways down on the boulevard, but. Yeah, you're right. You could be nervous.
Like it.
You wonder now if Decker's body language, if she's just kind of cracked or if she's just distressed, right? Just emotionally distressed because the win was still right there. It was still right there.
Or is she riding a flat? Maybe she's, who knows? If
I suppose that could be.
She could be still riding a pretty
nursing
flat back tire. Trying to nurse it in.
Oh, getting a good shot now of Cecily just trying to make it over that last little pitch here, the top of the hill. And again, just been riding so well coming into the series in second overall, but this is going to do wonders to help boost her up in the series. Of course, a lot is going to depend on how Sofia Gomez Vichafanye finishes out the series. Our last check, she was still sitting in 8th place on the course, so that bodes well for Cecily to make some headway to potentially move them into a tie. I think was what that scenario was going to look like.
I think the scenario was what I heard earlier was Cecily would have had to have won. Sophia stay in 8th.
Got it.
So obviously that's not going to happen. Last time check over Carter Summit, Sophia was in 8th coming over. So I think we're probably going to see Sophia stay in 1st and we'll see Cecily stay in 2nd. But there is, I think, Melissa's obviously, she's got a ways to make up in the Lifetime Grand Prix standings. So.
Well, there goes Cecily Decker, the final few hundred meters of her 2026 Lifetime Leadville Trail 100 presented by Kenetik. And, it's not the result she wanted at the end of the day. She was targeting a big win here. She came up for the stage race a few weeks back, had a great ride, got herself acclimated, got herself ready to go. But second place, certainly nothing to sneeze at. A phenomenal ride here in Leadville as she's now inside the fencing here and the scrim there, the sponsor scrim. As you can see, the finish line, not a lot of positive emotion on her face, but Cecily Decker getting across the line. She'll wave to the crowd there and take that silver medal performance today.
Still amazing ride. She's been solo all day.
Yeah, right.
From the gun.
Ooh. A nice hug there for Melissa, waiting for her at the finish line. That's what we love about Leadville here is, your enemies out there on the race course, but when it's all said and done, your friends, you talk about it and you hug it out and, congratulate each other on a wonderful ride.
And I could just see on Melissa's lips a couple times she said, "I'm so sorry." Yeah. Great sportsmanship, and love to see it out here. They love to get out there and fight, but they're also all friends, and they're racing all year with us in the Lifetime Grand Prix. We're dropped back to Lauren Stevens. With her, she's in 5th, right? Come into the race in 5th. I think with this finish, looks like she's got 3rd, going to have 3rd locked up. I think that'll move her up into 3rd overall in the Lifetime Grand Prix. We'll see where Rosa Closer and Haley Preen end up in the chase group, but they're pretty far back. So I think there's a chance that she can move up.
Oh, look at Lauren, the raw emotion right there, right?
Like I said, she was still fighting for that first place podium spot, and then for it to just be ripped away like that is heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Meredith Miller also there to console her.
Yeah, it's tough. You never know year to year if that opportunity is going to be presented again. So when you have that and you're so close, it's understandable to see that showcase of raw emotion there at the finish. So, but still, hats off for an unbelievable ride as we're now back with Lauren Stevens, currently third on the course, taking a look back, continuing to look back over her shoulder. And every time we get that view from the front, Sarah Lang's lingering.
Still lingering
She's
there, man.
Still lingering, right? And so it's you've got to stay on the gas. You see Lauren reaching for the gears there, whether she's going up or down, easier or harder, not quite sure, but she's just great rhythm right now. It's super consistent, super smooth. Look at that upper body just rocking in time, just trying to put everything she owns into these last few hundred meters of the bike race.
You know, looking back again at the standings coming over Carter Summit, Rosa Closer and Haley Preen are actually riding together, and they are sitting third and fourth in the Grand Prix right now. Lauren Stevens is going to pick up a couple points on them, but I'm not sure if it will be enough to move her up into ahead of Rosa.
It's what's so great about, not just this bike race in and of itself, but of the Lifetime Grand Prix, is once we get 3 races in, all these little smaller battles, the races within the race, of riders trying to figure out how to get the best spot they can for that point standing and so on and so forth. So it kind of keeps it fresh for everybody. I love that.
I think in a race like, the next race in the series at Schwamigan, that's one that we affectionately call a drag race. It's the shortest race in the series, and the athletes love it because it's so fun. It's a fan favorite because all the age group riders all ride first, and then they're all at the finish. When the pros ride later in the day, they start last and then and come in to finish together. But we're starting to see as we go later in the year, you start to see more of the kind of internal tactics in the race as people start marking each other for who's in the Grand Prix and who they need to stay ahead of to stay ahead in the point standings.
Yeah. Especially this year, right? Top 10. Super, super crucial as we see Lauren Stevens now on McQuethy, now the right on to 6. So she is on the final stretch. You can see that long grind she's got in front of her. Now we're looking at Sarah Lang, who is just about to also dump onto the pavement of McQuethy Drive there before the quick right on to 6. So Sarah Lang still, she's not giving up, which I kind of love, right? She probably deep down knows she's not going to get that bronze medal, but she's going to keep pushing for it.
She's going to round this corner. She's going to be able to see her just up the road. And but that's just that steep kick we talked about earlier. It's probably going to be a little too much for her to overcome to close that gap. I'd say just by timing, she's 20 to 30 seconds down coming around that corner, and that's going to be really hard to make up in this last mile.
Sarah Lang out of the saddle for the final time today as we're now looking at Lauren Stevens. And Lauren's taking a quick look back, trying to gauge her effort. As you can see, Lauren's she's nearing the end of her energy use right now.
Man, she just went right into the struggle bus. Like you're talking about, her head swaying back and forth, and it's like, she is really struggling.
Yeah. This is a tough last 100 meters or so of this climb as we get through this little neighborhood here on 6th Street, and a great view there of what it is. You can see up there where the motor is. That's going to be about halfway up there. That's going to be Lauren Stevens, and then just ahead of that blue truck is going to be Sarah Lang. So you can see that gap, not necessarily big, but with only a half mile to go now, it looks kind of done and dusted that Lauren Stevens going to pick up that bronze, but she's still got to get over the top of that hill, and you can see she's nervous. She keeps looking back, so she's a little bit nervous. She knows it's not until she gets to that plateau at the top for the half a block before it points back downhill that she can really be like, okay, take a deep breath, maybe coast for a hot second and be like, regain your composure and know that you've got this one. And she is now on that plateau, and you can see her starting to point down as you start to see the town of Leadville proper there off to her right shoulder. And that camera's going to spin around, and now we can see the finish line just in front of her. So the final downhill. So And what a great ride by Lauren Stevens, one of the most experienced riders in the women's field. She's got multiple national titles on the road, gravel national champion. She's kind of done it all, and putting in a great ride here to cement her skill set as a top mountain bike racer, as well as she's now going to be running in to this final 150, 200 meters or so. So we're going to celebrate our bronze medalist coming in today. She'll be rounding out that Grand Prix podium in third spot, continuing to take a look back. She doesn't want to make any mistakes, as now she's allowing herself to kind of smile, wave to the crowd, sit up just a little bit. She'll toss that bottle out to a lucky souvenir gatherer there. And there she is across the line with your bronze medal. Lauren Stevens, all smiles after that one.
And you got to give it to Sarah Lang. You could see her in the background there. She was still grinding and pushing. She thought, if there's just a chance I could get back up there. But solid race by Sarah Lang today. She was one of our picks, too. She is just such a great, just a phenomenal bike rider. She's been so strong this year. And you can see she's got some of that confidence and just needs to work on those descending skills. But she had a phenomenal race today.
Well, and tactical skills. She definitely needed to look back to Lauren and say, hey, bud, you need to do a lot more work over here.
The amount of time she spent on the front.
Yeah, that was a tough ask. And let's not forget, just like Cecily Decker in second, Sarah was with Cecily early on in the race. She was the only one to go with Cecily with that early attack. So she was effectively out there the bulk of the day for about 85 miles or so as well. So a phenomenal ride. Even though she came up short of the top three podium there.
Well, these will be really interesting interviews today.
Yeah.
Kind of the elation of Melissa and heartbreak of Cecily.
Right, from one to the other, just like that. That is going to be a tough one to hear, as we see Cecily still being comforted there in our rider recovery zone, as Lauren giving Melissa a hug there, now giving Cecily a bit of a hug, and job well done to everybody. What a tough finish. It's going to be a little bit before we see our next finishers come in, because that women's race just blew apart. Initially the 2 riders, then the 4-rider chase, and then it was 1 and 2 and 2, and then it was 1, 1 and 3, and it just kept morphing into these different algorithms there until finally it's just literally all blown up across the road. And I think 2 is the biggest group we have out there, at least amongst the top 12, I think, in the women's race.
Expect we'd still see Rosa Closer and Haley Preen coming in next. I think they were the last 2 that came over. Yeah, Rosa and Haley came over the top of Carter Summit together. So a couple minutes behind that, really only a minute behind them, was Alexis Scarta. So there's a chance Alexis could have caught them. So we'll those are the Rosa and Haley are the next 2 we would expect to see come across the finish line.
And Rosa Closer, just fresh off that Tour de France, and a little bit of travel issues, we think, getting here because of some flight delays coming out of France, but obviously made it here in time to put in a great showing today. You can see it's still pretty chilly out there, Melissa, with that parka on, and looked like she had a little shiver going on there. It's hard when you're putting out so much energy and so much body heat to now just shut it down, just like that. You get cold really, really quickly.
Again, everybody's just processing what has just happened today.
Yeah, it's
the ups and downs.
It takes a while to process, right? Because your head is so scrambled from the effort, from just managing your effort, managing your nutrition, and just being so single-minded focus out there for the last 5.5, 6 hours. It's going to take a few minutes to kind of come to your senses and really, put this into some explainable thing. Sarah looking pretty pleased there. That's good to see. She's got a smile on her face, And I feel like Cecily's still kind of working that out down there.
I do too.
But Cecily also hides her emotions, quite a bit out there as well.
You know, it's really it's amazing that we're sitting here, given what all has happened in this community. You know, we talked a little bit about it throughout the live feed today, but that Willow Fire about 6 weeks ago erupted here just west of Leadville, just had a massive impact on this community. People displaced from their homes, evacuation orders, homes burned, you know, just really stressed this community, and we didn't really know till a week and a half ago whether we were even going to be able to put on a race. And to be quite honest, it didn't feel good even pushing the community with everything they were going through. There were a lot more priorities to, you know, containing that fire, getting people back in their homes, getting the community back to normal, and really fortunate to have such phenomenal support from this community, from Lake County, from Sheriff, you know, Heath Speckman, who is out here racing, actually, Lake County Sheriff, who is actually racing with us. He races almost every year, but he's been a big advocate for us. All of the, you know, the council members in Leadville, the police, the sheriff's office, you know, being able to get out here and actually put this event on, it's a minor miracle. And you got to thank our race director, Tamara Genlink, who just has worked night and day. I don't think she's had a day off in 2 months. We started our season, as we always do, with the training camp, mountain bike and run training camp, and then the Leadville Marathon and heavy half marathon. And then immediately after that, we had that fire start, and it really put everybody on their back heels. And Tamara has had to just work her tail off to get us to a point we could even have a race this year. So kudos to the Lifetime team that managed to get this done, and all the support from the community, the Forest Service, everybody that was involved in daily meetings to try and first make sure that the community got back to normal, but then, you know, secondly, get us to a point where, you know, the Leadville Race Series is such an important economic driver too to this community. You see this beautiful shot of Leadville and the mountain range in the background, Mount Sherman, I think that's back there in the background. But this community in this event series has about $25 million a year in local economic impact to this community, and I think it's the second largest economic driver behind the Climax Mine that's up there to the left in the back shot here. So it's a wonderful community. They embrace the race series, and they embrace this race. We'll be back next week for the 100-mile run, which also, by the way, you know, that was the first event here. It's back in 1983, the Leadville Trail 100 run was the first event in the series, and then 11 years later, the mountain bike race was born. But the 100 run will follow a similar path to what we did today. Just imagine, though, where the bike riders went to the top of Columbine and turn around. The runners, a little bit different path. They go up something called Hope Pass, but they go down the other side. And then they turn around and come back up over that pass where we saw where the top of Columbine Mine was. And so they do, they're going to do, we did about 10,000 feet of climbing today. They're going to do almost 14,000 feet of climbing on their feet over 100 miles next week.
Amazing.
It's crazy. Last year, a couple of us from the staff that stayed the week between bike and run, we did a hike up Hope Pass and back down, and we debated going down to Winfield, the old ghost town there, or old mining town where the turnaround is. We were all like, no, it's actually a harder ascent coming out of Winfield back up. And I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I think I'm all right.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, but beautiful, absolutely beautiful on the top of Hope Pass. But chapeau to those runners doing that like through the night. My word, that's a whole different breed of athlete that I can't wrap my head around.
Yeah, that section, of course, we had to take out this year. Sugarloaf, Power Line, similar. There is a portion of the Colorado Trail goes through that section of forest that was burned, and that's where we had to take that out for the run as well. So routing around it and getting back on course to go over Hope Pass. So I think we're getting ready to go down to the finish line and some post-race interviews with Christy.
Well, looks like we're going to be just a moment before we get down there into town. But, all right, looks like maybe Christy's ready now to get our interviews with our top women underway.
Oh my gosh, now I'm live. Now we're live. All right, I'm here, Lauren Stevens, top 3 on the day, taking the 3rd spot. Tell me about your day today. How was it out there?
Oh man, Cecily was so strong on that first climb, and I was like, well, it's going to be a long day, but luckily we got into like a group of 4, including Melissa, who ended up taking the win in the finish. So it was really awesome to have a group of 4 to work all the way to Columbine. And then after Columbine, Sarah and I were together until just a few K to go.
You guys really did. You worked really well together today, and it was a great day of women's racing. I really want to know, what did this mean to you after what happened here last year? It was like a bit of a redemption tour for you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I came here to win, but I also, the expectation was to race all the way to the finish. So yeah, my goal was to win, but expectations were met by racing all the way to the finish.
You crushed it out there. Good job, and thank you so much for doing all of what you're doing for women's racing. It's amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're good. Thank you. Hi. I'm here with second place on the day, Cecily Decker, and there's no doubt that this woman is who really made the race today. Cecily, I know it's probably a little sad. Tell me a little bit about your day out there.
Yeah, I really wanted to push the pace on Keevans, see who else wanted to go fast. I think if Melissa didn't have that crash, she would have been right up there right away, but she ended up coming back, obviously, super strong. Yeah, we had a pretty epic battle towards the end. I ended up puncturing just right at the bottom of St. Keevans. And yeah.
I mean, we literally call you Diesel Decker for a reason. You were just plowing away on the front, looking so strong, so smooth. And I think the whole entire Leadville community and all of the women's cycling fans and cycling fans in general felt the air go out of their tires too when that flat happened. What did that feel like?
I still just it's really hard to just put into words. We all work really, really hard, and I just put so much into this one race, and it sucks. Yeah, it's hard to just have it all go in one instant. It would have been really cool to just be able to fight with Melissa to the line.
Well, second on Leadville Day today. Great job, great performance, and thank you so much for being here and doing all you do for women's cycling.
Thank you.
We've got our women's champ coming up. Oh no. Melissa's walking a little ouchy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Melissa's getting ready to come on over here, getting all prettied up here with her helmets on. There we go. Here we go. Should I get your name right this time? Melissa Rollins. Hi, how are you?
I've been better, but I've also been worse.
You've been better. When were you better?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're doing. I mean, yeah. I mean, you came out and had that wreck early on, but you obviously made a great recovery. Talk us to us a little bit about how your day went out there today.
Yeah, it was a lot of me feeling like I was ready to not have to be resilient anymore. But luckily, I have a lot of practice this year, and I mean, this race is so special to me. So I wasn't willing to give in.
Well, your year started off rocky. We talked about that a bit on the broadcast. You really came back to show what resiliency means. You showed us what grit, gut, and determination looks like. I do want you to tell the community here, like, how important Leadville is to you.
Yeah, I mean, this race is super important to me. It's super important to my family. I know how much, it's super important to everybody who lines up. People train for a year for this race. They try multiple times to get in. This is a multi-year process to get into this race. And the fact that we even got to have a race is, I felt it like it was my duty to really put it out there, like for the organizers and the sheriff and everyone involved with putting this race on, because a month ago I really truly did not believe it was going to happen.
Well, you're a true champion, and now you do have a course record here, so that's exciting. And another win. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to go back to the studio. Thanks, guys.
Oh, some great interviews from our top athletes down there, and Lauren, as you kind of predicted, it's like from the high to the low of the lows there, Cecily Decker just seemingly trying to fight back the tears and the frustration of the day. And, she said it. She puts so much emphasis on this race and, so much resource into this race, and to be this close when you just don't know if that opportunity is going to be there again. And to get second, such a tough one to take. And on the other side there, Melissa Rollins just overcoming 6 months of adversity to take home her second career win here in Leadville, and nothing but smiles.
And Cecily, trying to fight it back because she was fighting for the win. And granted, Melissa had already attacked and dropped her, but there's still the fight, and it was still going to happen. So, yeah, that's very much heartbreak. And like we were seeing, she's still processing that, which is unfortunate. And I think Melissa is still processing the win, saying that she's been better and been worse. It's just like,
where are we going with that?
You've won today.
Right.
And then for Lauren Stevens to round out the podium, and you could see, as she said, I came to win, but I got third, and just is still an important podium position for her.
That's really important, especially after last year. She had a tough year last year here at this race, and you also got to give kudos to Sarah Lang, who hung in there. I mean, She did a ton of work, right? And I wonder if she might take some of that work back if she could, and maybe rethink her strategy, pulling literally all the way from Twin Lakes back to. Really back to Carter Summit. It wasn't until that climb to Carter Summit that we saw, Lauren finally put the punch in to get away from Sarah. It was just, she did so much work, and then obviously we just saw Haley Preen come across for fifth, and Alexis Scarta sixth place. And so those are going to help. All of them are going to move up a little bit in their lifetime Grand Prix standings today, which is really impressive.
It's such a hard thing, in terms of Sarah Lang, right? Like if you stop working or work less, does Lauren work less, right? So it's like the calling of the bluff. And, Sarah's on the cusp of a great ride here today, right? And so her nervousness, does she want to throw that away? And, Lauren capitalized on that a little bit. So a great learning experience. And hopefully Sarah thinks a lot of this over and plays a lot of it out and makes, learns a little bit and makes some adjustments moving forward.
Well, and what would have happened in this race, as Cecily was talking about, if Melissa hadn't crashed?
Yeah.
And, she probably would have been right up there at the front with those two. And that could have been the race from, my gosh, mile 15.
Right.
So yeah, and, that's how racing goes. You never know what's going to happen. And that's the beauty of it and the curse.
Yeah, you take the good with the bad, as much training as you do. And, the old motto from every coach is control what you can control. But sometimes things are a little bit out of your control, and that's just how it goes. Luck plays every bit a part. So we're going to take a look at our men's results on the day. Well, Keegan Swenson taking historic win number 6 to tie Dave Weens. Matt Wilson, the revelation of the day, picking up silver. Braden Lang had taken the sprint over John Gasson for 3rd and 4th, respectively. Andreas Seawald in 5th. Cole Patton hanging on for 6th. Brendan Johnson in 7th in no man's land all day. Toby Rode picking up 8th. Quinn Simmons, one of the early race favorites, picking up 9th. And Payson McKelvin coming away with another top 10 finish. On the standings so far, Keegan Swenson breaking that tie that he came into the race with Matt Beers. So now 84 points has him in the lead. Braden Lang moving up really well into 2nd with 65. Matt Beers now in 3rd with 62. Tied with Brendan Johnson. 5th, Alexi Vermeulen in 59. Kobe Freeburn in 6th. Matt Wilson moving himself also into that tie for 6th, and we've got Simone Pelot in 8th. Andreas Seawald with his best ride of the year so far in the Grand Prix in 9th, and Cole Patton going to come away with 10th overall. Here's our top women that have finished so far on the day. Of course, Melissa Rollins taking her 2nd career win here in Leadville. Cecily Decker, the hero of the day, coming away with 2nd. Lauren Stevens with that bronze and medal. Sarah Lang with 4th. Haley Preen taking the sprint over Alexis Scarta for 5th place. So here's our season so far with the women's standings. Cecily Decker now with 76 points up there in the lead. Lauren Stevens moving up into second with 68. Haley Preen also moving up. She's now in third with 66. Sophia Gomez Vishafanya, your early leader, now dropping down to fourth with 60 points. Sarah Lang in fifth with 57. Alexa Scarda in sixth. Rosa Closer in seventh. Paige Onweller in eighth. Cecile Lejeune in ninth, and Lauren De Crescenzo in 10th overall.
I want to make sure we call out here. So Sophia has not crossed the finish line yet. So those are her points through 2 races. She doesn't have her points for this race yet. So it's a little premature. Rosa Closer, same. Paige Onweller, Cecile, Lauren De Crescenzo, they have not crossed the finish line yet. So those top points that you're seeing up there, this will change here shortly.
Could be little bit of reshuffling. So we'll get back to that when we do get some of those athletes across the line. A nice shot of the finish line there in Leadville. Still lots of finishers to come. Don't forget all those age groupers and all those corrals that went off a little bit after the women. Oh, they're going to be coming across the line for hours yet to come. And I know once we're done in the studio, I'll head out there onto the stage there on the road and have a little fun bringing home some of the amateur riders out there. It's always a lot of fun seeing folks tick this one off the bucket list.
We think we've got about 1,450 age groupers out there still to finish this race, and a number of the pro, the pro men and women are still out there on course too. So pretty impressive to see what how many of the pro men that the pro women caught with a 15-minute gap, right?
Love it.
And we talked a little bit about how fast the day was. I mean, like we said, Melissa Rollins went 1 hour faster than she rode last year. With the course changes, obviously made it faster. Keegan was 23 minutes faster.
Amazing.
So,
right?
But these age group athletes, this is, as Ken and Marilee like to say, this race changes lives. And a lot of those athletes are out there. They're racing for a buckle is what they're racing for.
Yeah.
And historically, traditionally, under 9 hours, you get the big buckle. And under 12 hours, you get the little buckle. We made the decision because of how much faster the course was going to be this year. We trimmed those times down. So 8:15. We took 45 minutes off the time. So instead of 9 hours for the big buckle, it's 8:15, and then instead of 12 hours for the little buckle, it's 11:15. So
nice.
all those athletes are out there racing for those buckles today. They're athletes that are racing just to finish. We have an athlete, our oldest athlete on the day today, 80 years old,
unbelievable,
out there on course.
Unbelievable, man.
Yeah. Phenomenal.
And the youngest was 18.
Got a handful. There was a handful of 18-year-olds. Yeah, amazing,
so
right?
Great. Yeah.
Pretty cool. And hey, let's not forget we've got our Legacy Foundation Dream Chaser out there as well. Jeff Spencer out there just catching rider after rider to keep those donations coming for that Leadville Trail Legacy Foundation.
So we had 50 states represented, 23 countries, including the U.S. Dennis Loy is that 80-year-old rider that's out there.
Oh, Dennis?
Yeah, that's out there trying to finish. And here's another impressive stat I wanted to share with you. So we had 18-year-olds this year, and what's maybe most impressive of that is 8 of them are females. So far outpacing the percentage of females that race this race, we're seeing up-and-coming junior racers make their way into the, especially female racers make their way up into the big leagues with an event like the Leadville Trail 100. So cool to see 18-year-olds coming in.
Unbelievable to see that kind of depth with that. Another rider getting across the line there down on 6th Street, and won't be too long before you start to see lines of riders as a lot of the age groupers riding together out there. All right, we've got our podium for our women there in 5th place on the day from South Africa, Haley Preen, Sarah Lang. In 4th, Lauren Stevens picking up bronze, silver going to Cecily Decker, and your champion, your U.S. national champion, Melissa Rollins there, just getting off the podium. So a great finish. Our top 5 getting their flowers, getting some hugs from all the folks there, the staff, their friends and family there, and celebrating what's been a pretty awesome day. Leadville, despite the course changes, Leadville simply never disappoints. Little sprint finish there to the line. I love it that these riders a little farther down the line there, sprinting it out. duking it out and trying to get the best finish that they can out there on the day. That's what it's all about, and everyone's going to have a good time and celebrate. It's been a wonderful day of racing. It's we got blessed with some great weather as we see Australian rider coming across there. Well done to that young man, wrapping up at 6:34 and change. It's hard to believe 32 years of this race here in Leadville. Already looking forward to next year. It's like every year you think it can't get any better, but every year it gets a little bit better here in Leadville. Well, Chemo, what a day, right? It's a lot of favorites we talked about didn't come into the overall picture at the end, and some folks that we didn't really have in the conversation ended up being talked about a whole lot here today.
It really was a dynamic day of racing. I can't recall. I mean, we haven't had a race come down to a sprint like that in all the years I've been involved with the Leadville Trail 100 on the men's side, and then to see so many strong women coming in so close together, they put it all out there today. It was just amazing performances from both the men's and women's side. And as I talked about earlier, we still have 1,500 riders out there that are out there fighting for a buckle, right? Not for the glory, but just for the fighting for that buckle and the satisfaction of getting across the finish line at the Lifetime Leadville Trail 100 presented by Kenetik.
Every time I get to sit down with you guys at one of these races, there's always been a change, and it's always been fun to watch these races and call these races. So I sure do appreciate being here and being able to call these races with you guys.
Well, I tell you what, it's been another banner day in the studio, and I couldn't ask for better racing, better folks to share the commentary with. So we're already looking forward to the second half of the Lifetime Grand Prix season. That's going to be coming up in September in the North Woods of Wisconsin there at Schwamigan. And we'll see how things continue to develop from there through the end of the year. That's going to do it for us here in the studio. For Chemo Seymour and Lauren Hall, I'm Bill Ellison. Thanks for tuning in. We will see you in a couple weeks' time.
This video and all associated content are protected by copyright and are the exclusive property of Lifetime Inc. No portion of this content may be reproduced, distributed, transmitted, displayed, published, or broadcast without prior written permission of Lifetime Inc.